We're back. Welcome into the PHNX Cardinal Podcast 2022 NFL Draft Day 2 live in the studio. We've migrated from the Ainsworth last night. Celebratory time with the PHNX faithful as the Arizona Cardinals did not make a pick, but they did add wide receiver Hollywood Brown. Before we get to the recap, before we get to Day 2, got to get to two of my favorites. Sans Damian Anderson, Brack, Frank Sanders. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Doing good, brother. Made it through a great night of fun and festivities, but I think you have to kind of decompress a little bit from the idea of what the buildup of the draft is. Like it's just so much to digest for 2 or 3 months of what's going to happen, who you're going to pick, the mock drafts, and all the things that you think about so many ways, and to walk away with a shocker. I just kind of have to decompress, man, a little bit. So I feel great today. I'm excited about what we got going on moving in the second round with the Arizona Cardinals. But yesterday was a shocker and a lot to take in.
Yeah, it was. In old draft Twitter and everybody that loved to watch the draft back in the day when it was all on Saturday, and now you've kind of got it in prime time. Everybody wants to see their team make a pick. And what do we see? 25% of the teams in the league didn't make a pick in the first round. Things are changing. But you're also seeing the teams that didn't pick. They're the teams that we're talking about in January, teams that are going to make noise at the beginning of February. And it's taken away from Les Snead, F them picks. If you can go out there at 23 and you can get a guy that can make an immediate impact, you'll take that, especially with Steve Keim, his shortcomings in the draft, his successes in trades. If he's going to play to his strengths, I'm here for it. And that's exactly what we saw Thursday night.
You know, it's funny. National media, I would say, nicely, do not love this move for the Cardinals. Locally, I think 80% favor this move, understand the move. To your point, Keim's shortcomings, the fact that he does not do well in the first round, the fact that you really smooth things over, and we'll talk about this with Kyler Murray. You assume everything's fine with this addition. How seamlessly we all feel like he's going to be able to be implemented in this offense for the Arizona Cardinals, and then additionally, how cost-controlled Hollywood Brown is. But before we get to all that, you were at the press conference today. Your main takeaways.
There's a lot of hype in that building. There's also a business feeling as well. Like this organization has a goal to take the next step. And Hollywood Brown kind of fits that mentality, Frank. I mean, you're sitting there with the old, but you've got the new. It's like we heard from Byron Murphy yesterday. I loved what Byron Murphy had to say. He's focused on winning. We didn't hear a whole lot of contract talk, even though he did say he wanted to be here for the rest of his career.
Yeah.
But you kind of heard the same sentiment from a guy like Marquise Brown coming in, Hollywood Brown, and he just wants to win Super Bowls. He wants to be a part of the solution to this team getting to the next level, Frank.
He has to feel good about himself, though, knowing that he's coming back to his quarterback, but just an offense that uses the wide receiver.
Yeah.
I mean, you taking nothing away from Lamar Jackson, MVP Lamar Jackson, but that's primarily individual Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, running Lamar Jackson.
Right, running and just also giving his tight. I mean, he made some plays with his arm, but that is running Lamar Jackson. Mm-hmm. If you're a receiver like HB, you want sorry about that, Hollywood Brown.
Why can't we can call him HB?
He's from Hollywood, Florida.
I'm from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Right. Not that far down the road. I'm just not as fast as him.
But you're bigger and
I'm
physical.
bigger.
He's not Fort Lauderdale Sanders.
No, he's not Fort Lauderdale Sanders. I like that. That's a good one. Look, I tell you what, though, I think he's this is a good opportunity for him. And if you can get an opportunity like this in your young career and not have to wait till your second contract, after your second contract, a la some of the guys that we brought in through the trade via Steve Keim, this is an opportunity where now you can watch where this team can go and how far they can grow.
Evan B in the chat. Will Johnny chug today? I'm taking the night off. I think I've earned it from chugging. I would rather be here to guide us through the second and third round. We will talk about the picks as they come in. But first, we want to talk about some of the benefits of bringing Hollywood Brown to Arizona in a little segment I like to call What Can Brown Do For You? A complete ripoff, I believe, of FedEx, but I think it plays nicely.
UPS, my guy.
Is it UPS or FedEx?
Yes,
they
UPS.
wear the brown unis.
Oh, goodness.
UPS.
Well, the graphics by our man Arnold are fantastic. Yeah. And here we go. Put this together. Number one, proven commodity. Unlike Zaven Collins, unlike Josh Rosen, Robert Kimdichie, everybody is in love with draft picks after they happen. You fast forward to training camp, Frank, you've seen this. Guys just can't play. We know this guy can play. 90 catches last year. Number 2, cost controlled. Just due over $2 million next year. They picked up his 5th-year option, roughly $13.5 million. So over the next 2 years, he's making just under $16 million total. That's a stark contrast, gentlemen. A.J. Brown's getting roughly $25 million per year. Next up, he's an upgrade over Christian Kirk, somebody who a lot of Cardinal fans were not sad to see go. Never cracked 1,000 yards. Well, Hollywood Brown did it last year in a run-dominant offense. He's somebody that I feel like will have probably a floor of 1,000 yards and a ceiling maybe of 12 to 1,400. Steve Keim mentioned today on a radio interview on, I think, Arizona Sports, he's just a better fit for what the Cardinals do, with all due respect to Baltimore. And last but not least, maybe the biggest cue for this organization, it appeases Kyler Murray.
Without a doubt.
You get his best friend in-house.
Yeah.
They are best friends. They've been working out together, per reports, in Dallas, throwing and catching to one another. It checks literally all the boxes. You could probably add 4 or 5 other, checkpoints to this graphic. And Bo, to me, this is what the national media does not understand, all of these points.
No, absolutely. Proven commodity, cost-controlled upgrade. I mean, the money is the biggest thing, and he mentioned the money, and we'll get to that a little bit later. But, that offense and the fit, him coming and playing with Kyler Murray, which I heard this absurd thing from Marquise himself, that they were on the scout team at Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield and all those stars on that Sooner
man.
team. They were on the scout team running against the first defense and lighting them up.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Kyler Murray and Marquise Brown? That's unbelievable. And now they're going to be the stars of this Arizona Cardinals organization. Marquise Brown, to really put in perspective how run heavy this offense was in Baltimore, he was the first 1,000-yard receiver since Mike Wallace, who I haven't thought about in a long time, in 2017 for the Ravens. I mean, that's not saying. I mean, to get 1,000 in that system, also with Mark Andrews trying to share that.
Right.
What I'm concerned about too is his drops. Was that a thing as far as the ball he was getting from Lamar Jackson, and also as far as he had 55 passes go his way that he didn't haul in last year? Is that because those balls were uncatchable from Lamar Jackson?
I'm going to say part of that is because he went almost half the season, not quite. 11 games with Lamar, 6 with
Tyler Huntley.
I don't know if you guys watched those games when that happened. The Ravens went from a contender. Marquise Hollywood Brown went from somebody who was on pace for career highs, 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns, to their offense couldn't move the ball. I mean, if you guys remember that Rams game, that fateful Rams game in Baltimore, the Ravens beat them with Tyler Huntley. The Cardinals are NFC West champions. And it was because not their defense, but their offense was so inept at that point in the season. I'm going to go ahead and say, Bo, that he just, sure, he can do better with his hands, but I just feel like he was neutered in this offense.
He's in a good position where I'll track it backwards, and I'll say the appeasing of Kyler is absolutely huge.
Yes.
I mean, that resonates with all the drama we heard the last 6 months since not 6 months, but about 4 or 5 months since the Rams game. And it just kind of solidified something. I checked the box on me because I was definitely the guy I had a flag like, man, this is the banner that came across a couple of times last night. The trade is in. I thought it could have happened. I'm glad it didn't. I'm glad Steve took me off. He took me off the ledge because of that. I think that's just on the table. But any player, any wide receiver that gets a chance to go into a great system, and to play with the quarterback that he loves, it changes the narrative. My only question, and I hope this happens, and I know they will find ways to make these things happen, is that Sean Jefferson, the receiver coach, as well as Kugler, will come out and find better ways to utilize these guys and to mix them up in the system, because we really got a really talented group of receivers of size, speed, and agility. We just got to find great ways to make these guys, put these guys in the right spot that they could dominate this division.
Real quick, gentlemen, I don't think this is being talked about enough. Like, you've got A.J. Green back, right? He's making almost no money next year. He's on a 1-year deal, probably year to year with this organization. Like, you don't have to overexert A.J. Green anymore. Like, he does not need to play 80+% of the snaps. Like, you can use him kind of like a baseball pitcher. You go and you use it when you need to. You've got maybe 5 fastballs per game with A.J. Green. Use him in the red zone, right? Use him on third down. Use him where you need a big body target. You do not have to trot out a 33, 34 A.J. Green as much as you were relying on him last year. And then, oh, by the way, you get a full season of Zach Ertz. I think the lack of size with the Cardinal receiving core is overblown. Would you love Hollywood Brown and Rondale Moore to be 6 foot? Yeah, but then they wouldn't be on your team. They'd be making max money somewhere else. So I think they have a perfect combination, Bo, of everything you want in a skill position group.
Well, yeah, they've got diversity across the wide receiver core. They do have a 6'4" guy in AJ Green.
Yeah.
He's going to be 34 at the end of July. You've got DeAndre Hopkins, who's just a catch machine. It's right in his hands every time. He's 6'1", 6'2" ish.
Yeah.
And then you've got 5'7" Rondale Moore, still probably going to play that gadget role, and until he proves you he can do otherwise, stay healthy and run those routes. And then you've got Christian Kirk on steroids and Marquise Brown.
Yeah.
I think that he's a Cliff guy. He said he was recruited out of high school from Cliff Kingsbury. He's a perfect fit for this offense, the speed. This is I don't know if it's the white whale that they've been chasing. I think your article about the defensive tackle is probably more spot on that. But Steve Keim, when he drafted John Brown so many years ago, he's been looking for that John Brown type player. He wanted Smoke 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
And I think even Hollywood is a better version of Smoke.
Yeah.
In that, and he can, they asked him today at the press conference, we saw so many clips where you were just running wide open. Frank, do you think that's a scheme thing, or you think that's a player thing? Is he? I'm curious to see how he does with with Kyler improvising,
mm-hmm.
and him, if he can just find the open spots on the field, or if that's just John Harbaugh and the offensive coordinator in Baltimore putting him in a good spot.
I'd say more skill, and I'm not going to take away anything from the scheme, because the scheme is Lamar Jackson, and you make it happen. And so I think that in itself, when you're a defensive coordinator, you're thinking, well, if I can get a little more pressure on him, I got to focus on the guy that's causing all the problems. And to have one guy that you think your cornerback can cover, you back him off about 7-8 yards. At best, he's going to run 3 or 4 routes. He's going to run a go route, he's going to run a comeback, or he's going to run a dig. And that, to me, I think you give yourself a chance. So I think scheme-wise, it's more scheme. His skill set in any system versus one-on-one, he's going to outrun most of the DBs in the NFL.
When people were up in arms about this trade yesterday, and they, AJ Brown immediately happened, they're like, why didn't they go get him? Because they're looking for a complementary piece to DeAndre Hopkins.
Yes.
DeAndre Hopkins is wide receiver 1.
Yeah.
And I liked from the press conference today, we have this where we had Hollywood Brown saying that DeAndre Hopkins is the vocal point of this offense.
Yeah. And I think we need to talk about. We got to,
because I get to learn from and he's DeAndre Hopkins. He's gonna command that attention. And I've been in the offense where I've been getting all the attention. I've been getting the cloud coverages. So I'm excited, to get some one-on-one matchups and spread the field out.
I just feel like for those who are critical of this move, everybody up in arms about 5 spots later, you could have gotten AJ Brown. First of all, Cardinals didn't have the draft capital to get AJ Brown, right? They also don't have the compensation. You cannot pay DeAndre Hopkins and AJ Brown both $25+ million per year. Nobody is doing that in the NFL. Look at Tennessee. Tennessee went from having Julio Jones and AJ Brown to neither, and they're starting over. They're gutting their receiving core with Treylon Burks. The Cardinals have been pretty shrewd in their process of, okay, we feel like DeAndre Hopkins. We all forget nationally, DeAndre Hopkins is a top 3 receiver. He got hurt last year. He's back. He's never been hurt before. He's your one, as Bo mentioned. Then you talk about, okay, we've invested a 2nd-round pick in Rondale Moore. Year 2, he should be better. We're paying Zach Ertz top 10 tight end money. Now we're investing in Hollywood Brown, former 1st-round pick. AJ Green is doing, good things on a 1-year contract as your 4th wide receiver. That's shrewd operating. Did they miss on some guys? You bet your ass they did. Andy Isabella, Hakeem Butler, once upon a time. That was ugly, especially in the draft where Hollywood and company went. But I feel like, and Kai mentioned it last night, tried to trade up right before, they took Byron Murphy for Hollywood Brown. To me, you can't make everybody happy, but the biggest difference is the amount of money that was committed by Philadelphia for A.J. Brown. I think other teams would have traded that pick for A.J. Brown, but didn't want to invest that money. And oh, by the way, Hollywood Brown has played more games in the last 2 years, even with his injury, stigma, the narrative out there, he can't stay healthy, than A.J. Brown has.
I want to say this. I think that A.J. Brown, his contract, I think that's crazy for a guy that hadn't been able to be healthy most of his career. I think what you saw at Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts, you have another running quarterback that has shown to be wants to be more of a passer then run guy, and he will do that. You have a Heisman Trophy over there in Devontae Smith, who just got there, and he's making no money. And he's making no money, but he's a player.
Yeah.
And so if you want to develop young and you got youth, then you should use that. But I got to say this one thing. The offensive coordinator got to be creative.
Yeah.
You got to stop running just these bland offenses where just talent on talent is supposed to win. Mm-hmm. You got to become creative. Sean McVay used the heck out of Cooper Kupp with the intent to make sure that he was able to use his talent and move guys around to attack the weaknesses of defenses. If we don't do that here, we're going to struggle. And I don't care how many guys you got. You can have Jerry Rice, Al Toon, Art Monk, Frank Sanders, Rob Moore, Deion Sanders, and you can Bo Brock as a wide receiver. We still would get our ass kicked because you're not using these guys. That's my only concern. I want to make sure that's on the table because
you guys trust Cliff Kingsbury then to use
that's where we got to get to. And that's I'm the one with the tattoo over here with the K2. You guys know this K2 tattoo.
I think a lot of people feel like
there.
Number one, Cliff was kind of inherited an aging Larry Fitzgerald, and you want to accommodate Fitz. I think a lot of people feel like if Christian Kirk had come here with a clean slate and there's no number 11, he probably plays the slot from day one. Maybe has a different start to his career. And so in year 4, he's not transitioning to a new position and having his best year. I would say if Hollywood Brown comes here and has a monster season, that is a big coup in Cliff Kingsbury's cap because they clearly do not look at him as a gimmick player. They look at him as somebody who can dominate the intermediate passing game and to go deep, Bo.
Yeah. And I think you have to start giving credit to Cliff for him evolving as a head coach.
Yeah.
So many people look at the product each and every Sunday and each every season as Cliff is a finished product as a head coach. He came in at 39, right? He came in with the Arizona Cardinals identified as with the offensive potential to reach one of the best play callers in the league, but they knew it was going to be a process, and it's been a process. Look, and they realize like progress is progress, and they see that with their organization, they see that with their quarterback, and they see that with their head coach. That's what the extension's about. And I mean, if there isn't a bigger point for that, it's when he's struggling to start his career as a head coach and he pivots to becoming a running team when everybody's talking about the air raid.
Yeah.
And I think he's done a good job each and every year learning from his mistakes. And I hope that that's something that he brings after this latest playoff collapse, you know, that in this season collapse, that, he can adjust to that a little bit and be more creative with the play calling. But you're also damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Yeah.
I mean, so many people are like, well, just run the damn ball. Just run, and then they're saying, well, where's all the creativity?
Where's the big explosive pass plays, right?
I don't want to see this Wildcat anymore. Even though Wildcat was actually successful more times than it wasn't as far as getting positive yardage, people just want – the thing about the Arizona Cardinals is there's so much talent on this offense, and people see the potential, and they see it, running like a well-oiled machine, that when it has a 3 and out, people are disappointed, and because they see the potential.
We'll get to the more potential talk, and as the Buccaneers, Tampa Bay, pick 33, the pick is in. But before we get to that, I want to remind everybody the NBA playoffs mean next level basketball. Get in on the action with the DraftKings Sportsbook app. You can bet on live NFL props as it relates to the NFL draft. The DraftKings Sportsbook app, an official sports betting partner of the NBA and the NFL. This week, new customers can bet $5 on any team to win. Get $150 in free bets. You win no matter what. All DraftKings Sportsbook customers can also bet on the first round with same-game parlays. Combine multiple bets from the same game for an even bigger payout. The more legs you add, the more money you can win. Plus, place the same-game parlay each day with 3 or more legs and get up to $25 back if one of the legs does not hit. It's a call to action. Gentlemen, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the promo code PHNX. Bet $5 on any NBA team to win their win their game in the first round of the NBA playoffs. Get $150 in free bets instantly. That's promo code PHNX at the DraftKings Sportsbook app, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over, Arizona only. Gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. New customer only. Minimum $5 deposit. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook. Okay, so they got Hollywood Brown. Check a huge box. We assume they're not going to go wide receiver at 55, although crazier things have happened. As Tampa Bay.
Big Simeon making the pick.
Simeon Rice, former Arizona Cardinal, former teammate of one Frank Sanders here.
Yes, man.
Movie producer, Simeon Rice.
Is he a movie producer? Okay.
The guy does big things.
Tampa Bay goes with a pick 33. Logan Hall
worst kept secret of the day, right?
That's right. He was minus 700 on the DraftKings Sportsbook app to go 33rd, which means if you're new to the gambling scene, you would have had to bet a $700 to win 100. So
you already knew he was going.
Right. That's a player the Cardinals have had interest in. They were at the Houston Pro Day. They had him in for a private visit. I think he would have been a trade down option had they moved down from 23 last night. He goes to formerly Bruce Arians, now Todd Bowles, in that 3-4 system. While this is going on, gentlemen, I want to pick your brain. So pick 55. You insert Hollywood Brown. Do you think that this first pick, we got to go defense? We got to go edge rusher, defensive tackle, corner? Or could you splurge maybe on a running back or an offensive guard? Bo, I'll start with you.
Is this last year's cornerback, right? Where we're sitting there, when are they going to take a corner? We've identified this as the biggest need.
Yeah.
And they decided to pass on filling that need. And they ended up trading back into the 4th round to get Marco Wilson and then getting Take Allen, and they decided to kind of flood the position.
And
it
worked out fine.
It worked out, yeah, with Robert Alford coming back and having an awesome, comeback tour after missing 2 straight seasons. I think you just have to go best player available. You look at the needs. So edge is the number one priority. If the right guy falls in your lap, okay, you go with that pick at edge. But look, corner, offensive line, like if the right player's there, running back, I don't think that's crazy. I know people say, hey, we're good offensively, but you still need that Chase Edmonds role filled. And if there's some guys that they reportedly love in this draft.
Yeah.
I see, is it Bees in the chat just screaming for Rashad White from ASU? And I mean, there's a couple guys. I mean, I think White would probably be more 87, 100.
Yeah.
But if they go with a non-edge move at 55,
yeah,
I think that they have to flood it later in the draft. Like they have to go maybe both of those 3rd round picks as a pass rusher, or at least 2 members of the front 7 to make up for trading for a wide receiver with their 1st round pick and then taking something else in the 2nd round.
Yeah, I think they're in good shape because we saw just a plethora of offensive players go after that initial wave in the top 10, where it was all the elites that we'd always talked about. And then we think about all the receivers, right? And then there was an influx of interior offensive linemen, and there were some kind of wanky picks at the end of the 1st round. There's still Arnold, the kid from Penn State, Mafi from Minnesota, Drake Jackson, once upon a time was thought of as a 1st round pick, Nick Bonito, David Ajobu, who's coming off a torn Achilles. Could you maybe redshirt him for a year? Cameron Thomas from San Diego State. If you want to look on the defensive line, Logan Hall just went, but I know they like Travis Jones out of UConn, Zachary Carter from Florida. I mean, there are options that could help this team, whether you want to rush from the 3 technique and sit somebody from behind J.J. Watt for a year, or just outright have, flanking opposite Marcus Golden on passing downs, Frank.
Look, I'm all about defensive line right now, honestly. I think you just need to bring somebody in that's going to help our front, somewhere in our front 7. It's either interior, exterior in regards to edge rusher or a Mike linebacker. And I feel like that's something I know that would be a very young core of linebackers in Collins and Simmons, and then going to get another one, a rookie. But if that rookie is a dog and he's a beast, one of those guys that might come out of Georgia or Bama that you can trust that will come in with a bunch of energy. If you look at our defense, outside of Buda Baker, who's a flyer, no one else really flies around like him per se.
Yeah.
And so I think one of the things you can't take for granted is a guy like a Troy Polamalu, who was a fly around. Sanders over at the Colts, who's a strong safety as well. They flew to the ball. If we're going linebacker or D-line, we need some guys like that. Some guys either with some body, but in this defense right now, I think we need somebody, man, that can make an impact with a bunch of energy.
Another interdivision trade just happened in the NFL
crazy
draft.
with all these interdivision trades.
The Vikings trade out with the Packers, allowing Green Bay to go get the receiver finally. They take Christian Watson out of North Dakota State.
It had to be worth it, though, because I would not have done it if I was
what is Minnesota?
I don't know what the Vikings are doing. They're in a position where maybe you could take a Malik Willis and they were apparent to Kirk Cousins. Instead, they gift the Packers. I don't think a lot of people had Christian Watkins as a 1st-round prospect, but certainly worthy of a top 40 pick. Listen, the Packers, I was critical of them yesterday for not going up and getting a receiver, but you just look at the talent they've added between Watkins and the 2, middle defenders, the linebacker Devontae and then Devontae Wyatt from Georgia. I mean, they're having a nice draft. Now, to me though, this group is meant to flourish with Jordan Love eventually. This is not. I still believe like Aaron Rodgers just feels like an outlier on this team because they're drafting. They've got 3 top 40 picks, but they're not going to be ready to compete for an NFC championship or a Super Bowl next year. So the Packers.
Are you crazy?
With Christian Watkins from 1AA?
Heck yeah.
No.
Heck,
I mean, he's got
discount double check.
No, they signed Sammy Watkins for a reason. I was
That's
not a
it. Was it Watkins? I forgot about that.
Sammy Watkins, Randall Cobb's still there, and then I've got Christian Watson, and Robert Tonyan is coming back from injury.
Randall
He's
Cobb's going to be there until they turn the lights off and ask him to leave.
You know who's a big fan of Christian Watson when he and Shane were at the Combine is, the GM Saul Bookman saw him and was infatuated and would have loved him to become a Cardinal. I'm anti-small school receivers after being burned by Mr. Andy Isabella. So I have a stigma. I'm not going to deny it. We got Hollywood Brown, Oklahoma, Baltimore Raven, proven commodity. Packers are taking kids that played in front of about 20 people at the collegiate level.
I'll tell you one thing he won't have to do. He ain't got to change his color of his uniforms or his household.
Right. Devontae Adams, Fresno State, not exactly the biggest university out there, not a Power 5 school.
That's a 1A school, though.
Sure, but look, the Bison just steamroll their schedule, and they win titles each and every year.
The Titans were obviously happy about what was remaining on the board. They didn't take long to submit their pick here.
Real quick, while we're listening to the picks, one thing that's pretty cool, like if you pay attention to the second round of draft picks, they're going to have so many cool names of the guys that's going to be making these announcements. Who do you think is announcing for the Arizona Cardinals in the second round?
It should be Frank Sanders.
I'm sitting right here next to you, so I'll announce it here.
Yes.
On PHNX. But
who is it then?
Who's on the podium? Aeneas Williams.
Oh, wow.
The gold jacket wearer.
Warwick Dunn for the Atlanta Falcons. Matt Stover for the Baltimore Ravens.
Damn.
Stevie Johnson. Thomas Davis for the Carolina Panthers. Matt Forte for the Chicago Bears. And we got a list of great names of people, man. That's just going to be Amani Toomer, actually, receiver.
Yeah.
I think I saw Key and Peele or Key from.
You said Key and Peele?
Yeah, I think he was there. I think I saw Michael Key Williams. Is it Michael Key Williams?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was there.
He's announcing it?
Roger McCreary just went to the Tennessee Titans.
He's a guy I saw mocked to the Cardinals a lot.
He also got burnt a lot by Treylon Burks and Jameson Williams when you watch the tape. So, again, the SEC...
hey, calm down. This is Auburn. Relax, brother.
All right. I'm sorry. This is Frank's guy. You know anything about Roger McCreary?
Actually, I'm surprised. But what has been the history of Auburn cornerbacks are that they're good zone cornerbacks. They're not great one-on-one, man-to-man cornerbacks.
Yeah.
So they'll fit the system of the Titans. The Titans really, back in the days, they were a man-to-man type defense when they played the 46 defense. They don't do that now. They put more pressure with their front four and their front seven than they do with the cornerbacks like they did back in the day. So Auburn has in the past have done a great job of putting cornerbacks in, but they've been mostly zone type cover two guys that has body with a little bit of ball skill. So I've seen him with Auburn many times. I agree with you. He has been burnt a lot out of the SEC.
That's to be expected.
But Auburn was playing man to man, Bo. So and again, I say he wasn't a great man to man, but he is a very good zone cornerback.
Let's call this a minor W for the 2021 NFL draft from the Arizona Cardinals, because if they're going, if the Titans are going to in the second round with a cornerback, Caleb Faalele, probably not somebody they view as an immediate solution in the defensive secondary. A guy that was mocked to the Cardinals relentlessly.
Mr. Broken Leg out of Virginia Tech, right?
Back issue. Yeah, Mr. Backiotomy.
Yes.
Couldn't.
As Dave Chappelle once said. Oh, that's a great reference. Doctor said I need a backiotomy. The Titans feel like a team that needs a reset. I'm surprised. You think about with their quarterback play.
They won the AFC in the regular season last year.
Yeah, they were the number one seed. They lost their best player. They traded him away inexplicably because they wouldn't pay him. Caleb Faalele must be not lighting the world on fire in Tennessee because they're taking old Roger. They're out of Frank's University, Auburn. So one less cornerback for the Cardinals to choose from. Andrew Booth Jr. still available. Clemson. Kyler Gordon, another Kyler. That'd be fun in Arizona.
Is Booth, he has medicals too?
Yeah, he does. He was supposedly, of interest to Arizona should he fall. But that's a long way to go to pick 55. But Kyler Gordon, Washington, the Cardinals love their Washington DBs. They were mocked Trent McDuffie. So we asked Byron Murphy about it yesterday at the Ainsworth. To have another Kyler and to have it be from Washington, very poetic for this organization. But again, we start to get closer and closer to 55. There's a reason a lot of these guys, these elites, are still around. They're going to get plucked very fast.
Can we dance the dance and say that maybe the Titans are looking like what the Cardinals did a little bit? They really didn't make a big splash in the free agency market. They got rid of some of their top players. They got a Treylon Burks to replace him, move him out of there. But then if you look at, just system-wise, no Julio Jones anymore. Julio Jones is not there anymore, and and right now they're just kind of hurting on the outside area, trusting their quarterback to be somebody special, pounding the running game. Of course, it's hard to overcome D. Henry. So in that regards, I don't think they made a lot of moves, but to go out and get these guys, I just think like it didn't seem like they made a big splash in the draft this year, and I think that's weird right now.
Have you seen Ryan Tannehill's cap hit?
It's
$38 million.
For Ryan?
That's money that you need your quarterback to carry you, not to be carried.
$38 million, and they paid King Henry, and he deserved it. It's a.
All right, we're getting travel in the chat says that they
pick,
traded for Robert Woods. Okay, we get it. Robert Woods is a nice number 2.
What's he coming off? ACL?
Yeah,
ACL,
he's on crutches right now. Everybody calm down. Tennessee, they got their ass kicked by the Cardinals in the first game last year, and then they proceeded to win the number 1 seed in the AFC and then lose to Cincinnati.
After sacking Joe Burrow 9 times, you lose that game.
Their defense will be fine.
Because old Ryan Tannehill threw 3 picks in that game, didn't he?
Yeah, that's crazy.
This Malik Willis fall, can we talk about that for a second?
Yes, please.
I feel like after everything that went on this offseason, he was the quintessential number 1 quarterback, and I thought, no way he gets out of the top 20. And then we see yesterday that the Steelers really did prefer Kenny Pickett and his little tiny baby hands. And now Malik Willis and all his mobility, even at the University of Liberty. I think if I'm Seattle, if I'm any of these teams that need a bridge quarterback, that are rolling with a bridge quarterback, I can't imagine why you wouldn't roll the dice on Malik Willis. The person, the player.
That's Reeves.
Yeah,
Darrell Revis now picking for the Jets.
He's not going here to the Jets. They've got a quarterback.
Yeah, they got that Teddy Pendergrass mustache, a young Teddy P.
Revis made some money in his heyday, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
The Jets are going with Breece Hall.
The running back,
wow.
Okay.
They took Michael Carter last year out of UNC in the 3rd round. I don't know. Jets, who need just about everything, take yet another running back. At some point, we would see a running back go. The first one goes at pick 36. There was a fun little nugget on the DraftKings Sportsbook app. If you gentlemen watch PHNX Bets daily every day at noon, which you should, back-to-back, if Breece Hall and Isaiah Spiller go 1 and 2, that was plus 650 on the DraftKings Sportsbook app. We're already halfway there. Isaiah Spiller would need to be next out of Texas A&M, who, by the way, Mr. Bo Brock, you think the Cardinals may have some interest in?
The Cardinals are reportedly in on Isaiah Spiller. Love the kid out of Texas A&M, former Aggie. Who's on the clock? Is it Houston at 37?
Houston, yes, at 37. So we're
David Johnson is now a free agent. He's no longer cursing that franchise. I don't mean that. The humble rumble was a
David Johnson is going to do a great job coming back and do broadcasting for the Cardinals.
I apologize, but Houston could certainly be a landing spot for a guy like Isaiah Spiller. Kind of play close to home, where he went to college, I should say, and that'd be a nice little win.
I was surprised how many Cardinal fans on Twitter today were okay with the idea of taking a running back today, especially when you consider, they gave James Conner some nice money, but really only a 2-year deal when you look at the guarantees of it all.
But he earned it, though.
He definitely did.
He earned all of that.
And you feel good about him being back, but then Chase Edmonds running his mouth on the P2 podcast, get the hell out, and let's bring in a young player. P2, Patrick Peterson.
Yeah, I know, but he's called him P3 one day.
That's right. That's Petty Patrick Peterson.
Petty Patrick Peterson.
Can't keep the Cardinals out of his mouth.
I would not hit a running back. It wouldn't be my favorite thing, but the consensus on this group, gentlemen, of these running backs, there's going to be 5 to 7 guys, according to numerous reports, that are going to be number 1 backs in about 3 years out of this draft. So we don't have the quintessential, first round Christian McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley, but I think the value is here today to take it back if one falls to them. Houston Texans go with who?
Jalen Petrie?
Yeah. I think
Baylor, safety from Baylor.
Yeah. More safeties and quarterbacks need to go.
Texans? Go ahead.
He was a poor kid he was at the draft yesterday.
Oh, he was.
In his all pink outfit and didn't get his name called.
Didn't get his name called.
That's rough.
So good for him. Finally gets his name called.
Pink suit?
He's playing in Texas where he played his college ball at Baylor.
Houston's got a lot of draft capital. They need to make the most of it. They're trading away their quarterback. They traded away their receiver. J.J. Watt left. It's a tough go for the Houston Texans. Not looking good.
Well, they themselves, they themselves basically cut their arm. Yeah. Whoever they want to do, they just start slashing themselves up.
Yeah.
Not trying to put themselves in the best position to compete in that division when that division have only gotten stronger, and that's the crazy part about it. But anytime, I guess if you're going to rebuild, you're going to rebuild the right way. Lovie Smith, I think, isn't he the head coach right now?
Yeah, he is.
Lovie Smith, the head coach, defensive-minded coach, man. Again, but Lovie Smith is from the school of Tony Dungy. We're going to play a Tampa 2, which is a cover 2 defense with the Mike linebacker having the ability to roam. And in reality, I mean, it protects you a little bit, but offensively, I think they should have went hard and heavy and maybe brought a backup quarterback in or a young stud quarterback, because you don't know what you're getting out of your Pilar.
Yeah.
I just don't really know what you're getting out of him. It's not for 17 weeks.
Right.
He might be a good 3-week guy or 4-week guy, but not 17 weeks.
17
I just don't see that. So defense, I guess you figure, can stop the bleeding as best you can.
These are all lottery tickets. Go ahead, Bo.
No edges yet, though. I mean, when we look at is this kind of Fast and Furious Falcons pick already in, we're starting to see it. I mean, do you agree? Edge #1 priority right now?
Yeah, listen.
They're going receiver
I don't trust. I like Vance Joseph as a coordinator. I don't trust him with young talent. But you have to bring in talent. Yeah,
regardless.
I would just. I'm probably in the minority with this. I would go out and sign Jadeveon Clowney next week and just let him play the run dominant and blitz Dennis Gardeck. As long as Vance Joseph's my defensive coordinator, I'm just very hesitant. I would rather wait out and sign Clowney in the next free agency period. Maybe there's a pass rusher of note. To me, if it was up to me, gentlemen, and I do think pass rushers are a preference, I would go and get a guard for Kyler Murray to come in, a high-end prospect.
For the Cardinals.
Yes. The kid from Georgia, the kid from Kentucky, the kid from Memphis, one of those three, be a cornerstone guard. When was the last time they've taken a second-round offensive lineman? Was it Deuce Latui, who was there last night at the Ainsworth partying with us? I just feel like
partying hard.
This offseason needs to be the offseason of helping Kyler Murray, investing in the offense.
He's in the back.
Will Hernandez
he's in the back.
Can be the placeholder and then let one of these kids beat them out. What are you laughing about?
He's like, how did he see Deuce Latui? He was like, the dude's in the back, the biggest dude in the room.
I thought we were going to talk. Deuce is a great interview.
Oh my God, it's too
I'm
funny.
upset we didn't.
I'm also laughing at just Johnny talking.
Hey,
to
I wouldn't be mad. Da said something yesterday.
I was talking to myself.
Yeah, you was good. We was listening, but Da said something good about Atlanta. He said he thought Malik Willis would be good to go there because, again, he adds something which would be the Michael Vick, ability. He's not Mike Vick running wise, but he does have a strong arm. Mike Vick had a strong arm. He has the ability to run a little bit. Not the same. Not the same as Vic with the 4-3, but he does add something. And again, they drafted a receiver yesterday, and he can probably start that off new and remove that idea that, Mariota's going to be your starting quarterback off the top.
I just feel like they're stripping it down and they're starting from scratch. It's a total gut job. And thankfully, that's not the Arizona Cardinals with their acquisition of Hollywood Brown, which you can read about at gophnx.com. Wrote an article about why Hollywood Brown's acquisition in Arizona is a home run for the Cardinals. You can become a member at gophnx.com for 50 cents for the first month, $8.99 for the subsequent months, or you can just become a member for the year, pay just under $60, get a free t-shirt from the PHNX merchandise locker, hang with your boys in the member Discord. So much good stuff going on at gophnx.com. I want to remind everybody right now, check out PHNX Sports on Twitter. Be sure to subscribe. Gentlemen, as we power through, we are at pick 38 for Atlanta. What's your prediction here?
They're a wild card. I mean, they have so much.
When you need everything.
They could even go wide receiver again with how depleted that room was.
Yeah.
But they went Drake London in the first round. Probably go edge. Probably take one of these talented edge rushers off the board because they had, 18 sacks last year? Brutal performance getting to the quarterback. We'll see what the pick is.
Yeah, man will rush the passer since Vic Beasley once upon a time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
You know what's funny, man? How you go from being the dirty bird to just just a roasted bird? That just doesn't make no sense.
28-3 will do that to you.
It will do.
You just got ghosts for a while.
Roasted bird sounds pretty good right now. Some kind of roasted bird. Jalen Blair says, Clowney gone, want on a 1-year deal, $12 to $15 million. Cardinals have that.
Johnny, you okay with that, though? And I'm not.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh, no way.
Excuse my language. Clowney, on a 1-year deal, mercenary that he is, can come in. He had 9 sacks for Cleveland last year. You know what he does great? For the Bird City? He stops the run, which the Cardinals can't do.
He doesn't stop the run.
He does. He's a tremendous player against the run.
Tell you what, you won't get out of him.
He better, because he doesn't get double-digit sacks.
I want to reunite Watt and Clowney in Arizona. Give me that.
We got a little Houston over here.
I will will it into existence. But this draft, just give me offensive. Like today, if the Cardinals went tackle, guard, running back,
They went the end.
Yep. Arnold Ibikadi.
I'm not going
off the board.
attempt to
Penn
pronounce
State?
his last name. I just say Arnold from Penn State.
Ibikadi.
A lot of people mocked
Sounds
him in the last couple of days to Arizona at 23. He falls to Atlanta at 38.
It's a good pick for them. I think he had a good pro day. I mean, coming from a good school that has some good pass rushers that have come out there, linebackers out of that university. It's a good pick. I mean, it stinks for the Arizona Cardinals because now that moves a couple guys down.
I just feel like if they were going to prioritize edge, they would have done it already.
Well, I was going to say, like, after Karlaftis went, and I think Karlaftis is actually in the same tier as a guy like Ebiketie and like Boye Mafe.
He's
like,
in the same tier?
I think
He's
so.
a third team.
The Cardinals
All-American?
told us when they didn't pony up for Hassan Reddick, when they didn't sign a free agent edge rusher, when they didn't want Jermaine Johnson or George Karlaftis, when they traded for Hollywood Brown, they are not prioritizing edge rusher this year for whatever reason. If they've got an ace in their hole, I know Jalen in the chat says they only have $5 million. They have not yet on overthecap.com released Jordan Phillips, so they're going to have over $20 million they can play around with. I feel like they have their ace in their sleeve with one of these veterans, whether it be Justin Houston, Melvin Ingram, Jadeveon Clowney. They're not into the edge rushers. How can you not take that away from what their inactivity? They're into the receivers. We knew that. We knew they wanted a receiver. Tony Pauline, John Gambadaro, everybody said they want a wideout. What'd they do? They went and traded for Kyler's best friend who, oh, by the way, plays receiver, right? I think Jeff Gladney is their answer for their number 3 corner. I think they're going to bring back Robert Alford. Something tells me, gentlemen, this is going to be another offensive pick. I think they're going to go offensive line here.
And that's fine. It's like pitching in baseball. You can never have enough of it. You get an offensive line. We saw kind of the revolving door due to injuries, whether it's Justin Pugh getting injured last year, dealing with the tackles being out, and you had DJ Humphries dealing with COVID. And you're never going to start the season with an offensive line unit and finish it. I mean, that'd be very rare, and you'd be one of the luckiest teams in the NFL. And you'd probably be very successful with that happening.
You would be. I agree. I mean, I saw the transition us for the Arizona Cardinals in 1998. We went and got an older veteran in Lomas Brown, but we had some young guys that was here. And just having that depth that we needed at our offensive line was absolutely helpful for us to be successful that year. So I agree with you on that. I'll always say, yes, you should always provide some sense of protection for your quarterback. And if you can't, then your offensive coordinator basically has to become a rollout specialist and a guy that knows how to shift and move guys and the best way to protect these guys. So I agree with you on that. If they go offensive line, I'm going to be honest with you, I'll be a little disappointed.
No.
Yeah, I'll be a little disappointed. Because, man, I think you need to make a splash on the defense.
In the dirt NFC, you can score points and get your way to the postseason. You do not need a great defense. Cardinals can be middle of the pack. If they're repping a top 5 offense next year, which I think is the ceiling for this team right now, with the amount of weapons they brought in, you keep Kyler Murray healthy, Cliff Kingsbury in his 4th year, you're making the playoffs, either winning the division or a wild card. I'm over defense at this point. I'm over watching rookies not play.
You need to get back in love with defense to some capacity.
I'm
I know that
Like over defense.
DVOA.
Some of our best games this past year, the shootout with the Vikings, hell yeah, offense won that game. To me, it just covers up so many flaws.
I mean,
You can't say DVOA when Johnny's in the room. He doesn't like it.
No?
No.
Okay.
That's a made-up
He
term.
doesn't like nerd stats.
DVOA? What's a DVOA?
It's defensive value over adjustment. It measures how good a defense is, but Johnny doesn't believe it.
I mean,
The Cardinals were 6. Does that help you at all? That the Cardinals were good at it?
I'm more into DGAF. Don't give a fuck about DVOA. I'm into scoring points here in 2022.
Johnny's my
DGAF.
dude.
But what happened in that Minnesota game? What happened? So the Vikings lighted up in the first half, right?
Cardinals came back, baby.
But Vance Joseph dialed it up. He made some adjustments in the second half. They got off the
Get
field.
it together.
That defense
We got
started
a long way
getting
to
off
go
the
tonight.
field.
Everybody strap in. How many picks? We were about 15 picks away from the Arizona Cardinals. Chicago Bears are on the clock. They haven't made a pick yet because of their Justin Fields trade of last year. I think a lot of people feel like Chicago losing Allen Robinson would go wide receiver. I did, not to switch too much on a serious note, I did hear prior to tonight that George Pickens is falling for a reason. There are significant concerns with the former Georgia receiver with off-the-field issues dating back to his time in Athens. So I know a lot of people feel like it's going to be George Pickens. I think Christian Watkins, Sky Moore are the more likely targets. Watkins now gone. George Pickens, I think, could have a little bit of a fall tonight.
You know what? It'd be sad for him.
Yeah.
If I was him, man, I'd be consistently talking to people about how I've changed. I'm a better person, better man, and that I've grown a lot from the situations that I've had before and prior to that. But unfortunately, that's one of the things that once it hits you and that tag hits you, brother, it's hard to get off your back from that perspective.
And he didn't have the production either, so you have two things that are
but
against
purposely
you.
So that they don't have to draft you and pay you that big money. How about that?
and then he has to go to the right situation, the team willing to kind of, like, we think back to Steve Keim's first draft where he takes the Honey Badger out of LSU after he was dismissed from the team, and they had a mentor in place with Patrick Peterson and his family. You know, you're going to have to find that at the NFL level, you know, in modern day NFL. I don't know where that is for George Pickens, right? But he's talented. Looks like the Bears took Kyler Gordon, the Washington cornerback. He's going to the Windy City. They're trying to rebuild that defensive secondary, which was awful last season.
Could you make an argument the Bears have one of the worst rosters in the NFL? I mean, just the influx of talent that they've lost. They made it to the playoffs a couple times with, I can't even remember that last regime led by Mitch Trubisky and Matt Nagy, and now they've kind of been gutted a little bit. They lost Kyle Fuller.
They traded Khalil Mack.
Hakeem Akers, who a lot of Cardinal fans.
Is he still available?
He is. Defensive tackle. A lot of people think Cardinals should go after him. He's gone out of Chicago. Yeah, they're starting over. I feel bad for Justin Fields, somebody who I think is going to be a good player. But you talk about no offensive line help, no receiver help.
I like Jalen Blair's Perrion Winfrey from Oklahoma.
Just become the all-Sooner team?
Do it. I mean, they're a good program.
You don't worry about defenders.
NFL players what?
You don't worry about defenders in the Big 12. That concerns me
he's
a
playing
little bit.
He's playing up front. You know, they're still getting sacks. I mean,
it worries me a little bit. Now Brent Venables being there, like, I think they'll be better defensively, but I don't know. That I just have I hearken nightmares back to that year Kyler Murray won the Heisman because he basically had to score every drive because of how bad that Oklahoma defense was. But
I've seen people make the case for Winfrey even over Devontae Wyatt, who went in the first round for Georgia.
Yeah.
So if that's the type of talent he is, I'm sure.
I like defensive tackle more than edge rusher because I feel like the Cardinals can generate pressure with Marcus Golden, and I think Vance, one of his best things is he's able to, 2 years ago, losing Chandler Jones and getting what he did out of Hassan Reddick, he can create edge pressure. And I like the options at edge rusher. I feel like the Cardinals have been so lacking of talent on the defensive line since Calais Campbell was inexplicably allowed to leave. Even with Watt back next year, you can't trust his injury concerns. Zach Allen's going to be a free agent next offseason. Michael Dogby, Rashad Lawrence, Leki Fotu, those are rotational guys. If you can get an impact defensive tackle that you're high on, I'm all for it at 55.
I'd be happy with that too. I think that'd be it add to what you're trying to do and what you're trying to create. You've already built into your linebacking core, and then you have great youth in your defensive backfield. Guys that you've kind of locked up contractually too, which has been pretty good. But you need something on the front. Of course, I agree with you. Look, we don't know. JJ might be done. He might be one and done. And the rest of the guys, I mean, the Junkyard Dog, he might be gone because somebody might offer him new money. He could come out with 10 to 12 sacks.
You're right. Like the Cardinals don't have a ton of defensive players under contract after next year.
We don't. And so those are the parts where you got to make sure that you replenish that fold so that you don't have to pay out so much money coming up when you have these young guys that these 4 and 5 year deals are coming up for contract.
I like Cardinals update. Let's get Cody Ford here to Arizona. So Cody Ford, once upon a time, Kyler Murray's teammate, tackle, and then I think plays guard for Buffalo, was in that same draft with Hollywood Brown and Kyler Murray. So we're just going to trade for all the players from that 2018 Oklahoma team and try to reintroduce that in the desert.
It's Cliff would be happy.
Yeah,
that's the biggest thing.
He's not going to take the Oklahoma job, but he's going to just coach.
That is another one of Kyler's best friends is Cody Ford. Man, that'd be hilarious. The Cardinals flip like a day 3 pick for him.
Just whatever you want, Kyler. So are we concerned at all if the Seahawks land Malik Willis here? Or?
Yeah, because I think we all think he can be pretty good.
Our guy Shane, he's nodding intently. He's hoping it's going to happen that the next franchise quarterback.
I'll tell you one thing about Malik Willis, though. It's going to be hard for the Seattle Seahawks to replace the leadership and the determination of a Russell Wilson, and they will feel that impact for years. It's hard. Drew Lock, he's played as a starting quarterback in the NFL, and he couldn't get the Denver Broncos to be anything. And I'm just saying, but you talking about a starting quarterback, first-round draft pick, they brought him in. But leadership and determination of Russell Wilson, we did not, as the Arizona Cardinals, want to see Russell Wilson here and pull out the victory.
After week 17, we
did not want to see him. So that in itself says they can go get Malik, and I mean, again, that'd be good for a young kid with the opportunity to go out and try to replace one version of a greatness and play for the 12. But guess what? They're gonna feel the funk of that man for a long time.
I feel like they think Drew Lock can be the guy.
He hasn't put the back-to-back games together in his entire career.
Which speaks to their ignorance. I think Pete Carroll's incredibly ignorant, and I don't think they're taking a quarterback here.
Well, they go edge.
They didn't take him.
They go edge. They take the Minnesota pass rusher, Boye Mafe.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would rather have Russell Wilson than an edge from Minnesota and an offensive tackle from Mississippi State, as much as I like Charles Cross. This Seahawk team, I'm sorry, Shano, producer Shane, has 5-12 written all over it. Maybe they're trying to bottom out next year for one of the top quarterbacks.
Malik Willis could be there in the third round. Desmond Ridder could be in the third round. They could get old Russell Wilson special.
We've had one quarterback drafted.
Yeah, one. Kenny Pickett. He's got tiny, just child hands.
I feel like
in Pittsburgh,
with the way this is trending, edge is not going to be the option at 55. You can't imagine now with this run on edge rushers that they're going to have somebody worth the 55 pick. Now they could trade back. I think we're destined. Everybody, we're gonna do a show all the way through the third round. I think the Cardinals are destined to trade out from pick 100. If I could bet on that at the DraftKings Sportsbook app, I would with that promo code PHNX. I think Keim wants to be back playing around in the fourth round like he got Marco Wilson last year. I think he makes his second and his third round pick, but I think he would like to trade down from 100. What are your thoughts on that, guys?
Yeah, I mean, sure. If they're gonna get some, what are they getting in return? And that's fourth and fifth round pick,
and who's making this roster as a late day 3 pick? But they've got 2 6s, 3 7s. To me, like, can we package those and move up tomorrow? I would get aggressive and try to have at the end of the day like maybe 2 or 3 fourth rounders because I do think there's some value there.
There's a lot of holes in opportunity, especially here, especially on defensive front wise. We've talked about and again, we got people talking about lining up with you, saying you guys are okay with the offensive line for Kyler or just for some depth on this offense, so that's cool. But we do have some holes that we can fulfill.
Did the Seahawks, real quick, Frank, not to interrupt you, back-to-back picks?
Yes.
The Seahawks
running back.
So in Pete Carroll fashion, Chris Carson breaks out last year as Shane puts his hand in his face.
Rashad Penny too.
Rashad Penny was the one that did that.
Kicks everybody's ass at the end of the year.
Yes.
God, thank God for Pete Carroll, 7-year-old
John Schneider,
senile man running around with his shirt off. Not going to be able to do a damn thing. Are they letting Kenneth Walker play quarterback, Shane? Get a microphone for producer Shane. So
he's weeping.
Hey, these are great highlights against Wake Forest.
He has a microphone. He just about to swallow it. You guys see that comeback
against Wake Forest and Syracuse? Oh, my God.
It is interesting to see Cardinals update what Gambo said about the O-line. Do you think about what Keim said yesterday and who they were eyeing if they stuck and picked? If they went 23, was it Tyler Lindenbaum?
So I think the value right now is offensive line. I think you can get a top interior offensive lineman that will be able to compete with Will Hernandez at 55.
Is it Dylan Farnham that from Kentucky?
Yeah, I like him. Let me give you a couple other names. Okay. So right now, the guys I would target if I were the Arizona Cardinals, Dylan Farnham out of Memphis. I would look at Sean Ryan out of UCLA, Darian Kennard out of Kentucky, who is a right tackle that ain't can play right guard, all SEC player. Give me some SEC love. Ed Ingram, Jamari Slater. There are 4 or 5 guys, I think. The kid from Memphis, I feel like, is the general consensus. I worry about the competition level. To me, the kid from Kentucky, Kennard, Ingram from LSU, or Sailor from Georgia, who had an opportunity to meet at the Combine, like, you can't go wrong with a mid-round SEC player. Like, I just feel like that plays interior offensive line. Their floor is so high. Once upon a time, the Cardinals took Mason Cole. He was at a middling Michigan program at the time. Like, give me guys who competed against the best in the SEC that the pressure was on every Saturday to compete and perform. I feel like at minimum you're going to get your worth during the rookie contract. I love that it's trending offense, by the way. I'm so excited until they break my heart.
Like, we're in a good position. Seattle is definitely breaking my man's heart over here without a doubt.
Shano, man.
Shano is definitely sad.
Still no quarterback.
I just take Malik Willis out of this. Sure, no, it doesn't matter quarterback, but you don't need a running back here, and you don't reach for a running back in the second round. You don't draft running backs early. This is still too early. I don't understand.
The good news is we all feel like the Seahawks were a running back away, right? From
Yeah,
competing.
very true. Yeah, never. I didn't think about it that way.
STTL sports here? What are we talking Seahawks so in depth here? Come on.
Well, we like to dance on Seattle's grave because they're now going into irrelevance with no Russell Wilson.
I thought with Seattle, I was kind of concerned what they were going to do with this pick, whether it was going to be quarterback or one of their
Imagine how it would change if they had taken
I like the previous pick just before that, but they go edge. They something that they've been lacking for so long. They had Carlos Dunlap that they brought over from Cincinnati for a season and a half. So, but then to see them go with a running back, it's just like, okay, they're gonna continue to do the definition of insanity there up in Seattle.
Hey man, when you got Drew Lock, it's all
yeah,
gravy,
you got Drew
baby.
Lock. But here's what you should be concerned about, though, or at least that's what I thought before they made that dumb pick. Is they're gonna be a problem beyond 2022. Like 2022, they're gonna be a doormat.
Yeah,
like you're gonna get 2 wins off them. You should get 2 wins off them
at least.
And then
the Cardinals beat their ass with Colt McCoy.
They did. Yeah, and Russell Wilson had a surgically repaired middle finger.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
In week 17,
Yeah.
he gave him the
and
middle
he gave him the
finger.
bird all the way out of here too.
Phoenix Suns asking why is George Pickens still there? Off the field concerns, and I would imagine production at the University of Georgia. There was talk earlier today that he could fall to day 3, and I think right now we're seeing it. If George Pickens did not have concerns off the field, he would have been picked by now. With the run on receivers, with the sense of urgency the teams have had. I'm also pretty surprised Sky Moore hasn't been picked yet. Somebody that a lot of people thought could sneak into the back half of the first round, maybe between picks 25 to 32. Sly saying Kim Dichie not Polo G saying the Vikings have traded up. So they traded down, allowed Green Bay to take Christian Watkins. Now they've traded up. Is this a value play for them? Kevin O'Connell, now their head coach, offensive guy, where you say, okay, let's get Malik and sit him behind Kirk Cousins.
Or Ritter or whoever they like the best. Because was it Kellen Mond? They had
good.
zero confidence in Kellen.
Remember what happened last year?
They took a 3rd round flyer on Kellen Mond, and it was pretty much just lighting that pick on fire.
Yes.
So if they could potentially go here, but to back up Kirk Cousins. I mean, I don't know what the Vikings are one of the oddest teams in 2022 draft. The wheeling and dealing. I feel like Kevin Costner's in there making the picks.
I want to remind everybody right now in the chat, if you would please go follow PHNX_Cardinals on Twitter. We are like 3 followers away from hitting 4,000 followers.
Don't sound desperate like that.
We are desperate. I'm very desperate. Go follow us, PHNX_Cardinals on Twitter. You're going to get all the updates, all the articles, all the exclusive content redirected to our website, all the video. It's just, we have a lot of fun on that Twitter account. Go give it a follow. It would mean a lot to me, a personal favor to me, as we sit here live downtown Phoenix for the 2022 NFL Draft. And gentlemen, we are now how many picks away from the Arizona Cardinals?
So 42nd. So we're 13 picks, or about to be 12 picks away.
Shane, why am I still on this one shot? My dumb head, my big fat head on this one
showing
shot.
off that nice lid from PHNX Locker.
You know what? This is probably a good time to sport a little bit of gear at PHNX, the PHNX merchandise locker. I believe it's at phnxlocker.com. You get this hat right here for $30. You can get this T-shirt for free if you sign up for a membership. Again, just under $60 at gophnx.com, the PHNX merchandise locker. Rep it proudly in the Valley.
The Vikings war room looks like NASA. They've got several levels to it, but they're just making dumb moves. They're acquiring draft capital, but they made Lewis Seen was their draft at the end of the first round yesterday. They're finally making a pick now. It's good to see Minnesota just kind of can't figure it out.
You play with this guy, Frank?
You know, he got drafted in 1970. He was drafted in the 2nd round. In 1972, Sanders over here, Fort Lauderdale. Frank was born in 1973, sir.
I only can make jokes about Frank because he's 2 seats over. He can't beat my ass on camera. I have Bo Brock as a buffer thing.
I'm the only guy that can chug on this damn show.
Fort
All right,
Lauderdale.
we
Yeah,
don't-
you are the only guy. That is facts.
I can't deal with that
I can't
anymore. I
chug
got
it.
dragged so much yesterday. The Vikings go. Got this guy. He's really milking his time up there.
I think he's lost.
This
This guy played DB.
yikes. Different time. Be like me trying to guard Justin Jefferson out there. Well, here's the thing. The Minnesota Vikings, a lot of people are picking them as a trendy team to win the NFC North, with Green Bay potentially staking a step back, no Devontae Adams. The Cardinals were fortunate to beat the Vikings last year on a missed kick.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the Vikings with Kirk Cousins, Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, Dalvin Cook, this probably is a defensive pick, wouldn't you say? Feels like defense if they don't go quarterback here.
And Lewis Seen was a guy that was projected in the top 20 that they brought in at the end of the first round. And, yeah, they could quietly have a good second pick here after they traded down again with a division. They let Green Bay go up and get Christian Watson.
Kahana in the chat. Hello from Litchfield Park, West Side. Hello to you.
Hello.
Welcome to PHNX Draft Day Live 2022. As we're hanging out for the second and third round, waiting on these sweet day 2 picks for the Arizona Cardinals. This Joker.
This guy's comedy
like,
routine needs to end.
We're trying to get to the action, sir. And
If they had music like the Emmys,
Yes.
the music would be playing.
get
Right
his
now. Oh,
corpse off the stage.
Frank, what would you do if you were asked to do this? Would you be still
No,
drumming
I'd
on
be,
like
I'd,
this,
no,
gentleman?
I'd be done by now.
God damn. He looks like he should be working like a manager at Men's Warehouse. Burlington Coat Factory.
Yeah.
Look, they're trying to kick his ass off.
Just-
He can't even figure out where the card is. All
They
right.
had a
They had
stagehand
somebody come
go
tell-
up there and say, "Hey, read the
He's
effing
like,
card."
my name is Ed
Oh
Malorino.
my God.
Is this guy protest? Is he filibustering for
it's
some
actually
reason?
Chris Angel in disguise.
This guy sucks.
He's real bad. Hopefully it's an omen. Oh, Andrew
They go
Booth
Clemson.
Jr. goes to Minnesota.
That's a good pickup,
I
though.
like what
mean,
they're
to trade
doing
out
there.
Gladney to him,
Yeah,
that's a good pickup.
apologize about the slander just a few
No,
seconds
there's
ago.
no apologies.
They
That guy
get-
was
he was a
terrible.
little longer.
They get Booth, they get Seen, they've got P2
Uh-oh.
coming back, and
Uh-oh.
then they've got Harrison Smith.
Uh-oh.
That's not a bad defensive secondary that they've got there.
Cardinals stole Jeff Gladney from them, so they have to remake their secondary. They're trotting out Patrick Peterson's 40-year-old ass. So Andrew Booth Jr. now joins the secondary. Steve Kine, by the way, local radio today said that he believes Jeff Gladney is going to be a fixture in their secondary. They're incredibly confident in the former TCU first-round pick of the Vikings, somebody that they had a high pick on once upon a time. And it seems like the Vikings take a corner high every year, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Look, they actually have been able to produce some really, really good cornerbacks in the NFL in that regards. Just as when you look at their teams, it's either defensive line or the cornerbacks. You don't really know many of their linebackers that you would say that was great in that timeline. So it's a D line or cornerbacks for the most part. He's coming out of Clemson, man. You know, he's going to have that energy. You know what's crazy about this draft right now? And everyone can, you guys, you saw the mock draft. And what's going on right now, it's just like not the mock draft, what everyone thought it would be. First round, second round, third round, everything's been off kilt. And I don't know what threw it off kilt, but in reality, these kids right now are going to have a lot of energy about themselves.
They
and what it takes.
forecasted sunshine, and it's been rain this entire draft. Like they haven't hit. This
Giants.
guy, Wan'Dale
Giants going
Robinson
receiver, interesting.
from Kentucky.
Wow. The Giants are telling you they do not like Malik Willis. They do not like Desmond Ritter.
Wan'Dale Robinson. They've added another piece to try to give your boy Daniels another opportunity,
That
man, to get the
guy's-
ball out of his hand a lot
That guy's
faster.
terrible. He's
They
terrible.
gave him offensive line, which was
terrible.
great.
Daniel Jones.
He is. He's
He's not playing the Pac-12 right now. He could not start for ASU right now, much less the New York Giants.
Ooh, I don't know. About
All
that.
right, Johnny.
No, he's
Is
don't
that,
give
is
him
that
that.
because as soon as he gets here, he's in the portal or what?
Yeah, it's true.
Okay.
Herm Edwards would not take a flyer.
By the way, the Eric Gentry, middle linebacker for ASU, the star of their defense who transferred, he's going to USC. Just got announced like an hour ago, so that's very
Staying in the
fun.
Pac-12
he'll be
South,
all
huh?
Pac-12 in about a year.
he was first team freshman All-American last
He
year.
was
so-
great on PHNX Sun Devils just about a month ago.
Yes, he was.
He's going to go join Lincoln Riley.
Jalen Blair in the chat says the Giants got like 12 wide receivers right now.
They're paying big money for that position, and they just make a move for Wan'Dale Robinson. He kind of actually, you know what? If Galladay can stay healthy and they've got the slot figured out, if they got a gadget player in Wan'Dale, he's a good player.
I feel like Philadelphia is a sleeping giant, not only in NFC East, but in the NFC in general. They have
don't have
so
a
many
quarterback.
picks.
They got
You don't like
Jalen
Jalen
Hurts.
Hurts? We like Jalen Hurts,
Not to
right?
move them through the postseason. I mean, I
Really?
think I think
They
he
can win
win
that division.
You talking about national?
Yeah,
champion guy?
it's a horrible division. It's awful.
No, man.
The
Yeah,
NFC least.
But you have to look at like right now. I think when you look at the quarterbacks that are playing, these kids, most of these kids right now, they have both sets of gift skills, and in the right system, of course, the RPO offense opens up a little bit, but you got to be creative. And I think what you saw him be able to produce with just his tenacity and desire, he rallied that team in a lot of ways, and that team kind of got on his back. Of course, they had a couple of things off the field, but I mean, I think that's the same thing what happened with Baltimore when it came to Lamar. He got there and all that energy and that passion. These guys got chips on their shoulders.
Right. And I think it's all well and good over a 17-game season and maybe 1 or 2 games in the postseason, but when you need to win 4 games in a row, you're playing against the top-tier talent, you have to be able to make every throw.
That's
and
true.
I just don't think that Jalen Hurts possessed the ability to do that. We've seen even Jimmy Garoppolo, who had so much success, he would win a ton of games in the regular season. And when it came down to making the throw that you need to make to win the game,
Didn't do it.
he couldn't do it.
There's only been 3 quarterbacks in the last 12 years that's been able to do that.
What was it in the Last Dance with
only been 3
Michael,
quarterbacks.
with MJ, and he said some can and some can't, right?
I agree.
And I think that Jalen Hurts, I just don't. I'm very skeptical as far as that.
So I'm gonna take a Jalen Hurts and I'm gonna do what they did with Eli Manning. Build a team around me and we can win.
Yeah.
And Eli Manning got 2 championships off 2 Hail Mary throws. One, I was supposed to be sacked. I wasn't sacked. I threw it up and the guy cut off his helmet. And then I did another moment like that. So I give Eli that situation. But if you build a team around a guy, you give him some opportunities. When you know he has weaknesses, then you have to make sure you manage that. Kyler Murray has no weaknesses besides being, if you want to call his height a weakness. Still won the Heisman Trophy, 2-time Pro Bowler. Got historical 70 touchdowns, 20 rushing touchdowns, rushed for 1,000 yards. The number goes on and on and on and on. But in that regards, there's certain players. Sometimes as a coach, you don't draft a quarterback just because you want him to be the one. He's not a Tom Brady. That's asinine to think that there's a Tom Brady in these drafts that's coming out that you're going to find in the 6th round that's going to be determined and grow into and mature into this Super Bowl Hall of Fame GOAT of a player. But you have to realize that this is a team, and what you do is you build that team and try to allow the players around them to the ones you're paying $10 and $12 and $15 million, let them earn their checks. Stop trying to be, and that's something in college you don't have that opportunity. It's me, Johnny, and you. We're the 3 best players on our team.
We are.
God damn it, let's throw the ball. Let's get it done. We're gonna make it happen.
And
Everybody
Damian.
else is just out here for us.
And Damian.
Yeah.
And Damian. That's just we're the
Those are
festival
3
players out
A's.
of.
But
those
he's a
details.
running back, so we don't pay him.
But that's right. No, we don't, yeah,
What
we
am
don't-
I then? That's scary.
So-
If we don't pay Damian, what are you paying me?
So if you have old man memory like Johnny does, here's a recap of the first 10 picks in the 2nd round.
Yes, we'd love to see it. This is the draft so far, according to PHNX. Logan Hall, somebody the Arizona Cardinals liked a lot out of the University of Houston, went to Todd Bowles in Tampa Bay. The Packers traded up with the Minnesota Vikings to get Christian Watkins, North Dakota State. Barf, no thanks. Roger McCreary, defensive back, Auburn, Frank's alma mater, Tennessee. Breece Hall going to the New York Jets. I don't think they have any direction under Robert Saleh. Jalen Petrie Dish, went to Houston at pick 37. Safety, Arnold, the kid from Penn State. Good hell, I can't pronounce his last name. Kyler Gordon, cornerback, Washington. Thought we might get another Kyler in Arizona. Nope, not meant to be.
Going to
Goes to Chicago. Boye Mafi, outside linebacker, edge rusher, goes to Seattle. And then good hell, they go back-to-back, take an undersized running back, Kenneth Walker from, I believe, Michigan State.
Correct.
Andrew Booth Jr., Clemson, had some medical concerns, fell out of the first round. And now we just had Alabama, Johnny Mitchell. Johnny Mitchie.
Did they trade up for that?
I don't. Houston
did.
Texans
Traded
went
to
up.
get him?
Johnny Mitchie.
That's kind of an interesting trade up. John
NFL
Mechie.
AZ Cardinals saying, I love the Hollywood Brown trade. Brother, you and I both. when you see kind of the options here. Everybody loves more picks until the push comes to shove and you look what's available and you're like, I don't think any of these guys are any good, right? Now some of these players are going to turn into Pro Bowlers, and then some of them you're going to show up to camp and then they can't play. The Cardinals got a asset that's proven in the NFL that we feel like could be an ascending player in the desert with Hollywood Brown. Gentlemen, Travis Jones still on the board. Come on, Steve Keim, according to Jordan P. I wouldn't mind that, but I really do feel like, gentlemen, as we are about 11 picks away, 55, the Cardinals' first official pick that they could potentially make, barring a trade up or trade down, that we're going toward offensive line. I feel like we are destined for an interior offensive lineman. What do you think?
I think as long as a guy like Spiller isn't there,
Ooh, that'd be tasty.
It would. You've got teams, though. You got a couple teams between you and him, and that's a ton of picks. And running back, second round, just kind of seems to be the trend. Look at the league leaders every year; it's filled with second and third round picks.
Yep.
I don't have a problem with the offensive line. I think the edge, there's still enough guys there, but you might be able to tap into that. Your 2 third-round picks. So we still got a long way to go. So I'm not going to put my name on anything just yet, Frank.
Can I just vent real quick about Baltimore? Because Baltimore's on the clock right now. Everybody just loves to slobber all over the Ravens, and everybody was dragging the Cardinals today. What'd the Ravens do yesterday? They got a safety and a center. Okay. Draft statistics, analysis, reports would tell you one of those guys is not going to pan out, right? Just based on analytics, one of those two guys is not going to get a second contract. Those are also two positions, and I love Budda Baker and Rodney Hudson. Those are two positions that are not prioritized for a lot of NFL franchises. It's edge rusher, it's quarterback, it's receiver now, it's number one cornerback, it's offensive tackle. I just feel like everybody just loves to go nuts over the Ravens. The Cardinals made the playoffs last year. The Ravens didn't. I think the Ravens are worse today. I think the Cardinals are better with Hollywood Brown. So, again, Kyle Hamilton's a nice player. He fell for a reason because teams aren't prioritizing safety like they once did. Tyler Linderbaum, he's a nice player. He's a center. He's undersized. To me, the Ravens, every year we do this. Kuiper is one of the biggest culprits because he's from Maryland. They get the A+ every year. They're not winning championships anymore. Joe Flacco, that happened like a decade ago. I'm over the Ravens' love. I just had to say that.
I think you're in the minority.
I am. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. I want to be.
About the Ravens?
Yeah.
I think that they've done it. I think
they screwed my man Frank Sanders.
Ozzie Newsome.
Now that happened.
And Costa, I think they do a great job bringing talent in there. And
they do, but I just feel like they get too much love.
Absolutely. I mean, they win every draft, but what does it translate to them?
Okay, name 5 great current Raven players.
Lamar Jackson.
They have a linebacker.
Can I count J.K. Dobbins?
Hope he's hurt.
Patrick Queen.
His leg blew up.
He said 9. 5, Andrew. The tight end.
Patrick Queen great? He hasn't made a Pro Bowl
you want
yet.
great. You want great.
You want great.
I want great players.
Yeah.
They're so great. They do such good things in the draft. Oh my goodness, the Baltimore Ravens.
They always, year in and year out, they always have one of the deepest
A+.
rosters. Right, and that's one thing. A lot of fans fall in love with these deep ass rosters that they're good to get to the postseason, but when the lights get a little bit brighter, they get their ass kicked. So, I hear what you're saying, but I can't deny that each and every year they don't put together
They're competitive.
A very good draft.
Marlon Humphreys, Mark Andrews.
Marlon Humphreys was toast last year.
I want to ask everybody, please, don't if you know the picks, try not to spoil them in the chat.
Too late.
So we can react organically.
Give it up.
I don't care. Yeah, I don't care.
Bo doesn't care. I
don't
It's
care.
a pet peeve of mine. I like to see the reaction of my co-hosts, but
It's over.
everybody knows the pick. Everybody's on Twitter. That's
Justin
fine.
Tucker. He's elite.
Oh, good hell.
The man.
Here we go. The Baltimore Ravens are taking David Ajobu.
Another first round talent. Look at what the Ravens do.
Yeah,
oh my
David
God.
Ajobu, who's
I'm
Achilles
slobbering
blew
all
out.
over my microphone.
I will say this. One thing I talked to somebody today, man. I said it. The Ravens medical staff is just amazing. And so for them to take him, knowing that he's coming in with an Achilles, give him that time to grow and whatnot. Of course, the way the medicine right now and the ability, what it takes, man, is to get back. They get these guys back pretty fast, faster than they did back in the days. And if you're going to get a linebacker / good DN then I think you've won in that pick.
I will say that I'm not effing with anybody with an Achilles. Still,
No.
it's still one of those injuries they haven't figured out. But
That's facts.
what's the reason? Because the like John Hopkins is around there. It's just a
And most of the doctors that are there are on the Raiders staff. The Ravens staff.
Right on cue on Twitter, the blue check marks, literally 3 consecutive tweets. The Ravens are just better than everybody else at doing this. Oh, they just do their thing. They're so great. Right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook app, the Cardinals have a higher win total projection for next year in what I would argue is a better division. So, yeah, awesome, Ravens. You took a player that's going to redshirt next year. Hooray. You might as well trade Lamar Jackson. You traded your number 1 receiver. Just everybody pump the brakes on the Ravens.
What I found interesting?
They're not better than Cincinnati.
Let's pile on the Ravens, though. What I found interesting today, too, from the Hollywood Brown press conference was that he requested a trade a long time ago this offseason.
They did.
He's been aiming for a trade all offseason long. And if everything's so perfect there in Baltimore, in the facility in Owings Mills, then why does a player the caliber of Hollywood Brown want out of there? And obviously it's the scheme, right?
Yeah.
He didn't think they were utilizing the wide receiver position correctly. And he's dealing with Mark Andrews being a target, just monster in that offense.
Yeah.
Monster. I know that feeling when I was there. Todd Heap was the star. He was a stud guy. And the offense just transitioned. The Ravens try to take on the mentality that we will physically beat you offensively and defensively. We're not Pittsburgh. We're not 3 and 4 or 5 wide receivers who are 6 foot whatever that can blaze down the field. They did that when they won the Super Bowl, when they had Ishmael. They had Ishmael and a couple of guys that were just they were lightning rods. But in reality, they transitioned and the mentality has always been, it's a hardworking town. Baltimore has this grit about it, and all they want to do is pound people. And basically, when you look at it, I think that's the difference in how they want to project. Harbaugh offense is what on a grade. Want to give it a grade on the scale of the mindsets of the best minds in the game.
A B minus.
A B minus. You give it a B minus, C plus. I take that too.
And he was a special teams guy before he went to Baltimore. The Lions just drafted Pascal, the defensive end out of Kentucky. Nice player, 6'2", 270. They get to pair him with Aiden Hutchinson, with Dan Campbell in the Motor City. And gentlemen, I think the pipe dream of an edge rusher at 55 looks about as much of a likelihood as one of the elite receivers falling to the Cardinals in round 1 yesterday. It is a bare carcass right now being picked over by damn near everybody else here at the beginning of round 2. Round 1, it was the receivers. Round 2 now, it's the edge rushers, these rotational guys, Ajobu, Pascal. To me, the Cardinals, I would go the opposite direction. The offensive, we haven't had one offensive lineman taken today, which is unbelievable.
It's pretty crazy.
But they said that it was like there were 10 receivers that were elite receivers, not 6, but 10, at least 10 receivers that were elite that you can plug and play. And one guy said there was about 20 defensive linemen that he liked in the draft that he thought
Jeremiah said that
he thought I was okay with it. These guys you can plug and play, and that's why the board looks that way. And unfortunately, offensive linemen they're probably going to be late 4th and 5th round guys.
Shane, can you get me some wings? Do we have wings here that we can eat?
Yeah,
Shane,
yeah, sure, buddy.
Shane's looking at me and he said no. Washington's on the clock.
I'm literally talking on the stream.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I have a mic.
I didn't know if that was actually hooked up or if that was not a real thing.
Oh.
It's interesting, Johnny's vitriol for the city of Baltimore.
I'm fine with it.
Watch The Wire.
I like Baltimore. I love crab.
One of the greatest series of all time.
I love crab cakes. Listen, I love crab cakes. I love the East Coast.
Bomb.
I have a cousin who lived in Washington. I cannot stand the slobber fest with the Ravens every year in the draft. I've seen it so many times.
It's that Harbaugh magic.
How many?
Sly is always into my just get Harbaugh.
I feel like every year it's like, well, they drafted 7 Hall of Famers this year. It's like, good hell, one of these players might be decent. Washington's on the clock. They went wide receiver. Johan Dotson, by the way, Arizona Cardinal mock draft darling, showed up today at Washington's facility. Brought a football with him. That was kind of cute. Did you see that?
Did he really?
Brought a football with him when he stepped out of his truck or whatever he was coming out of, to show he is in fact a football player.
So yeah, they traded down with the Saints, who ended up getting Chris Olave, right? And they get a couple picks, and then they ended up going Jahan Dotson at 16th overall.
Yeah,
which that was the run. I mean, you would, at that point you're like, oh, old news. Who the F cares? Because the Arizona Cardinals had gotten their wide receiver, I think, when 15 was up, right?
Yeah, Dotson. And then I think everybody at that point, I know I talked to a couple of people right after the draft, when the Hollywood Brown trade happened. I'm sure people in the chat can relate to this. A lot of people were like, I don't know, that seems like a lot. I don't love it. And then they watched the onslaught of prospects that the Cardinals were going to literally pick for pick. Dotson, Zion Johnson, Kenyon Green. Green went before Zion Johnson. Trent McDuffie went before the Cardinals. People were jumping above that pick 23 after it became Baltimore's property, and then they traded down. I just feel like outside of like maybe Jermaine Johnson, who I think a lot of people cooled on, almost 24 years old. He's an older player, maybe a limited ceiling. The Cardinals made fans feel better, especially like Keim came out and said last night and today, like, give him credit. He's like, that's exactly how I thought it was going to go. That's why we had conversations with Baltimore. More of that from Steve Keim, because last year I feel like they stood around, and unfortunately Zaven Collins was the only one remaining at pick 16. Hopefully he turns out to be a decent player. Then, of course, the infamous draft of 2017 when they weren't proactive up to go get Deshaun Watson or Patrick Mahomes and instead took Hassan Reddick. Keim, for whatever reason, in the first round clearly has been below average. I think last night was one of his better moments in franchise history.
It only falls in the same place that what we've been talking about him, is that he's not a great first round draft pick guy. I don't understand why that is the case. I mean, the Arizona Cardinals, we have holes that need to be filled.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be hard to do that when you look at it. It's not like being the 23rd pick, I get it. That doesn't mean that you're desperate like we was when we end up going to get Kyler.
Yeah.
But it does mean that you still got holes you can fulfill, with the idea that this guy potentially will be better. And hopefully, man, this is the next couple, we always thought this, remember the second round, third round is best days. Maybe this would be something that's going to shake the world again.
Yeah, I feel like the Cardinals, to me, do their best work in this day historically, even dating back before Steve Keim.
Yeah. And answering Jalen Blair in the chat, and he might have just been joking around saying Hollywood's going to get tired of blocking 45 times a game. Or this is what he was as far as Baltimore and only getting 5 targets. He was saying all the right things today at his press conference, that he's not concerned about getting force-fed the ball in the Cardinals offense.
Like in college, I have guys around me, CeeDee Lamb, I play with Mark Andrews. It's not about the targets, it's about, what type of targets. What are guys good at? Put everybody in a position to do what they do good, and it's up to you to make the most out of your opportunity.
Which is great. Like I said, he said all the right things in the press conference today. Hollywood Marquise Brown knows how to win a press conference, which is great. As far as he's going to play that Will Fuller role that Fuller played opposite DeAndre Hopkins in Houston. That quality over quantity.
Yep.
He doesn't have to see the ball 10, 12 times a game in order to make an impact. He just needs to see maybe 6 to 7 big-time targets where he's going to get his hands on the ball and he's going to make a big play. And you got to like that. I mean, that's not a lot of wide receivers have that mentality. They want to see the ball coming their way a couple times every series.
Mathis, defensive tackle from Alabama, goes to Washington. God, Washington loves their defensive linemen from Alabama. They've got like 20 of them hoarded there. The Bears are on the clock again. Sky Moore, Nakobe Dean, both available there. Nakobe Dean, linebacker from Georgia. A lot of people thought he'd be a first-round pick. If he makes it to pick 55 and the Arizona Cardinals are sitting there in terms of the value, like, if you're Steve Keim, are you tempted with Nakobe Dean and say, okay, I'm going to move Isaiah Simmons to safety, I'm going to move Zaven Collins to edge rusher, or do you not even mess with it?
No, I'm not messing with that.
Okay.
I'm taking it.
Nobody's taking the bait? Okay, you're taking the bait.
I'm taking it. Yeah, I'm taking it. I think, when you watch his skill set, of course, he's not 6'5".
He's the 19th overall player rated by ESPN right now.
He's not, right now, but it wasn't in the first round. He was probably somewhere in the 40.
No. They had him as the 19th overall player beginning yesterday.
Really?
And he's fallen all this way.
Well, that's because the draft got crazy and some people got stupid. But
things are very dumb right now.
I'm cool with him. I've watched him play, man. I'm an SEC guy. He does again, but that entire defense was a bunch of dogs.
Yeah.
No pun intended, because they was from the Georgia Bulldogs, but they were a bunch of dogs, and they went out and balled, and so that ended up giving them the opportunity to win the national championship. I would take him. I think, I would take him, but because I think that You have to find that mix in the group of guys that you got to believe in. But here's another thing.
I think Zaven Collins can play outside linebacker.
I'm okay. Even if he can or cannot, you still need depth.
Yeah.
You need depth. And if you're going to get athleticism and depth, then go get that.
Bo can't listen to
Bo
this.
can't hear this, but why not, Bo? What you
You just invested back-to-back first rounders, and you already want to move. We're gonna play musical chairs with their position.
We did it with Hassan Reddick, and he stunk until they gave him 1 year. Then it was like, oh my god!
And they just said, hey, just get after the quarterback. Let's just simplify things.
That's what
I just hope.
Though.
I've got higher hopes for these guys than and Hassan, they finally got it right with Hassan Reddick. I just
3
I'm
years
not confident
later,
that's the right move.
So that's but let's just dig into that though. Just
for sure. And I appreciate an organization that's willing to pivot when it's necessary and make if it's the right move, it's the right move. I just don't know if it is. I mean, I think Zaven Collins is probably better set to play inside linebacker. I know he has a long way to go.
Yeah.
But
I agree with that.
And you're going to take a guy at 55th overall to replace a guy you just took 16th overall?
Move him around.
We didn't say replace him. I'm just saying, but do you know what? You know the long way to go sound like?
Season last time
that's what a long way to go.
I don't want to hear that.
That's
shit.
what a long.
I don't know. Ain't nobody want to hear that. Bookit says trade a pick for Daron Payne to Washington. I wouldn't hate that. The Cardinals.
I wouldn't either.
For the sake of this beat reporter and our website and our coverage, I would love to scrap all of those 6th and 7th round picks that are not going to make the team tomorrow and trade them for veterans and spice shit up a little bit. But I don't think that happens. I don't think we get that lucky. It's also worth asking, gentlemen, as the Cardinals have added yet another receiver to the receiving core, Antoine Wesley, A.J. Green, DeAndre Hopkins, Rondell Moore, Hollywood Brown. Is this the weekend we finally see Andy Isabella leave the Arizona Cardinals in the form of a trade? You think they can get anything for him?
No.
What if you just call somebody and they're picking in the 6th round and they want to move up for a guy, a couple spots? I don't think you're going to be able to trade Andy Isabella for a pick outright, but to move up a couple spots, he's got a relatively reasonable contract.
Andy Isabella is only relative because we keep talking about him. He has never done nothing for the Cardinals. He will not make the receiving core.
That's
he is
fine.
not that guy. So to trade him for some Wrigley's chewed spearmint gum, yes.
It's
so
like,
at least you have something to blow on because you blew him as a draft pick.
You did.
I mean,
some ice swallow.
I mean, right? It just doesn't make no sense. I got no problem with a player that's on the team. Trust me. I'm not a hater because I know
he's terrible.
But
no,
he's just not NFL. He's not NFL ready in this system with this team. Maybe somebody else will get him. Maybe, but a draft pick or a trade him for a pick. No, just do what you're supposed to do and do it right.
The Saints need to take Malik Willis here. If you're the Saints, you get Chris Olave, Malik Willis.
Let's have a run on quarterbacks here before the Cardinals pick.
We would be only so lucky if
Yeah.
that were to happen. I wonder how far we're going to get to a point where it's the least amount of quarterbacks drafted through so many picks. Kenny Pickett, number 20th overall, and that's it. Golden Matt Corral, everybody said he was going to sneak into the first round. That didn't happen. The kid out of USC, that didn't happen. Malik Willis, the biggest drop. Thank goodness he's not at the draft right now. He's home with family. He still hasn't been selected. I might forget Desmond Ridder, Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
His arm leaves a lot to be desired. See, the funny thing is when people are like, Desmond Ridder is Dak Prescott. He can be Dak. Well, yeah, you're saying that Desmond Ridder's ceiling is Dak Prescott, when in reality, he's probably Geno Smith or somewhere around there. So I just love when people are like, he can be another Kirk Cousins or Dak Prescott. Well, number one, those are fringe top 10 to 15 quarterbacks, and that's best case scenario. More than likely, they're not going to be that. They're going to be backups. Really, clearly, teams are telling us right now what they think of them.
You know what's funny about this draft stuff? Like Malik Willis should never thought he was going to be a day one guy.
Well, he was told that by everybody
That's
else.
what I'm saying. But that's why I say, like, if you're day one, you're like the last guy, an Aaron Rodgers, in that regards. And because the other guys that were ahead of you, like the year before and the 2 years before that, these guys, this is a young NFL, and across the board, NFL roster-wise, there's probably only 3 guys or 4 guys in the league that's got at least over 5 to 6 years of experience that's actually starting quarterbacks right now. Everybody else is relatively young, or they're older guys like a Tannehill that you still know you're only going to get about 6 to 7 real good games of play, that he won the football game, not that the team defense had 4 picks and 2 touchdowns and then blah, blah, blah. And so I think when you look at Malik Willis and he would have looked at himself and said, out of these guys that's at the draft, I'm pretty good.
Mm.
But I'm not the guys that were before me 2 years ago or a year before that's actually starting right now. Like, you got to really, if Tom Brady wasn't there, then I get it.
Mm.
If Aaron Rodgers wasn't there, then I get it. You can kind of see hope. But everything else that's moving right now in the NFL is a bunch of young talent with a bunch of young quarterbacks. If you just across the board when you look at the NFL, am I wrong? Am I missing something?
No, I don't think you are at all. I mean, it's just I can't believe we're sitting here still with one QB off the board. It is.
They're not that good though.
It hurts me.
But like they're not that good. Like
Right. It's
I
they're
thought
not
Malik Willis.
that good.
I thought Malik Willis
was 2019 though a cautionary tale. I mean, the quarterback selected after Kyler Murray in that draft, where you had Daniel Jones, who's a pile of crap, and then you've got poor Dwayne Haskins, rest in peace. You know, guys who, I mean, Haskins was on a second franchise, and Daniel Jones is going to be on a second franchise in a year.
Teams that are starting Marcus Mariota, somebody's going to start Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield. I just feel like,
but these guys, these guys.
I don't like
these guys,
I don't like any of them other than Malik. Sam Howell, good hell, he's terrible.
No.
The kid strong. The kid from Nevada cannot play. Desmond Ridder has a noodle arm. I think Malik Willis has NFL caliber traits for a starting quarterback that include a big arm and mobility. You love his intangibles. Like, I can work with that. If I'm a team like Carolina and I'm Matt Rule, who I'm on life support as their head coach, like, why not? Maybe it buys you an extra year before you inevitably get fired and sent packing back to the Big 12. There's just too many uneven, below average quarterbacks starting in the NFL right now. It seemed like a third of the league needed a quarterback in free agency. I can talk myself into Malik Willis over, a lot of these guys.
You'll say Ryan Tannehill, Kirk Cousins?
No, not those.
The Tennessee.
You're thinking the wrong team.
No, I'm saying, but let's do Texans. They're just real quick. The Texans got a bad situation. New Orleans got a bad situation.
I would rather have Malik Willis than Carson Wentz next year.
Well, Carson, but there's Taylor Heineke.
Tyler Heineke.
Heineke. He looked like he was moving in the right direction with that team.
I'm moving off of a lot of these teams not taking Malik Willis. That I'm so glad he didn't end up in Seattle.
Still could.
Yeah, that's true.
Then they look like geniuses.
Yes, 91 Clay Comb. We're right on the same page.
They win the Kenny Rogers, no win the Hold'em.
Seahawks
award.
Not taking Willis and taking Walker is absurd. It is absurd. Davis Mills was fine last year. I have no problem with Houston going with him.
Man, that jacket is fluid.
Don't slander Taylor Heineke by calling him Hanky.
Taylor Hanky Panky.
He's a hanky.
Hanky. Oh, the Saints have gone with a corner. We have had it just been a couple receivers, one running back.
This offensive line crop that's going to be there for Steve Keim.
Are we worried though that they may low key be kind of shitty if nobody else is taking any linemen?
They're going to move up.
All right, so we need to. John Gambadaro, Arizona Sports, well respected, very spot on. I'll give him credit. Last year, he called the Rondell Moore pick. He thinks it will be offensive line. Said they were going to take Tyler Lindenbaum last year. Dylan Parham of Memphis, Darian Kennard, Sean Ryan, UCLA. This kid from Central Michigan, Bernard Raymond. A lot of people had him at the tail end of the first round. He's available. Abraham Luca from Washington State. There are some really quality options for the Cardinals if that's the direction they go. And I think they went in this draft, gentlemen, and they said it's going to be an offensive draft. We've given so many resources to Vance Joseph in the offseason, in free agency, in prior drafts. No more, Vance. You're done. This is a group for Cliff Kingsbury.
If he's like that, he shouldn't be. They're not going to say
a contract extension.
Cliff
got one.
Still employed by
Vance
the
didn't get one.
They're not going to look at him as just a complete liability as far as their draft class is
Travis
concerned.
Jones, also available from UConn.
Yeah, seeing that a lot. UConn is one of the worst football programs in the country. But
you don't like Cody Ford, once upon a time edge rusher from UConn in 200009, who was a
once
huge
upon
bust.
a time. That was they went to the Fiesta Bowl a long time ago, but they're
he was
absolute
terrible.
dog shit now. Isn't that where Mora went over? He just took the job, Jim Mora Jr.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, because they were just a sinking ship.
Where's that?
UConn.
I will say when we were at the Senior Bowl, Parham was a very nasty guy to watch. He was one of the few offensive linemen that you were like, all right, I key in on this guy.
You know who else was? Will Hernandez.
Yeah, that's fair.
Arizona Cardinals. Don't slander starting right there. Arizona Cardinals. Will Hernandez.
Brandon Spano did a write up on Will Hernandez back when he was at the Senior Bowl, and you thought he was writing about, like one of the best offensive tackles in the league.
The second coming of what's the guy who benched like 50 times, 225 for the Cowboys.
But that was Will Hernandez. He benched 39 times, 225.
Dallas Cowboys guard in the 90s that was unbelievable.
The guy with who got
Williams?
caught with all the weed.
Williams,
No, the guy that
Eric
was on,
Williams,
No.
Eric Allen.
Eric Allen. Wasn't
Yeah.
that it?
Eric Williams, Eric Allen. It was Eric Allen.
Yeah. Will
He had
Hernandez
he had a
was supposed to be-
van full of weed.
Here's what I like
Yeah,
about
he
Will
did.
Hernandez. Here's what I'll say about Will Hernandez.
Allegedly.
No, I was
Everything that I've
legit.
seen from Big Will Hernandez, every time I look at his social media, he's at the Cardinal facility.
He is.
He's
Yeah.
working out. He's with Sean Kugler. Like Larry Allen, Cardinals updates got it. Larry Allen, Mr.
Sorry.
Bench
Eric
press
Allen.
225 like 45 times. I think Will Hernandez is so much better suited to be an Arizona Cardinal for so many reasons. It's the poor man's Hollywood Brown. He gets his position coach. He gets to be with his culture. He's a Hispanic. He grew up in Nevada, Las Vegas, would come to Phoenix a lot. He's excited about playing New Mexico City or Mexico City.
Does that have anything to do with Aaron Donald, though?
Does
it have anything to do with Aaron Donald?
I hope that's.
I mean, does it have anything to do with Aaron Donald? Because that dude on the other side doesn't care about a goddamn
if
thing
you think
just
your
said.
solution for AD is Will Hernandez,
I'm just saying, but like
I
you give
don't
me all the
think
props,
that.
I get mad. Like,
well,
there's
and
another
also I
dude
feel
over
like
there.
Johnny's talking out of both sides of his mouth because
100%.
Will Hernandez went to UTEP and he doesn't even want to sniff schools like UTEP, and he's
Well,
saying, "Well, we're going to get
in
the."
free agency, you sign him for a ham sandwich. He's making no money.
Look, I'm on board with the Will
I don't want
Hernandez
to take my
redemption
sweet,
season.
sweet top 3 round picks and give it to flipping. I'm sorry, UMass. How'd that work out? Grambling State. How'd that work out? Once upon a time. How about SEC players? Excuse me. But we talk about a floor for SEC players. Bare minimum, they come in and
Big
they know
Ten.
their role
Big 12.
and they act like they belong. Andy Isabella looks like, remember Chris Kattan from Saturday Night Live? That's look like who you're trotting out at wide receiver is Andy Isabella from UMass. Hey, UMass. Oh, I'm sorry. DK Metcalf went right after him. Where did he play? I don't know. Ole Miss. Man among boys, complete specimen. Frank Sanders, SEC product of the SEC.
That's
My
hilarious.
precious draft picks cannot be spent on 1AA guys. Steve Keim, God love him, just got so cute because he hit on David Johnson. He hit on John Brown. He's like, just give me all the guys from 1AA levels. No, it turns out they went to those schools because they can't play. A lot of those guys, I'm sorry, they just can't. You want to take those guys?
That's my dude.
You want to take those? You want to
That's
take those
Johnny.
guys tomorrow in the late afternoon when there's like 7 of us watching the diehards? Go for it. You can't take those guys today.
Not
Now when
today.
all these elites are still remaining from quality programs, like
I just love getting you.
I can't
Get
deal
you
with
fired
it.
up.
It bothers me.
That time that Johnny was fired up, the Patriots had traded into the 50th pick.
They're taking the linebacker.
They're not taking Malik Willis.
They need a receiver though. Honestly, they need some help for your boy over there. It wouldn't hurt.
All
The
of
Nikhil
these-
Harry situation was a bust.
They're gonna steal it right
from
in
that
front of
standpoint. So they
Steve
need
Keim.
they need another receiver at
I think
least.
I'm with Frank. I think they go wide out.
A wideout would be
Steve
great for
Keim's
them.
Sky
licking
Moore
his
to New
chops
England,
at
maybe?
that
I mean,
inside linebacker.
it'd be
and
great.
The Patriots
Woo,
are gonna do him a
Nakobe
favor.
Dean to Arizona. Don't hate it. I do hate it. It'd be
Oh, look
terrible.
at Miles. You're gonna be. Oh, he says, please take Dean. Okay.
Can Nakobe Dean play outside linebacker? Well, he's never played it before. Let's try it out.
Well, he can move. He
Let's
moves
do
around.
it.
They move honestly out of the Georgia. They move their guys around based upon the package.
sad thing is, Frank, you're
They
right.
do.
Like it
based
wouldn't be
upon
the
the
craziest
package,
thing
they
the
move
Cardinals
guys
have ever
around.
done.
So, but again, you want a guy with. I think you always need a guy with the ability to be. Again, when we talked about offensive line, this guy plays. He's a 3-key guy. He plays offensive line, guard, center, or tackle.
Yeah.
That's what you talk about when it comes to that position. But then when you have a linebacker, you have to have that same kind of mentality that you need to find a fit that that fits you. And I think Nakobe Dean would be great here in this fit. I think he'd add something to the
Well,
table.
he's played linebacker for 3 years in the SEC. He's a captain of the defense as the Patriots make their pick. I want to remind everybody as the Patriots are on the clock, children 5 and older are eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. The vaccine is the best tool we have to reduce the chances of getting sick. The vaccine can reduce the risk of being hospitalized or even dying from the disease. It's safe, free, highly effective, and vaccines are available throughout Arizona. Visit azhealth.gov/find-vaccine for a location nearest to you. What do we think New England does here?
I mean, the guy they took in the first round, I've never even heard of.
Chattanooga?
Chattanooga, not Terrell Owens.
Chattanooga? Something I'm not doing
Is that
tonight.
former Sun Devil Lawrence Guy up there? Helping make the pick.
Here we go. Patriots on the clock here. Oh, man.
They
Really
always gotta
talking up
throw that in there.
their past accomplishments. Mac Jones, #1 receiving target. I couldn't name him. N'Keal Harry? Does N'Keal
Oh, they took the speedy wide receiver
from Baylor?
I wanted him so bad. I didn't want to say nothing. I wanted him so bad.
Frank.
No, 6'4", runs a 4.21. I think you that New Hollywood Brown is 5'9", runs a 4.3. Thank you, sir. I will have another one. Man, get out of here with that whack stuff.
A lot of people looked at this guy.
This dude is super fast.
I think a lot of people looked at him as a day 3 pick. I'm going to go ahead and say I think the Patriots are having the worst draft.
I tell you what, right now.
They got that kid from Chattanooga.
Yeah.
No one could pick out of a lineup. And then they got this kid. He's got some ability, but again, consensus was a 4th rounder at best, maybe. And now the Patriots take him as a top 55 pick. I don't love that for
you
New
can't
England.
coach speed.
Can you release N'Keal Harry now, please?
You can't coach that,
I think
brother.
N'Keal
Just
Harry
set him
gets cut
free.
on
Telling
Monday.
you.
Yep.
Yeah.
This
If
guy
N'Keal-
right here.
If N'Keal Harry gets cut on Monday, is he an Arizona Cardinal?
I just don't think there's room for him at this
No.
point.
It's too
Don't bring
crowded.
him here. Like he you thought he was going to be the Larry Fitzgerald, the next version going to New England, and the guy didn't pan out there at all. As day 1, day 2, day 2, day 3, day 36, day 35. He never panned out right now. And it's just
Kime
not his
told us
thing.
today or last night that they were going to try to trade up for Hollywood Brown, and then or am I thinking of a different draft? When did N'Keal Harry go? 2019
Bees
or
Barham still
2020?
available. Who?
Does anybody remember? No, it was in 2019.
It was
Yeah.
Andy Isabella,
So,
DK
so he
Metcalf.
told us last night. I don't know if this is Steve kind of trying to cover his tracks. They wanted Hollywood Brown, not N'Keal Harry. They took Byron Murphy at 33. N'Keal Harry went right before that. It does feel like their interest in N'Keal Harry was never really going to materialize, and won't.
He had a bunch of upside. Again, I liked him in college. He had a bunch of upside. I can't say that the New England Patriots system probably fit him the best. An Arizona kid going into the tundra.
Yeah.
That might have changed his narrative. He had a couple of injuries that was just not good for him, where he just couldn't overcome that. But then when he finally got a chance to play, he just wasn't. Either he was still injured, but he wasn't crisp. He wasn't explosive, and it didn't look like he could make the plays that they was asking him to do. So to bring him here in this locker room and what we already have would just be bringing another ASU guy for the sake of it. But
Right.
you need
I
a guy
agree
that
with
you
that.
can play.
You can sneak him out of
that's
the
gonna
practice
push
squad.
him. I mean, but would you really take that?
Yeah.
You're gonna be a first-round draft pick. They're gonna say, "Let's put you on the practice squad to see what you do."
I mean, I think there's going to be a
pass.
couple other opportunities for him.
And that's what I would look forward to. I
Yeah.
wouldn't come here and say, "This is where," unless I just want to be back home. I'd say yes. Can you trade me for Andy Isabella? And then that'd be good.
It's 51 now, so the Arizona Cardinals are sitting at 55.
I would be tempted, gentlemen, if there's an offer on the table to potentially trade back because of all the talent on offensive line. Best available, somebody asked. I'll run through a couple names here. We've talked about Nakobe Dean, Malik Willis, obviously. Sky Moore, Western Michigan, still available. Travis Jones, UConn. Bo would be anti that pick. Desmond Ridder, quarterback. Trey McBride, the first tight end. Shoe has not fallen. Matt Corral, Sam Howell, Bernard Raymond, Central Michigan. Drake Jackson, the edge rusher from USC. A lot of people thought he could have snuck in the first round. He's still sniffing around. Winfrey, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma. Christian Harris, linebacker from Alabama. We still haven't heard George Pickens' name. We'll see if that comes to fruition sometime today. DeMarvin Leal, who's a defensive end from Texas A&M. Abraham Lucas, Nick Bonito.
Isaiah Spiller's still out there.
Yeah,
right?
Isaiah
Running back?
Spiller.
Mhm.
I feel like these all, you can lump these guys together. So if I'm Steve Keim, I can pick up an extra pick. I would not hate the idea of trading down. I feel like right now there is not, unlike prior years. Remember last year it was Rondell and then it was Sante Samuel Jr. You were just begging. We were pleading, hang on, fall to the Arizona Cardinals. That's not what's happening this year. I feel like it's just, we're all in this space of like, yeah, this guy could go here or he could go at the end of the night. For the Cardinals, try to pick up an extra fourth. That's my opinion. trade down 10 picks. I just, there's not a sense of urgency right now. Now, whether or not somebody wants to move up, it's a different story. And good hell, we've established now these quarterbacks. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, they're not very good, right? They're low key, kind of dog shit compared to quarterbacks we've seen from years prior. They're backups at this point. I like Malik Willis. Clearly, the NFL does not. So that's where we're at here, pick 51, as we await what's going on with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They already make their pick. We got the Eagles on the clock still, so we're a little bit behind here. Bear with us here as we await the Arizona Cardinals at pick 55, and for some reason we're getting some Memphis Game 5 Timberwolves shoot-around footage from ESPN, which is interesting. Real quickly, gentlemen, how do you feel about the Suns' chances now to advance in the Western Conference playoffs now that Chris Paul, Devin Booker seem to be finding their stride a little bit?
I like the fact that we had a tough opponent in the first round. The West does seem like it's going to thin out a little bit, but what I do like is that Golden State's not going to be easy if we get to see those guys. Like they are, Draymond's going to have them all jacked up and they're going to be energy driven. But I like our defense versus those guys. I like where we are. I thought that first round fight was good for them to kind of shake them up and wake them up a little bit. Because if one guy gets hurt, the next guy got to step up, and I think they did a good job of that the last couple of games.
Philly goes with the center out of Nebraska, Cam Jurgens, and I've just seen in the chat that Gambo thought that might be the Arizona Cardinals pick at 55. So, I mean, now we're hearing that the organization was looking at Tyler Lindenbaum. That was from Keim himself last night.
He said that?
Wasn't it last night? Didn't he say he was going to be the pick?
Gambo said that.
Last night?
Yeah, that they were in the Lindenbaum.
Okay, and then now you've got another report that they were in on an interior offensive lineman, two guys who had versatility playing guard and center.
Yeah.
It just seems like that's the direction they're looking.
Unless
that just completely, there's where they're looking at Jurgens and who's next on their board if they've got a couple other prospects at different positions in between.
Isn't Jurgens a lotion?
Yes, it is a lotion.
Jurgen lotions.
Yeah.
He's going to get a lot of that, and it's probably you think he got an NLI for that.
So they went with some beef.
Nobody ran
Eagles.
with my Jurgens joke. Jurgens pick 51 Philadelphia.
I thought it was just like an observation.
It is. It's kind of an observation. Arizona Cardinals on the clock in a matter of picks. Maybe we'll see. Philadelphia, Jordan Davis, Jurgens, and then by the way, AJ Brown. They're probably my pick, gentlemen, to win the NFC East. Here we go. Pittsburgh now on the clock. We will see.
Chase Claypool making the pick.
Interesting.
This is going to be crazy.
Arizona Cardinals just a few picks away at 55. Only Indianapolis.
Receiver
and the
gone. George Pickens.
So there you go.
There's your guy.
He's not my guy.
He's your guy.
They lose Juju, right?
Yep.
They send They sent another player to Dallas, right?
Did they
The
trade?
kid from Oklahoma State that never panned out there. So now they've got Deontay Johnson, they've got Claypool, and now they've got George Pickens. I mean, Pittsburgh's very good at drafting and developing wide receivers.
So 91 Clay Combe in the chat says, Gambo said center is a big deal for Kyler, and Keim is putting it as a high priority. Well, they have Rodney Hudson.
Yeah.
I'm guessing now that, okay, you want a guard to go next to Rodney Hudson. I get that. I do feel like if they're going to take a pick here, it's offensive lineman. The offensive lineman group, based on all the initial scouting reports, like all these top names are still available. You would have had to convince me when we started day 2 today, even with the influx of talent receiver and edge rusher that was going to be available, that one offensive lineman will have gone potentially before the Arizona Cardinals pick at 5. I would have said it's a stone cold lock that the Arizona Cardinals are going to get a quality player on the offensive line. And I cannot remember the last time they took an offensive lineman in the second round, unless it was Deuce Latui in 2007. I think that was the last one. Think about how long that's been.
It seems forever ago.
15 years. 15 years. As the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. There's some guy with some bad hair.
Excellent hair.
Yeah.
Alec Pierce, wide receiver. A lot of people thought was linked to Green Bay, goes to the Colts. The run on receivers continues. No Sky Moore yet. Kansas City picks 54. And then we've got the Arizona Cardinals at 55. Gentlemen, Why don't you give your official predictions here as to what you think is going to happen?
Is it Parham? Is that who we're looking at?
Yeah.
From Memphis, the guard. I mean, if they're going this way, if they go offense in the first and second round, and they bring back James Conner, they bring back A.J. Green, they make the trade for Hollywood Brown. You've got Kyler Murray, who's trending in the direction of being happy and content as your franchise quarterback.
He seems happy.
It seems like this offense, I mean, it's just becoming an embarrassment of riches, right? I mean, and you're kind of you're getting some vegetables here with the fun stuff. You get some depth on the offensive line, which you kind of lacked last year.
Yeah. It just reminds me of what Kansas City did with a young Patrick Mahomes, where their defense was fine, but their offense was so talented. They had so many weapons. They could run the football. The offensive line early on was really good, and they went to the AFC Championship game and almost beat New England in that first year because they were so explosive. And if you're asking me which side of the ball I'd rather be on, better at in 2022 is the offensive side. Frank Sanders?
I'm on defense right now, 22.
Give us your spiel as to why you think it's important.
It's only important because we don't have as much depth in that position on our defensive line, or we just don't have a lot of depth in these areas in the defense line or linebacking core. You can never have too much to train, teach, and develop. Maybe that's the problem with this conversation. Is that you talked about not having an offensive line since 2007 because we don't develop them. We don't have a defensive line because we don't develop them. And that's the problem. If we get some guys that we can come in and that we can bring in to develop, then I'm okay with that. To look at the next, 3-stud linebacking core that we can create and develop. Mm-hmm. Give Vance Joseph some guys that might be young that we could develop to go and move forward with. That's my concern. So, or D-line. I mean, we went out and got Phillips, Peters, CJ's gone, who was here, and we went and got him too. But then we look at what Allen we drafted or we brought in, Zach Allen we brought in, J.J. Watt we brought in. So we brought in these guys. And then Jordan Phillips we brought in. So that's the sad part. When we're talking about let's go get more receivers, I'm like, wow, we need depth at our defense.
We do need help at the line of scrimmage because you look at the Ram game, we got pushed around on both sides. They couldn't run block, couldn't pass protect, they couldn't stop the run. So I am all for this pick. I'm anti-corner. You guys know how I feel about that position right now. You have your receiver. Give me somebody front seven or offensive line, somebody who can protect Kyler Murray, somebody who's an ass kicker that can get after the quarterback, that can stop the run. I'm fine with that.
Anything over 6'4", I'd take.
Size-wise?
Okay. I think 6'4", 6'5", 6'6".
guard.
No, it's wasting my time. It's wasting our time,
no,
man. Like
can't do that.
I'm not saying because when you look at it, Aaron Donald's like 6'1", 6'2".
Yeah.
And he's murdering the league. So I can't take what Von Miller is maybe 6 feet, 6'1", and he's murdering the league himself. So I'm not really being disingenuous toward size matters, but I am saying that in regards to but when you don't have a whole bunch of experienced guys, you need big guys. Let's just go get big guys, imposing guys that look like trees, and then you can say, well, these guys are actually just branches. They're not really trees because we push them around. But you can coach that and develop that. And I think that is something that, I would look forward to seeing on defense in that regard. I really would.
Isaiah Spiller, Dylan Parham, Bernard Raymond, some of the best available on the offensive side. On the defensive side, Winfrey, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma, is still available. Travis Jones out of UConn, Zachary Carter out of Florida, Drake Jackson, Mick Pitino. The Cardinals have options. The Kansas City pick is in at 54.
Reported pick.
Bo Brock has seen it. He's not going to spoil it.
It's going to shock you.
Can we talk about, are they making their pick?
I'm ready to be shocked.
They are making their pick.
Okay, I'm ready to be shocked.
This is going back to 2014. Steve Keim's done this before.
Thinking back to 2014. Oh, we're taking Trey McBride. They're taking a tight end. You son of a bitch. I can't believe you. Troy Nicholas. So
they took the best tight end in the draft.
Holy shit. Trey McBride. DNVR people are going to be losing their mind. Pride of Colorado State, potentially. That is unbelievable. Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray can sit back with his feet up. They got Max Williams. Is Max Williams going to be moving to offensive guard, potentially? Trey McBride, who did dominate the Senior Bowl.
He ran a 4.54.
Is Steve Keim
90 catches for 1,100 yards.
Steve Keim's out
in
of
his final season.
He's out of his gourd with offensive.
He did this with
riches.
Troy Nicholas back in 2014, and that was a disaster.
Troy Nicholas was not the quality of player that Trey McBride
When
was.
we see Tony Gonzalez make the pick previous to the Arizona Cardinals for the Chiefs, he's not going to be Tony Gonzalez.
I'm into weapons.
If I'm going to make a DraftKings bet here, he's not going to be Tony Gonzalez.
I'm into weapons. We're gonna wait till it's official here. People are a little upset in the chat.
Look at the
Sky Moore's
Chiefs go
gone.
out and they still get a Sky Moore all the way down at pick 54.
God, Steve Keim.
There was just so much depth
If you
at
did,
receiver and D line.
Look,
There's so much depth.
we've been waiting for this team. This is an historically futile position for the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, that Zach
Terrible.
Ertz comes in week 6 and sets franchise records at the tight end position. He's 31 years old. You signed him on, and Frank Sanders is about to quit the podcast because of what just happened.
that's unbelievable.
It's not just Gambo reporting this. This is multiple reports that the pick at 55.
Trey McBride at Colorado State last year, 1,100 yards.
Yeah.
90 receptions.
That's because they needed it.
Well, yeah, I don't
Absolutely.
disagree that they fed him the ball.
And it's
Man.
Colorado State. Anyway,
That is
good
just
luck. Good job. You just signed it. You just gave your starting tight end a bunch of money. You got Max Williams that's still on. Great job. You just improved
Is
our
that
nothing.
sarcasm? I don't think I've ever.
That's not day
heard-
one. That's
I
not
don't
day
think I've
one.
ever heard
We don't even run a two tight end
Steve Keim.
system. There's everyone. We do not even run a two tight end system. Never have we run two tight ends.
When they brought in Ertz, they had who was the ex-basketball player they had on the roster last year?
Come
He was
on,
running
man.
routes with Ertz
Come
on the
on.
field. They actually had some pretty creative.
Go ahead, Aeneas Williams.
schemes.
Get that picture.
Look at the gold
Trey
jacket.
McBride, DNVR athlete, by the way. Love to see it. Aeneas Williams making the pick in his gold jacket. Aeneas Williams, friend of the program that we had on earlier this year with Mr. Frank Sanders. Kirsten
HBCU
Susel.
royalty right there.
That is
She don't like small
Trey
schools.
McBride ending up in Arizona potentially. That is the rumor. Does it come to fruition here?
It's
It
there.
officially does. The Arizona Cardinals are offensive overload, for lack of a better term. They are
Booker said Max Williams is probably lining up as D line. I
10
guess.
personnel coming.
There's no 10 personnel, Bird gang. Forget it.
Here,
There's
yeah,
none.
He's 22 years old. He's a baby. This is you talk about Hollywood Brown last night. You talk who's going to be 25 next year. You talk about Trey McBride, who's 22. Kyler Murray, who's 24. This is the future of the Arizona Cardinal offense. This is and potentially the future of the NFL. You have to have difference makers at skill players. This is how you get to championship games, right? Now, can they pass protect? That remains to be seen. I have concerns on the offensive line, but right now these offensive linemen are falling for a reason. They might just fall into your lap at pick 87. You get the best tight end in the draft that a lot of people thought would be mocked in the first round. I'm not saying it's my favorite pick, but I understand it. And
You can't understand that. Stop it. You're making it up as you go. Miles, second round pick for a third string tight end. Good job, Kime. Brother Loomis? Why? I agree with you on that
Do
one.
you think that the
Come
Hollywood
on here,
Brown trade triggered this move? Seeing the success in the Ravens offense when they're out there running two tight end sets and they've got Hollywood Brown, he's being able to take advantage of the coverage in that situation.
Stop it.
weapons.
Stop it.
Weapons in the
Stop
NFL
it.
win. You
Stop
gotta have
it.
weapons.
Stop
Would
it.
you guys have rather had a
Stop
fourth or
it.
fifth corner?
Stop
or would
it.
you rather have a specimen
Stop it.
from Colorado State
Stop it.
that had almost 1,200 yards that can come in and be a difference maker in the red zone? Everybody wants to talk about, well, Kyler Murray, he needs bigger targets.
You know what
Well,
Zach
here you
Ertz
go.
feels like? You know what Zach Ertz who just dabbed up Hollywood Brown feels like right now? Thank you. You know what the other guys,
it's
you
a
know
team
what?
game.
He's
You know
played
Hollywood
with
Brown?
another talented tight end. He
They
played-
did that in Philadelphia.
Yeah, he did.
Who?
Dallas Goddard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Who was the man?
Trey McBride, 6'4", 250. I think they'll be just fine.
Okay.
This is a track meet in Arizona, right? Can we get some new uniforms to support what's happening here? Defense, Vance Joseph, you get nothing. And we predicted this before the draft. You have been given too many young players, and you haven't played them. I guarantee you, Trey McBride, Hollywood Brown, they're going to have significant packages. Hollywood's going to be a starter for Cliff Kingsbury. So a lot of people are upset. Again, I understand the confusion, but in terms of the value, I mean, this is
We
somebody
have a
that
special guest.
we have a special guest calling in right now. Shane, our producer, Saul Bookman, the GM, he's live.
Let's fucking go!
He is
I told you what was about to happen back at the Combine, Johnny. I called it. Trey McBride.
Saul Bookman was at the Senior Bowl. He was infatuated with Trey McBride, who did dominate. Go look at the tape. Saul, why is this a good pick? Talk Cardinal fans off the ledge here.
Oh, my God. First of all, one of the best tight ends in the draft. You have Ertz, yes. But now you have a bona fide number 2 tight end who can catch the ball, who can block, who's got terrific athleticism. That's why he's one of the best players in the country. This is a steal if you're a Cardinals fan. I'm telling you, he dominated linebackers and safeties at the Senior Bowl. It's not even close. My dude can ball.
He's got elite hands. He's got elite size. He was the number 1 tight end in this class. He was mocked by a lot of people to go to the Cincinnati Bengals. We did it in our mock at pick 31. Tampa Bay was sniffing around him. He falls all the way to pick 55. You can't beat that value. And if you trust Cliff Kingsbury and you just gave him a contract extension, Saul, you got to be able to make the most, just an embarrassment of riches offensively for the Arizona Cardinals.
It's going to take more than that to get my man Frank Sanders on board with this pick. Now, he said in an interview with the Draft Network that he was primarily used as a run blocker early in his career, and that's intriguing, a guy that can kind of do both, because you know what you've got with Ertz. He's your playmaker. You've got Max Williams coming off the injury, and he's your guy who's your run blocker. Now you've got a guy, this is the first time probably the Arizona Cardinals have invested in this position as far as the draft. I know they missed on Troy Nicholas, that he was not going to be the guy.
I'm telling you, he is going to give the Cardinals a different level of flexibility. They're going to go 2 tight ends, 2 wides a lot of times because of Trey McBride. I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen. Like it's the run and gun in a running package. It's just, I'm telling you, it's going to be freaking awesome.
So when you were at the Senior Bowl and you saw him live, talk to us about some of the physical traits that he does possess. The physicality, the hands, what makes him the number 1 tight end?
First of all, strong at the point of attack, can get off of defensive ends that have a hunch that he's going to get off the line to go out for a route. Once he meets linebackers in open space, it's a mismatch. It's an absolute mismatch. Yeah. Like Trey McBride is not the biggest tight end in the draft. He's small. He's 6'4", I believe. And when you see him out there on the field, you're like, okay, he's a tween tight end. But he's not tweener in the sense that he's skinny. He's tweener in terms of height, because he is stocky down low. He can get out of breaks really quick. He makes phenomenal catches. Like, I'm telling you, this guy is legit. I've watched him all season long. There's not another wide receiver in the draft that you could have taken that would make me feel better than what the Cardinals just did, the offensive line, tight end.
Offensive
I got to go,
diversity.
guys.
I mean,
See you, Saul.
Goes back
Thank you,
to
Mr.
the
Bookman.
Coyotes game, living it up on the party bus, PHNX Coyotes party bus, and just screaming obscenities in the hallways at the final time at Gila River Arena. There's a madman talking about a tight end getting drafted 55th overall by the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, you have to think long term with this, and I like what you said. A week ago, we're looking at the Arizona Cardinals dead last as far as the age of their skill position players.
Great point.
And now you bring in 24-year-old Hollywood Brown, and what'd you say, Trey McBride? He's 22 years old.
Doesn't turn 23.
You're finally investing
December.
in an offensive weapon at the tight end position, something that if you look at the Super Bowls, there's been an offensive playmaker at the tight end position almost the last 5 years. Just look it up, including going back to 2017 with Zach Ertz and Rob Gronkowski for the New England Patriots. I mean, you have to invest in the position. You have to appreciate it. I wouldn't have imagined them going 55 there. I think that there's much more pressing needs. But look, you got a player. You got a guy that's going to make an impact, I think, in 2022.
You can split him out. He can play the run. I can tell you in the red zone, everybody's complaining about this offense being too small. You got him and Ertz now, and Hopkins back, one-on-one opportunities. This kid, in my opinion, is better than Pat Freiermuth, who went to the Pittsburgh Steelers last year out of Penn State. He's a better prospect than him from a receiving standpoint. The NFL in 2022 is about having difference makers on the outside, right? Everything can be erased when you've got people that can score and score in bunches, that can get chunk plays, right? And the Arizona Cardinals in probably a year will not have A.J. Green, Zach Ertz, and Max Williams. Those two guys are on one-year contracts. So you talk about a tandem of Zach Ertz and this kid to learn from Zach Ertz, Hollywood Brown, Rondell Moore, and A.J. Green. Like, you can score your way to a division title. You can score your way to getting to the playoffs. You know what I don't want to see from this franchise is what I've seen for the past 10-plus years. Guys who will not play year one because they don't have a clearly defined role. This kid will come in. He will have packages from game one where he will be an option for Kyler Murray. You know they will make the most of him offensively.
And I think it also helps James Conner when you look, if they can't go with the 10 personnel and you can still draw up some plays. But as far as blocking, and he's not going to be kind of left because I don't think he's fast enough to kind of run that zone rushing attack.
Everybody was fine with taking a running back there, even though we had James Conner, but then we take the best tight end in the draft and everybody bitches and moans.
And they must think that as far as the offensive linemen, the way it's going, the draft is trending, there's still going to be options at 87 and 100. Maybe they package those. Maybe they're not. Maybe they wheel and deal. Maybe they move up a little bit before 87 and make a selection today. But it's still just I can't believe we're breaking down a tight end selection here with their second pick.
I don't. I'm sorry. Everybody's upset. Go and get some veteran defensive players.
There's not one time in this last hour of a conversation that we've had that anyone of y'all screamed about a tight end. Not one goddamn time.
Your starter is 31.
I don't care what you. None of you said.
10-year difference.
You said nothing about. You know what I think we should get is a tight end. Not one time did you scream out we needed a tight end. Not even this. Not even Bo. Nobody in the chat said we need a tight end. Let's get a tight end. So guess what? I'm surprised. Amazed, and guess what? I got no choice but to deal with it, and I hope that they figure out how to use this guy some kind of way that will be impactful to the offense. Of course, I'm never against talent. I'm always for that. A tight end is the 100% the greatest neutralizer in an offense when it comes to the running game as well as the passing game. We can name over the last 4 or 5 years of the tight ends that have just absolutely kicked the NFL behind because they've been unstoppable. So guess what? I get it. I don't like the pick. I thought we had other pressing needs, but he's there. I'm not against talent, but wow.
Well, Frank might not like the pick, but the fans might like a shirt that's on the DNVR locker, the Trey McBride shirt, because he is an athlete. So if you want that, head over to DNVRlocker.com.
He's a DNVR athlete?
From Colorado State.
Can they send us some of that for free? I'd like one.
Yeah, I'll wear one of those.
I'll pay for it. It's fine. I'm a company man.
I'm not going to pay for it. No, I'm kidding.
Bo doesn't want to pay for it.
That's a cool looking shirt. Yeah, absolutely. DNVRlocker.com. Go get yourself a fresh Trey McBride, the Cardinals' newest offensive weapon. I see a bunch of new names in the chat. Thanks for everybody joining us. The Arizona Cardinals made this shocking pick at 55 overall. Offense through 2 rounds of the draft. It's the off season of pleasing K1, Kyler Murray, and he's got to be excited about the playmakers he has in the fold going forward. You got the wide receiver position beyond DeAndre Hopkins. You've got the tight end position beyond Zach Ertz. We know you need depth in this league, and they want it on the offensive side of the football. Let's think red zone with this guy. Let's think red zone because that's where they had a tough time down the stretch in 2022 when they kind of fell off the map after the 10-2 start. They struggled. They didn't have DeAndre Hopkins in the red zone. They've got an option with a 6'4" tight end. They've got Zach Ertz, and they've got Marquise Hollywood Brown and James Conner. This is going to be a team that's going to be lethal in the red zone if this scheme is there.
I feel like, Bo, you hit the nail on the head. It was the exact point I was going to make. We saw what this offense looked like when you lost DeAndre Hopkins, and Steve Keim and Cliff Kingsbury have made a point every step of the way this offseason. If you read the tea leaves, they cannot be overly dependent on D-Hop. Yes, they're paying him upwards of $30 million per season the next couple of years, but you have to diversify this offense. You have to have it be multiple. You have to have it have layers. You have to be able for Kyler Murray. Too many times it was backyard football 2 years ago, and then last year they had no identity when DeAndre Hopkins went out. So I think they need to improve their offensive line, but I think the draft is telling us right now that this is an offensive line group that a lot of people feel like is not worthy of a top 60 selection. So which means the Cardinals have 2 third-round picks. They could go offensive line. Everybody concerned about the defense. Vance Joseph got back-to-back starting inside linebackers and didn't play them. I feel like you can say otherwise. Keim, Cliff Kingsbury, they could say otherwise. I do not trust them, Vance Joseph right now, with the development of young players. What they should do, and I think what they're going to do, they've been hearing us all offseason, go get veterans. They want veterans on the defensive side. Vance will play veterans. He trusts veterans. Go get a Akeem Hicks. Go get a Jadeveon Clowney on a 1 or 2 year deal and sure up in the short term, right? It worked out with Jordan Hicks once upon a time. I think that Steve Keim, the Keim time signings are going to come in the defensive front seven. The offensive investments were long overdue. I've got numerous articles dating back. Go PHNX.com, shameless plug. 50 cents for the first month, $8.99 for the subsequent months, about this had to be an offensive draft, cornerstone players, right? When we're talking about fast forward the next 3 to 5 years, these are the guys for the Arizona Cardinals that are going to be toe-to-toe with Kyler Murray, competing for divisions every year. I love Zach Ertz. He's 31 years old. A.J. Green's 34. DeAndre Hopkins is 30, right? Like, let's plant some seeds offensively, gentlemen, with some guys that can grow with a guy that's about to make $40+ million per season at the quarterback position.
And you've invested in the youth on the defensive side of the football.
You've done it
now,
already.
You got to develop them. I mean, Isaiah Simmons and Zaven Collins, they have to prove that they're worthy of their first round selections. But you've also got Budda Baker, who's locked in. Jalen Thompson and Byron Murphy needed to be signed to extensions to really kind of make sure they're sticking around here. But you've got the youth on that side of the football. Where they really lacked that youth was on the offensive side, and they certainly have it now, Frank. I know that it's gonna you look like it's somebody ripped a juicy one in here. You got that look on your face. You're not gonna.
I'm with the dudes in the chat, man.
Yeah.
All this fake optimism, man. I'm not buying the bull. Look, I get to develop. We don't develop. Steve doesn't develop. They're all gone that we would have developed. Shameless plug. Have you ever read Bo's article on how many people still here from the Cardinals that got drafted by Keim? I'd wait again. Shameless plug again. You can go to PHNX.com, Cardinals, and check that out. That's the problem.
Shameful plug.
Shameful plug. But anyway, I get it. He's talented. There's some youth. The old guys, you got contracts on. You just gave JC some money. You just gave Zach Ertz money. So they got contracts. So the young guys you're trying to develop, I'm hoping and wishing that it comes to pass. And we'll see.
I'm going to tell you right now.
There are a lot of options out there for us down the road in the pick of the way the draft is going. And Johnny, you're absolutely right. Bo, you're right too. The mock drafts that was out there, these guys probably wouldn't have been there. They've been gone. But everything is going haywire. So these are guys that were early first round, late second round guys. And somewhere along the line, they're falling into the late second, mid second, and the third rounds. And then we just so happen to have 3 second round picks and some third rounds coming up. So that's going to be good on our behalf.
They're going to have to what we've seen now, they did it last draft with the cornerback position. They went and got 2 guys. They got Marco Wilson, they got Tay Gowan, who ended up being flipped for Zach Ertz. And then, previous to that, they needed help on the interior of the defensive line, and they used a pair of 4th round picks on some D linemen. I think that they're going to do that here soon. Probably both. I mean, they could use both of those 3rd round picks on edge guys, rotational pass rushers.
Old and slow offensively. The pre-FF stats that we talked about last week, the Cardinals, Kyler Murray, 2nd worst receiving corps that could go out and find open space in the passing game. And then they ranked every team in the NFL outside of quarterback. They just took skilled players. The Cardinals had the oldest skilled player group in the NFL. Now you add a bona fide number 2 receiver to Hopkins that, oh, by the way, is best friends with your quarterback, and the best tight end in the draft at great value at 55, somebody that can split out to receiver, that can be a dominant red zone player, and everybody wants to complain. Did everybody watch A.J. Green last year at the end of the season? He fell apart physically. Max Williams, according to Cliff Kingsbury, has not been cleared yet from his injury. That might be a luxury signing that you get him back in like October, November of next year. Trey McBride is going to play. Now you have him and Zach Ertz. This is a franchise once upon a time that entered last year. Didn't have a tight end of note that could receive the ball consistently.
The last guy played with Frank.
Now you
Freddie
have 2
Jones.
of them. Yeah, now you got 2 of them.
Yeah.
Well, imagine if this kid turns into the next, I don't know, Travis Kelce. Like that's what you're expecting him to be. If you take him top 60 and he's the number 1 tight end in this draft, you're telling your fan base, this guy we feel like is a Pro Bowl potential tight end, which is, as Bo mentioned, you can't put a price on that in the NFL. You watch George Kittle kick your ass every year, and nobody can stop him for this team. Everybody in the chat, everybody's worried about defense. I get that. This is not the time. The time is to get value and maximize what is winning in the NFL, which is difference makers at the skill players positions. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox now. Because I feel like last night people were taken by surprise and they felt better about it today. This has come out of left field, Frank.
I still don't feel good about it.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't know if I will anytime soon. But I'm over it already. I'm back.
He's back. Get him a cold beverage.
Please and thank you.
I like the versatility from McBride early on. The fact that he was exclusively a blocking tight end with CSU before he became an absolute target monster. 90 receptions for them, 1,100 yards. Pretty absurd numbers from a tight end at the collegiate level. They really are.
Look, he's on the shirt.
Yeah.
There's a good chance probably we can get him on the show.
He's on the shirt.
Absolutely.
Look, I know how valuable a tight end is in the NFL, and apparently they must have thought that there had to be some major value in him. You did mention Max Williams. We don't know where he's at right now in his recovery process.
He's not going to be ready.
Then we got some more weapons on the offense, and we just got to deal with it. PHNX Cardinals fans, subscribers, we just got to be cool with it in some regards, because at the end of the day, you will not lose with talent. And then you've given us depth just in case something does happen. If Zach Ertz gets hurt, then you've given us some depth. And again, a guy that has proven to get it done on a collegiate level, but 1,100 yards ain't nothing. That's nothing to snicker at.
Jordan P in the chat. Imagine if this kid's the next Troy Nicholas. The NFL now is so much more tight end friendly, and they play so much more to the receiving.
Look at how much teams invested in the tight end position this offseason. I mean, you saw some big time contracts go to that position. Obviously, once you can lock a guy in for the next 4 years, like they're going to be able to do with McBride, that's going to be huge. This Arizona Cardinals tight end room might vie for the strongest position group on the roster.
Yeah. You talk about collective veteran presence, Max Williams, run blocking, Ertz, Pro Bowl veteran. Now you've got a kid who, Trey McBride, sky's the limit. Fast forward 5 years, I don't think it would surprise anybody if he's making Pro Bowls in Arizona. I feel like, again, did I think it was an option? No, because of other needs. But at the same time, if you think he's going to be a great player, and he clearly was that high on their board, and they're infatuated with him, then you take him and you figure it out. It's not like he plays receiver, which they just took. It's not like he plays quarterback. There are only a few positions, in my opinion, that were unforgivable. But your tight ends now they're older. We were just talking about this last week. We can't have our cake and eat it too. Well, Keim can't make picks in the first round. Trade him for veterans. Okay, they did that. Well, nobody likes that. Everybody wanted them to take a player at 23. Okay, they've got old skill players. All right, we'll draft some younger ones. Okay, they did that. Well, we don't like it, right? So we have to see how this plays out. There were much worse scenarios. Would you ever have a corner or a rotational guy on the defensive side that doesn't play, and we don't know his situation, and you burn a year of his rookie contract? As Mr. Morrow in the chat says, Treylon Burks ran a 4.5. Trey McBride ran a 4.56. He is a physical specimen, and if you trust Cliff Kingsbury, which Michael Bidwell clearly does, he's going to scheme him open. He's going to have opportunities to make plays.
This should be a good pick over at the end of the day. When we see it and we watch it happen, of course, I get it. I can't take away his skill set. I can't take away that he had 1,200 yards. The guy's on the DNVR shirt. That tells you he must be a special talent. Again, it's Colorado State, but what they got to do with anything? I know we're arguing for defense. I've been arguing for defense for day one. And guess what I'm getting? I'm getting offense. As an offensive guy, I got to say that, man, the more weapons you give your guy, the more weapons you give your head coach, who's the offense coordinator, him and Sean Kugler, hopefully that will be something that we can maximize and that we will get better at. Now, again, the draft has not been exactly to our liking at all, and it's changed up. The mark-wise has changed across the board. So guess what? Just get excited about what's coming up in the next couple of picks, man, and then we all can celebrate down the road what we really got as a quality player toward our defense.
If you're butthurt about the pick, and then just look at the last 5 picks since this pick went down. You had an outside linebacker from Ole Miss, Sam Williams, go to the Dallas Cowboys. Where the Arizona Cardinals going to get Sam Williams, I hadn't even really looked into the prospects yet. He wasn't one of the top edge guys we've been talking about. Central Michigan tackle Luke Gadecki.
So he went before the other kid.
Yeah.
Bernhard.
Mhm.
So, I mean, as far as these prospects that we've been talking about, I mean, obviously the other teams aren't interested in them either. So when you get a guy who's on a fringe first-round grade like McBride,
Mhm.
top at his position in the draft.
You got the quote from Keim, from Darren Urban. Keim on picking Trey McBride was the best player on their board by far. I mean, at the end of the day, he was probably, they probably had a first-round grade on him. They'll probably come out and say that. Cliff said we did not think he was going to be available. Again, go back to the running back comment. Number one, tight end is more important than running back.
I agree.
Hit on one. And everybody would have been fine with taking Isaiah Spiller there to sit behind James Conner next year. You're going to get similar usage from Trey McBride that you would have gotten from an Isaiah Spiller. And you've got 2 third-round picks now that you can also utilize on the offensive line, on the defensive line. This is the draft to set cornerstone positions offensively for this organization for the long term. Last night you got an impact player for 2022. Today you got an impact player hopefully for 2022 and beyond. Somebody that is going to be a focal point of your offense. And listen, you made a great point. Dallas Goedert was the heir apparent for Zach Ertz, and they worked well together. Beautiful things with Carson Wentz once upon a time and Jalen Hurts. And then they traded Zach Ertz when it was Dallas Goedert's time. And the Arizona Cardinals signed Zach Ertz to a 3-year deal with only 2 years really of guaranteed money. And then you allow Trey McBride to pop in year 2 and year 3, and you're rocking and rolling with a 25 tight end with a franchise quarterback. I just don't see the downside.
In our list of 100 top great players, T. McBride was 33.
Yep. You just
Get him at 55.
can't talk about
T.
the value
McBride was
enough.
33. Out of the top 100 players that was ranked, according to him, T. McBride was 33, and then we get him at 55. So, Steve came out and said, man, and we talk about this all the time. Sometimes, when the first round is typically the guy you figure is going to come in and plug and play. Second, if you're lucky. Third and fourth, fifth round are guys that you kind of, it's the best available. And if you get late second round, or like we are in the 55th pick, you kind of figure hopefully it's the best available. And Mr. 33 fell to 55, and we got him. And I just said, again, that's another weapon we can add to the table. And I think that this draft is going to get better in regards to how late we're getting guys defensively. We still got on the list, this is 55, we still got 100-some guys that are like top 100 out of how many college kids that are playing. You're talking about 110 Division I schools, not alone Division II schools from that standpoint, and athletes from across the country abroad. So there's a lot of talent that's out there. Of course, you always think about the ones that you're paying a whole bunch of money to in the first and second and third round, and then you just kind of think everybody's going to drop off. But hopefully we can find that that diamond in the rough as we get down the road.
Steve Keim's had success kicking the tires on some veteran edge rushers, guys that can get after the quarterback. And there's certainly enough of out there remaining on the free agent market.
I'm sorry. I didn't love this class anyway after the first couple guys
Look,
went.
I mean, Daniel Jeremiah said it's 20 deep. We're not even close to having 20 guys off the board at that position.
Not at
so
all.
maybe they could be eyeing somebody at 87.
Shit, you want to package both your thirds and come up for an edge rusher?
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I said that they could absolutely do that. Let's get nutty here, though. Let's go offense again.
You're preaching to the choir. I put a tweet out this morning. I said, more offense, please. And everybody's
More
like,
offense, please,
defense, defensive line, blah, blah, blah. Listen, I'm into number one. Number one's going to win you a Super Bowl. You're not winning a Super Bowl with defense, right? This is a franchise that's going to run and gun, and it's going to allow them to have sustained success with K1 that they're going to pay generational wealth to in a couple months. Keim was on the radio today and was asked if they're freaking out about not Doug, but Wolf and his new co-host. I apologize.
Luke Lipinski.
Luke asked him, are you freaking out about the edge rusher? We're freaking out. And Keim just sat back and laughed and was like, we're going to let the board come to us. We're not concerned about that. That tells me they've got a veteran edge rusher on line one, and Vance Joseph can do anything. He can scheme up edge pressure. Dennis Gardeck, he did it with Hassan Reddick 2 years ago. Chandler Jones had his best season. Again, you lose Chandler, sub in one of these veterans, get a rotational guy.
So for the Cardinals fans that still don't know enough about Trey McBride, Justin Michael from DNVR Rams will be joining us shortly.
Perfect.
He'll call in. So
excellent. For those, everybody, I want to remind everybody, we do have a new partner in the house.
Let's go.
We are so excited to welcome OG's brand to the PHNX family. OG's is one of Arizona's first original scratch-made cannabis kitchens, and it's dedicated to creating some innovative and memorable cannabis-infused products that flavor life's journey. If you got some right now, put on some Trey McBride highlights simultaneously with us, PHNX and OGs. Hell of a Friday night. The quality of their products stem from the combination of accurate dosing and an amazing flavor. Edibles are not just a one-size-fits-all product, which is why OGs is proud to offer a wide range of products for all demos and preferences. Their motto is flavoring life, and that's something we can all get behind. If you're interested in trying the amazingly delicious variety of flavors that OG's Brands has to offer, go to ogsbrands.com. That's ogsbrands.com to find an OG's nearest to you. As Trey McBride, pick 55, is the newest member of the Arizona Cardinals. I wonder what Kyler Murray's thinking right now.
Hell yeah. That's what he's thinking. Hell yeah. And that's just more talent, more offensive talent. I mean, if you, which he would have probably done this offseason, reviewed himself and saw opportunities. And again, I thought that there were many parts at the end of the season where Zach Ertz was open and they didn't get the ball to him a lot, but then they found ways to get the ball to him again, let him know that he was there. You can always go back, and again, the NFL is being dominated by a lot of the tight ends right now. And so you're talking about tight ends that's making $10 and $15 and $20 million right now. They're making receiver money. So that in itself lets you know the value that's placed on that. I keep telling you guys that I think without a doubt, the tight end is the number one neutralizer of every defensive scheme that's out there, without a doubt. And if we got one that we feel we can plug and play with, that's gonna be hella talented, along with Zach Ertz, where you can double team and go into that A set where you have two tight ends and one wide receiver, or two tight ends, two wide receivers, and one running back, and a single set. Then let me tell you something. It opens up some stuff. It also opens up the play action, because now that tells you, you're blocking. You got two tight ends set on one side of the ball. They're blocking down, and you have one that's coming out. It's so many more things you think about that presents that if used properly can present a lot of problems for the defense. Definitely the way as fast flowing as a defense that we deal with over here at the NFC West.
I'm curious to see what or hear what Cliff Kingsbury is going to scheme up with having this many talented tight ends, or just, having two playmaking tight ends. And they brought in two former basketball players last year in an attempt to get creative in filling that position, and then they make the move. They trade Tay Gowan, they trade the 5th round pick for Zach Ertz, and then you kind of see. I remember that. I think you pointed this out on Twitter when it actually happened. One of the more beautiful play calls of the season was a tight end screen to Max Williams. Do you remember that play? Was that against LA in LA when they whooped their ass? What was it? It was where Max Williams stayed behind, blocked a little bit, and then he just leaked out, and he caught a little screen pass from Kyler Murray and went about 20 yards, 25 yards.
Cliff loves the tight end. You think about Kyler's rookie year, all the nifty play designs they did with Max Williams, and then Max got hurt and was ineffective in the second year, had trouble coming back. Max Williams has injury concerns. The Cardinals want to run two tight end. Trey McBride is somebody that, once upon a time, offensive lineman, elite run blocker, and has exceptional hands. Now, the only knock on him, one of them, is his route tree needs some help. You need some refinement there. But, you talk about a red zone target. The NFL, it's about different makers in the red zone when you get inside the 20, which, by the way, the Cardinals have had great success going from 20-yard line to 20-yard line, and then they had issues inside the 20, inside the red zone. Now, James Conner supplemented a lot of that. But man, oh man, third down, how many times have we watched this team on third down, especially without DeAndre Hopkins, finding somebody for Kyler Murray to look toward a big body target? I wanted Pat Freiermuth last year. They took Rondell Moore. That's fine. Now, this offseason, in one false swoop, you get a guy in Hollywood Brown who's got over 20 touchdowns in 3 years, and Trey McBride, who's a touchdown machine with his big body. I understand exactly what they want to do, and I think it makes sense, Frank Sanders.
I'm cool with it. I really am. I am. I'm really cool with it. I think that so when you have a running quarterback, let's drop this little nugget. When you have a running quarterback in a running game, such as James Conner, you can always bring a man in the box. And when you bring a man in the box, that means that he's basically playing a 7 and 8 man front. That frees up one-on-ones with your players for the most part, and the tight end is the one that typically over the last couple of years have been receiving the the milk of all that of all that good stuff. And I say that respectfully because the quarterbacks have found ways to get the ball to them. You're talking about tight ends that went from barely catching 50 balls a year to catching almost 100 balls a year. And I think that is the opportunity that's there. The RPO offense opens up and it gives way for so many things. And definitely the person who receives the benefit of that is definitely the tight end.
What are you saying?
4K, baby. Congratulations. PHNX Cardinals
Hey!
hit 4K. Probably to our friends over at DNVR Rams. Some Trey McBride friends.
The stands in Colorado State.
Right.
Come on over.
Yep.
This is a safe place. We're gonna bring on a special guest here. I do have to quickly reset the show as we enter the third round of the 2022 NFL Draft. I want to welcome everybody to the PHNX Cardinal podcast presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook app, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Leave us a 5-star review. I'm Johnny Venerable. On draft night, round 3, Trey McBride is an Arizona Cardinal. I'm joined by Frank Sanders and Mr. Bo Brock. And Shano, who do we have on line 1 today?
We got Justin from DNVR Rams, baby.
Justin, welcome, my brother.
What's up?
How we living? He's muted. He's making his debut and we can't even get him audio? No, I'm just kidding. We're excited about having Justin here. We're excited to talk Trey McBride, who was the 55th overall pick, completely out of left field for the Arizona Cardinals. Keep talking, Justin. We'll get this situated, my man.
Someone on his end, I think it's not.
I think you might be muted on your end. We'll get Justin pop back in
Get
here.
him back.
As we welcome everybody just joining us for the third round of the 2022 NFL Draft. Here's what's great. No, we're not going to do a 4K beer chug redemption here. PHNX _Cardinals. Go follow us. No, because we're gonna chug third round picks because we got 2 of them. Pick 87, pick 100. Hell yeah! Let's take some more offensive players as the Denver Broncos are on the clock. Malik Willis, not a second round pick. What do you think about that?
He's not a second round pick. He's still not a third round pick. As Nick Benito, Oklahoma Sooner, goes off the board to the Denver Broncos, continuing to add to that pass rush. Oh man, it's Malik Willis and Desmond Ridder are still waiting for their call. Only one quarterback has been selected, and we're entering the third round of the draft. It's unbelievable. I'm shocked by that. I'm shocked by the fact that the Arizona Cardinals at 55 went with tight end. I understand Johnny has talked me into this pick. I mean, as far as how they're going to utilize him, I was just looking back at Zach Ertz's first touchdown as an Arizona Cardinal. Big 60-yard plus score. That was a 2 tight end set. That was where Demetrius Harris actually drew the safety to him in on the pass play, and old Zach Ertz just leaked out, caught a pass, and then took it upfield up the sideline for the TD.
Do we have Justin now?
Hey guys, sorry about that. My laptop's being wonky, so I hopped on the phone. Sorry about the weird camera angle, but figured it was better than nothing.
Not a problem, brother. DNVR, Colorado State product. Trey McBride is an Arizona Cardinal, pick 55. My man, what can you tell Cardinal fandom, PHNX Cardinals, about the young man?
You're just going to get a guy that really loves football. And I know that's a bit of a cliche, but he's not necessarily one of the guys that's going to win the underwear Olympics or like really wow you at the combine or running the 40 or something like that. But he still ran a 4.55 at his pro day, so nothing to worry about in that regard. But just a really pure pass catcher. A lot of guys, even at the D1 level, still catch like with their body fairly consistently. You never see that with Trey. He's very versatile. They used him in all types of formations. You can line him up anywhere. He's a pretty good blocker. I wouldn't say he's great, but he has the mentality, which to me matters more than anything, especially after watching Noah Fant the last couple of years. He's just going to be a really fun football player that I think Cardinals fans will embrace. Just one of those dudes that comes out, he's going to have like the black stuff all over his face.
Nice.
He's going to be flexing on people, and he might get a unsportsmanlike conduct or two, but he's the kind of guy you want on your team and not to go against.
We've got Justin Michaels here of DNVR _Rams, DNVR Sports, and resident Trey McBride stan, I think it's fair to say. Is this somebody that's going to be physical? Is this somebody that carries an attitude with him? Because one of the things, the big knock on the Arizona Cardinals is they're not physical enough offensively. I know a lot of the fan base, they wanted an interior offensive lineman to push some people around. Can Trey McBride still offer that?
Yeah, I think he can. I mean, again, he's not like the biggest guy in the world, at 6'3.5" or whatever he came in at. He's not, 6'6" out there where he's just going to be mauling people, but he likes to get his hands on guys. He's aggressive and he blocks to the end of the whistle. I mean, he's never one of those guys you're going to see that misses a guy for a lack of effort. He might get a holding call every now and then because he tackles somebody to the ground or because he throws them out of bounds and goes a little too far. But he's going to bring some intensity. And I think from a physicality perspective, you guys are really going to like what you're getting.
You think he's going to be able to make the transition quickly from the Mountain West to the NFC West?
Yeah, I mean, Bobby Wagner's from the Mountain West too, and he kind of dominated that division for the better part of the division or better part of the decade. No shots intended, but
thank you.
Yeah, I
no
think people
shots
underestimate the Mountain West a little bit, and obviously, he's not coming from the SEC or something like that, but everybody that he's ever gone up against, he put up numbers. I mean, going back to his first career touchdown, it was like a 55-yarder against Florida in the swamp. Iowa couldn't cover him this past year. He's going to be fine.
Who would you give him as far as a comp? Somebody we've seen play before.
Travis Kelce? Should we just say Travis Kelce? Is that fair? Can we do that?
He was really
That's obviously the hope, but I'd go back a couple years and I would say Jake Butt out of Michigan, had he never gotten injured in that Orange Bowl. Just a really pure pass catcher, a good run blocker. Again, not somebody that is going to absolutely wow you, but it's going to get the job done, be really productive. And I think the versatility that it brings is just going to make him really good for this Arizona system, especially given that you got Ertz and Hopkins on the outside. He doesn't have to come in and, be Kelce.
Can we talk about the value? I think that a lot of people are emphasizing Trey McBride once upon a time was the consensus, not only top tight end, but a lot of people thought he could sneak in to the end of the first round, maybe to a Cincinnati, maybe, to a Tampa. For the Cardinals to get him at pick 55, I mean, what kind of value do you think that is for this franchise?
I think it's right on. I mean, throughout the season, he definitely was consistently being forecasted in the first round, and that was the hope around here. But it's just the positional value debate, and I think there's a lot of guys in this draft that you can kind of sit around and wait and get in the 4th, 5th round. So again, maybe that doesn't make Cardinals fans feel better that didn't want a tight end, but this is a guy that's going to be really productive. And ultimately in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, you just want guys that you're going to be able to count on, that you can hopefully, turn into starters. And Trey's a guy I think that even as a rookie, you're going to be able to rely on to move to the chains, another red zone threat. And I just think this is right about where he was supposed to go.
You okay with him coming up to Denver this year and beating that ass?
I'm a Broncos season ticket holder, so that'll be a weird moment. But I'm excited.
We made a trade. We
cool.
gave you Russell Wilson out of the NFC West. Get the hell out and go dominate somewhere else. We'll adopt Trey McBride. We have no issue there.
That works for me. And for the record, since I made a joke earlier, I like the Cardinals. I always kind of cheered them on. Larry Fitzgerald, one of my favorite players growing up. I'm sure everybody says that because that's the let's appeal to the Cardinals fans answer. But it was the truth.
Well, we appreciate having you on, Justin. We're going to bring you back. We're going to try to hopefully get Trey on with both of you and talk about his experience at Colorado State, what he can bring to Arizona. But I think you've quieted a lot of the nerves with Cardinal fans, not about the prospect, about the player, but just about the fit, especially with the Cardinals already having Zach Ertz. But Trey McBride, Arizona Cardinal, at pick 55. We've got Justin Michael, sneakerhead, according to your Twitter bio, via DNVR Rams. Thank you so much for hopping on, Justin. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Thanks for being patient with the technical stuff.
No problem.
No,
Good,
thank
man.
you.
This is a 3-hour show, brother. We got a lot of moving parts. I want to give a shout out to our production team, led by Shane Diefenbach, behind the scenes organizing that. Thank you so much, Shane. I'm so sorry that Malik Willis is not yet a Seahawk, but it could eventually happen tonight. will it into existence, maybe he goes in the 4th or 5th round at this rate.
Looking at the last few picks in the NFL draft, did I see that James Cook went off the board? Buffalo finally getting some help in the running game.
They need it.
They take the speedster out of Georgia. His brother Dalvin plays for Minnesota Vikings.
A good pick.
Faster than his brother as far as his 40 goes.
Yeah.
Nick Bodino was the first pick of the 3rd round. Brian Cook, the safety from Cincinnati, he goes to the Chiefs. Drake Jackson was a guy that wasn't Drake Jackson in the last pick. He was in the 2nd round, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, so we were still waiting for picks to come in here in the 3rd round. Arizona Cardinals, 2 picks, 87th and 100th.
Ooh, love it. I think one of those has to be an interior offensive lineman or developmental tackle. The Cardinals do not have any linemen under contract outside of Rodney Hudson and Josh Jones moving into 2023. And so I would imagine that try to supplement and get some people in the pipeline. But we also, I think, expect DJ Humphries to eventually sign a contract extension. That has not happened yet. Steve Keim made a point again today to talk about Jalen Thompson being one of the best safeties in football. He deserves money. Zach Allen's going to be a free agent. Byron Murphy's going to be a free agent. I mean, the Cardinals are going to have money that they're going to need to supplement and spend. That's probably why a lot of people are a little bit concerned, Bo Brock, because you got Zach Ertz. He's making some money over the next couple of years. And you also have Trey McBride now. It's funny how that works.
It's not too bad, right? You got a little embarrassment of riches, and you don't have to break the bank necessarily. You've got, $90+ million 2023 as far as cap space. You've got enough money to spread around and keep your stars. Something that Frank Sanders is wanting as far as when we look at Steve Keim and his inability to kind of do that, keep people in the building.
It's been unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. And now you've got an opportunity to bring back Jalen Thompson, who you got in the supplemental draft, bring back Byron Murphy, who you took 2nd round, bring back your 1st round pick in Kyler Murray. You're starting to see things kind of change a little bit. It took too damn long, but now things are looking good, trending in the right direction. Continuing to do that through the draft, bringing in talented players like Trey McBride, making the trade for Hollywood Brown.
Do we not like touchdowns? Do we not like scoring points? Or do we just? I know people get bored to death with that kind of thing. I'm into it.
People get
I'm in the
obsessed with
minority.
need, Johnny. That's the biggest problem.
I'm sorry. I like points to be scored. I like when tutties are up there on the screen.
Thank you for that PSA.
We got 2 guys that are going to be touchdown machines for the Arizona Cardinals. I want to remind everybody, go PHNX.com has you covered with content upon content as it relates to the NFL draft, among other of our plethora of sports franchises, teams, and otherwise here in the Valley. The Suns are making a run to the NBA Finals. Jared and company for the PHNX Suns team has got you covered. The NFL draft is in full swing. We're going to have continued coverage. 50 cents for the first month, $8.99 for the subsequent months, or just under $60 for the year. You can get a free t-shirt from our PHNX merchandise locker like this one. You can get one of these fresh hats. Don't mind my hat hair, but you can get one of these for just under $30. Hottest hat in the desert. Only at gophnx.com, that PHNX merchandise locker. We've got you locked in for continued coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals pick 87, 101. So I want to guard. We'll go down the line here. Bo Brock, if it was up to you, what would you pick at 87?
Isaiah Spiller. Give it to me.
I don't hate it.
Let's just get crazy.
Let's do it.
Let's just let our hair down at 87, and go with the running back. Why not? I don't know. I mean, as far as the edge rushers go, it's not a lot left unless Steve Keim's got somebody that he likes. Wasn't there somebody from Montana State that he kind of
You want
loved?
Montana State journeyman, or do you want Jadeveon Clowney, former #1 overall pick, only 28 years old? I think I just have a feeling, gentlemen, we're gonna fast forward a month from now, and we're gonna get somebody like that and Akeem Hicks. There's gonna be some time signings. Just give it some time here. It's going to happen. This, by the way, was always a draft that outside of the top edge guys, it kind of got watered down. The defensive tackle class, we're seeing it right now. It's not great. The Cardinals are going for value, and they're going for weaponry. I don't hate it, Frank Sanders.
I don't either. That's Troy Anderson from Montana State LB that you was begging for. That could be a possibility because he likes to surprise us with these no-name places. That's not on TV that you actually watch. I will say this here though. I'm still going somewhere along the side of a defensive lineman, man. We have not added any depth to that. I would like to see maybe we plug and play that. I'm okay with not having an offensive lineman with the next pick, but it's 88th, right? 87th, 88th?
87, yeah.
87th pick. Whoever we bring in right now with this roster, what we got, I'm pretty sure it's going to be somebody that they believe they can add to the table. I've always said I still want somebody with some size, a little bit of girth, a little height, little whether it be offense or defense, somebody bigger than 6'4". I would.
You said that before this pick, and you got your wish. Trey McBride is actually 6'4". So Steve Kahn must be listening. Here we got Mike the Miz, professional wrestler, former star of The Real World, dishing out Cleveland's pick at 68. The Browns have been relatively quiet, in part because they don't have picks, because they dealt everything for Deshaun Watson. Baker Mayfield supposedly is headed to Carolina. We think could happen in the next 24 to 48 hours, according to Twitter. So maybe they're trying to supplement some of the compensation that they could get. As I can't see, we've got a light here.
Mark Emerson.
Martin Anderson.
Yeah, Emerson.
Everybody knows who Martin
Corner
Anderson
from
is.
Mississippi State.
Interesting.
So Baker going to Carolina. So Carolina is not going to be in on any of these rookie quarterbacks. They're going to roll with Baker and Sam Darnold. Seems like, right?
What's the cap on Sam? I think there's a big hit for Sam.
It
right
is.
now.
It's 20 plus million because they know Sam Darnold's terrible, but they can't cut him because his dead cap number.
Wait,
is
the Jets
insane.
had to have taken up most of that dead cap when they dealt him.
I'll check. Everybody continue the show. Everybody wants to know on bated breath Sam Darnold's cap number.
The Carolina Panthers quarterback position is huge topic.
Well, I mean, you brought it up, but the idea is that, if you're going to take Sam Darnold, who you thought was a first-round pick overall, I went to the Jets, then you traded him over to Carolina. You gave him a contract.
They picked up his fifth-year option. It's fully guaranteed. He's got a cap hit of $18.8 million, so that would be a dead cap hit of $18 million.
It's the same as what you got to give up for.
They've also got
for the most part, right?
$23 million in dead money to our boy Hassan Reddick, Trey Boston. There's a lot of ex-Cardinals that came and went from Carolina. The Cardinals don't have that problem. They've got Kyler Murray, and Kyler Murray has a bunch of new toys to play with in the desert. One Hollywood Brown, his best friend, and hopefully his future best friend in Trey McBride, as the Titans pick here in the third round, pick 60 what?
69.
We're partying at pick 69. We're going to see a quarterback or no? Is this the worst quarterback class in NFL history? We'd say it's on the cusp as the worst quarterback class in NFL history. When you talk about so many teams needing quarterbacks and how it's never been easier to play the position in the NFL, and the fact that we don't have we've got one quarterback through 69 picks, I think it speaks to itself, and why the Cardinals rightfully would never trade Kyler Murray.
See a tackle go off the board from Ohio State, going to Tennessee, Nicholas Petit. Not too bad.
No.
I mean, they're a team that's having an interesting draft. The Titans, as we talked about them way earlier, it seems like forever ago.
Right.
At the beginning of this broadcast, that they won the AFC regular season. They got the bye round in the playoffs, and then ended up losing to the Bengals. But the Cardinals now at 87. Do you just try to create a strength in this offense now?
Yeah, I think we heard about it pre-draft that there was going to be so much difference of opinion when it came to outside of like the top 20 to 25 players. We're seeing it now. All of the top linemen that we previewed today are still available. All of them. Dylan Parham from Memphis, still available. Sean Ryan, UCLA, still available. Darian Kennard, Kentucky, still available. Ed Ingram, Jamari Slater, Logan Bruss from Wisconsin, they're all still available. So I feel like the value is number one to get here. I don't expect the Cardinals to move up. You let the draft come to you, and you continue to build out this offense that, I mean, it didn't need a makeover, but I think we've been fooled because they've added weapons in free agency, but they were older. The financial commitments outside of Hopkins are not significant, right? James Conner, you could move off of that contract next year if you wanted to. This is an opportunity for Steve Keim to say, I'm going to give my head coach Cliff Kingsbury some players to work with here in the next half decade.
It's really interesting because I thought about this offseason, and it didn't look like it was trending towards this, but it looked, Steve Keim is kind of starting the process of paying Kyler Murray a lot of money.
Yeah.
In emphasizing getting youth in the draft. And they've only made one pick, but they make the trade for Hollywood Brown, who's only 24.
Yeah.
They now have some pieces that they can move forward with in-house. You might look at this roster and say, hey, the average age is way up there, but yeah, you've got some guys that are going to do that to you.
Yeah. And they'll be gone in a year.
Right. But now, like, when you do see finally DeAndre Hopkins rides off in the sunset and you've got J.J. Watt, he leaves and he calls it a career and gets his gold jacket, you're going to see that these contingency plans, these guys that they're drafting now that people are upset, why did you go get a tight end?
Yeah.
And Zach Ertz retires in 2 years or is cut in 2 years after, the guaranteed dollars are gone. You say, okay, man, the next man up is a stud and Trey McBride. He's ready to go now. He's ready to roll. He's ready to kind of take on being one of the best tight ends in the NFL going into his third season.
And I think there's also something to be said for the Cardinals. Everybody called them small after the Hollywood Brown acquisition. Well, Zach Ertz is, I think, 6'4". Max Williams is 6'4". Trey McBride's 6'4". A.J. Green, at least for the next year in the Arizona desert, he's 6'4". Antoine Wesley's 6'4". I mean, they have size now at the skill player position. James Conner is over 6 feet. So, yeah, your quarterback's smaller and his best friend's small and Rondale Moore's small. That's it. I would say they have plenty of red zone targets that are over 6 feet, Frank Sanders.
What the red zone means to me when it came to, after watching what we had done the last couple of years in this offense, was we've never, outside of getting James Conner, he's the greatest addition to what allowed our offense to score points in the red zone. That pertaining to 10 yards and in, 5 yards and in. Because when you get to the red zone, we talk about starting at the 20-yard line, going into the end zone. Mm-hmm. Let me just say this here: when you get between 7 yards going into the red zone, and you're still in 4 and 5 wide receivers, and you're running RPO, that's not good. And so hopefully we can add some plays and some stuff, some creative stuff that will give us the mismatch that we need against versus different teams, and these guys become the playmakers that they need to be.
Like we're going to fast forward to this fall, and I know people are going to be upset if the defense doesn't perform, but it's not going to perform. It's not going to be made or broken because of some day 2 picks tonight. Like it's going to be made or broken. Is Isaiah Simmons, Zaven Collins, can they play? Can they be players? Is J.J. Watt gonna play up to his $20 million salary? Is Zach Allen in year 4 finally going to pop and take that next step? Like, we have to be realistic. I think we're looking at short term. You lost Chandler Jones. We're screwed at edge rusher. And I think to Bo's point, like, is Drake London fixing that next year? Probably not, right?
Drake Jackson?
What's that?
Drake Jackson?
Drake Jackson.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Drake Jackson from USC, the kid from Oklahoma. Like, those guys aren't fixing that in 2022. But now you've got an influx of young, skilled players. You have to look back at the drafts of 2 years ago and last year as guys who need to step up for this fall. Like, we're not asking Trey McBride to catch 100 balls next year. Now, Hollywood Brown's an impact player that's going to be implemented as their number 2 wide receiver, but, like, no one you're taking now, in my opinion, barring something unforeseen, is going to come in and dominate at a singular position for you in 2022. You're planting seeds for what this team's going to look like in the next couple of years. I feel like it would be unfair for a defensive player, had they taken one at 55, to come in and have to be Chandler Jones year 1.
And as they've churned this roster since the brutal 2018 season, and they make the hire to go with offense, they bring in Cliff Kingsbury, they couple him with Kyler Murray as their quarterback. It's like, offense is going to be their calling card from here on forward.
Yeah.
You had to have a defense just so you could stay competitive. In 2019, when Kyler was a rookie, in 2020, when you're a long shot to make the postseason, you're on the outside looking in, you might have been ahead of schedule if you made the dance that year, and your defense kind of helped out with that, and then your defense was really good to start this season. But your calling card going forward is going to be Kyler Murray in this offense, and they're embracing that, and they should, because when you look at some of the teams like Joe Burrow and that Cincinnati Bengals offense, they were good enough to overcome their offensive line, but he had enough weapons to overcome that. He needed that. Kyler Murray didn't. Once DeAndre Hopkins went out last year, Frank, he didn't have enough weapons to get it done. Now he's got an embarrassment of riches. When we look at these needs now, like how do we what's the rankings as far as needs going? Because now you have 2 picks left where I really think realistically you could find guys that are going to make an impact this year, because Steve Keim hasn't shown in the 5th, in the 6th, in the 7th round that he can find. Sure, you've got a Micah Dogba. that comes around once every 3 years.
Mhm.
But realistically, they're not going to have guys make an impact that aren't an exception. What's the need now as far as this draft goes?
I think that exactly what Steve Keim said. We're just gonna let we're gonna let the draft dictate who we need to have on our team, and that right now leaves the door wide open to every position in some regards. I can't think of one that's not. Maybe a strong safety. Buda Baker actually had 2 concussions last year, or 1, and that was a challenge, right? That was something where you don't know how is he going to be tentative, he's going to be sensitive. I don't know about that. We had the no-fly zone for about 7 weeks, and after that, it was like open. It was open landing strips. You know what I mean? So when it just became anybody can land where we want to land, and teams were scoring against our secondary. So I think that right now, I'm assuming that we're looking at ourselves that we're in a good place in key positions. Of course, there are some holes that can fill. We always talk about defensive line or maybe a couple linebackers or something like that. But in regards to what's the best available in the draft, I think that's the conversation that you have to allow it to come to fruition in regards to who we need to take, because I'm honestly I'm baffled in some areas, but in regards to talking down to the players that we've gotten thus far in Hollywood Brown and McBride, I really can't. I just can't say I saw that happening or those picks coming. Those would be the picks that he would take, but we have some positions and some holes that can be filled, and the defense, and right now the draft we still have about 45 players that's out there. We can find maybe some good talent inside of that.
Our guy Shane's not going to get his wish here with the Seattle Seahawks on the clock.
Don't tell him.
So
The Seahawks hate these quarterbacks.
They
Shane.
continue to just build this roster, though. Something to be concerned about beyond 2022. Maybe if they're going to look at a CJ Stroud or a Bryce.
Yeah, they'll have a top
Bryce
5
Young.
pick. They'll be in that market. When you win 4 games, you usually get a top 5 pick. Shane, am I wrong? And you'll be in that market. We're going to enjoy beating the hell out of the Seahawks.
When you
That
win
being the Arizona
4
Cardinals. How over under multiple touchdowns, 2 or 3 touchdowns for Trey McBride next year against the Seattle Seahawks, Shane? You want to comment on that over under? Can you get that on DraftKings right now? Speaking of DraftKings, the DraftKings Sportsbook app, the NBA playoffs mean next level basketball. Get in on the action with the DraftKings Sportsbook app, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. This week, new customers can bet just $5 on any team to win. Get $150 in free bets instantly. You win no matter what. All DraftKings Sportsbook customers can also bet on same-game parlays. You can also bet on the NFL Draft going on right now. Props out the yin-yang. Combine multiple bets from the same game for an even bigger payout. The more money you add, the more legs you add, the more money you can win. Also, the more money you add, the more money you can win. Plus, place the same game parlay each day with 3 or more legs and get up to $25. And if one leg does not hit, it's a call to action. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use that promo code PHNX. Bet only $5 and get $150 in free bets instantly if your team wins. That's promo code PHNX at the DraftKings Sportsbook app, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. You got to be 21 and over. Arizona only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. New customer only. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. The Seahawks are on the clock. Bo Brock confirming it's not going to be Malik Willis. Poor Malik. Malik was mocked to everybody and their mother in the top 20. We're here at pick 72. Poor bastard. Is he going to be picked tonight? I don't know what's going on.
They're going to stay in the state. They're going to go with the Washington State offensive tackle Abe Lucas. So they're going to continue to build the lines there.
So no Malik, but they're going to take somebody named Abe.
Honest Abe going to the west side of the state. Going to play for the Seahawks.
That's fine. Abraham Lucas, future practice squad player for the Seahawks, as they win 4 games, seep deeper into irrelevance.
I've tried to remain quiet, but Johnny, just remember, I have somewhere to be, and I can end the show whenever I want.
Shane does have to go somewhere. Or do we have to cut the show? What do you want to do,
Oh
Shane?
no, it's okay.
You're gonna go bid adieu to Gila River Arena?
Yeah, we gotta do a post game show.
Are they blowing that up? What are they doing over there?
They're just hosting Seahawks games.
Oh, they are? I thought they were they're not demolishing it as they get ready for their new arena? Is that not what's happening?
No,
okay.
They're going to keep it.
If you have plans to go to the Coyotes game, head over to the Lolo right after the game. Post game show live from there in Westgate. It's going to be a good time.
Nice. Then book yourself a room at the Ainsworth Hotel in downtown Phoenix. No, that's not a real place. Is that joke over?
Yeah,
It's played out.
done.
It's
We
too
got new
tired.
people in the chat.
We'll bury
so-
that with me chugging beers. We'll start anew here. We're starting anew. So are the Arizona Cardinals. 2 picks in. They haven't made it. They've made 1 pick. Trey McBride, pick 55. Jeff McCham says She-Hawks. Well, that's we love. It can be He-Hawks, She-Hawks, Seahawks, whatever you want to do. Malik is denied entry in the NFL. Wait. According to Jose, Bergie Travel. There's your one Ainsworth hotel drop of the evening. This is a 4-hour show. You only get one of them. Brother Noomsy says, send Isabella to the Pats. Let N'Keal Harry come home. I would say the N'Keal Harry dream is probably officially dead, gentlemen.
Yeah.
As somebody on a unicycle attempts to do.
No, it's somebody on the shoulders of another guy. I mean, the NFL draft has officially jumped the shark.
Oh, this is
Here in the
staged.
middle of the
I don't
third
like this.
round.
This is staged. I'm not into this.
The YouTuber
Cheeky.
Boyos.
What's happening?
Somebody named Cheeky Boyos making the pick for the Indianapolis Colts.
Cheeky. That's not what I think when I think of cheeky.
They get the second best tight end in the draft, Jelani Woods. Too bad the
He
first.
can't hold Trey McBride's jock. Trey McBride in all the elite dynasty drafts is going to crush this kid Woods.
6'7", 253 pounds.
That's a big boy.
It's basically 2 of me
That's
is Mr. Woods.
First team all ACC. This dude here is a tree. But he's going to the coach with
Yeah, they get some tight
with
ends
Matt
there.
Ryan as the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
So guess what that's going to be. Yeah, it's nice. Look at that. Bam. Ooh, take you some of that. Anyway, look, that's I agree with you. Glad that we got the number 1
Yeah,
overall
half
tight end
the
in the
production
draft.
of Trey McBride, 600 yards receiving. McBride had 1,100.
Trey McBride is the best prospected tight end in the history of the NFL draft. I say that with full confidence, knowing that he's going to enter his first year with the Arizona Cardinals and make 7 Pro Bowls, because that's what he would have to do to justify the pick to a lot of the fan base.
Wow.
I just feel like, in all seriousness, Trey McBride is going to be the the darling of the valley. He's going to be one of the best picks in the Steve Keim era.
All right, we've got a quarterback finally off the board.
Who's going here?
Desmond Ridder going to the Atlanta Falcons at pick 74.
Did Malik?
We have 54 picks between quarterbacks.
All
it
right.
took 20 to get our first one off the board, and then 54 more for Desmond Ridder.
Did Malik get picked and we just didn't see it?
No, not at all.
Somebody think they turned in the card?
Yeah, or like our TV, maybe we have a delay or something, or everybody in the chat's messing with us. Malik Willis has still not been picked. That is unbelievable.
Your boy Philip jumped in the chat. He said, man, we've drafted 4 receivers in the last 2 years. All were supposed to be great. 2 cut and 2 hardly played.
That ain't no problem, Philip. That ain't no problem. Because we didn't draft a receiver this year. We traded for one. Hollywood Brown, proven NFL commodity. Shane, do we have the graphic by chance from earlier? Can we cue that up? What can Brown do for you? I think it's a good reminder for everybody. What can Brown, that is Marquise Hollywood Brown, do for you? Well, unlike those bum receivers that Philip is referring to, the
What is
Hakeem
that, like
Butler.
U.S. Postal Service?
Mhm.
slogan?
All right, jackass.
That's pretty good, though.
It's
Pretty
FedEx.
slick.
It's FedEx. We all know that.
It's po-
Proven commodity. 1,000 yards in a run. Dominated offense in the frigid NFC North. Boom, he comes to Arizona. I believe he'll have 1,200 yards next season with his best friend Kyler Murray. It's cost control. He's going to
What
make.
kind of year does Kyler have next year? Are we talking 4K passing? Are we talking 30 touchdowns for the first time?
I think 4,000 yards passing. I think 35 passing touchdowns. 6 to 7 rushing. I think the passing game is about to be opened the hell up in Arizona. I think legs is a luxury, last resort. Mix in some James Conner, obviously, and maybe a draft pick, Isaiah Spiller. Good hell, that'd be hot fire. They got him at 87. But I think Kyler Murray plays 17 games, easy, 4,000 yards passing.
He played 17 games. I mean, that's easy 4,000. I would agree with him. 30 touchdowns shouldn't be a problem. I like that.
That
Without
ain't
a
no
doubt.
problem.
He might. My only concern right now is because of the weaponry. That I hope that he doesn't have an uptick in turnovers. That's my only concern.
It might be early as he tries to get some guys implemented.
That's what I hope.
I agree with that.
When you have the weapons, I hope there's not an uptick in turnovers. But again, I would like to see him have a good balance between, running and still passing. keeping defensive coordinators honest. Unfortunately, last year, Bo, was somewhere right at the Lions game when we was playing, and we thought we had an 18 point. We were supposed to cover that without a problem. Lost by 31 points. Here's the crazy part. They found out something about us, and they found some defensive end stuff against our offense, and they shut it down. And everyone after that did the same thing. So hopefully they got answers for that coming into the new year. And but I like to see them have somewhere between 35 to 45 touchdowns.
So the Texans traded up for this pick from the Broncos.
Malik?
Yeah,
Is it going to be Malik?
Do we see them panic and take Malik now?
I think they're all in on Davis Mills.
That's a sad place to be. If that's your
just,
reality.
just but
I'm all in on
Davis
Mills.
you're being that's just sad.
Fired then,
Lovie Smith needs to be aggressive. They need to find some kind of way to go get somebody they can bring in. They know that can give you at least 10 to 12 games as a quarterback. That's the sad part that you're asking a quarterback to be about. You know, you really know you're only going to get about 7 to 9 great games out of that quarterback where he's not pooping over all himself and you guys are hacking out a win, you know, like a hairball or something like that. You finally get a win at the end of the game because defense finally made a play. You need quarterbacks that can make play,
Cardinals
man.
fans
This year,
represented on ESPN on the
Yeah.
draft.
I love to see
Vegas.
it. We love to see the Cardinal fans in the chat too. PHNX Cardinals. We've got over 70 of you guys watching on YouTube. We thank you so much. Do me one quick favor. Follow us, PHNX_Cardinals on Twitter. Go follow us, PHNX Sports. Subscribe. And then subscribe to the PHNX Cardinals podcast, please. We love the engagement. We want to hang with you guys. We want to make Pick 87 the best it can be. And the only way we can do that is if we do it as a family here at PHNX Sports. I do want to note that something you talked about earlier that I think bears repeating. The Cardinals, according to John Gambadaro, everybody knows Gambo of Arizona Sports, were locked in on, it sounds like, Cam Jurgens before he was taken. They didn't feel the sense of urgency to trade up for him, so I think they obviously liked a couple different players there. Cam Jurgens of Wisconsin. NFL.com's got a breakdown of him. Not overly complimentary, but you can't go wrong with a Wisconsin lineman. But I do think his ceiling might have been limited. 6'3", whereas, I mean, Trey McBride, to me, do you want a mid-tier guard or do you want the draft's best tight end? And I do think, in my opinion, I like other guards more than Cam Jurgens. This is just me, Joe Schmo here, more than Cam Jurgens that are still available. Potentially at pick 87. I mean, how many guards have we had taken since then? 2? 1?
We have Parham still in there, right?
We do.
From Memphis.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, they're in pretty good shape to still get that position. And I think I had mentioned it before they were officially on the clock that, you know, we don't know what their board looks like. And now they said that McBride was by far the best player available. So they went with that. And, you know, if it's not going to be a guard again at 87, I think you'll have some options, though. I think there are going to be a couple guys in play this time. But it'd be interesting. It would be if they go offensive players in their first 3 picks. I mean, the offseason of Kyler remains. And
yeah.
Kyler Murray doesn't have any more excuses at this point. I mean, if they back up the Brinks truck, if they hand him the bag, they've surrounded him with talent. I mean, obviously it's up to the coaching staff and Kyler Murray the coaching staff to develop them, and then Kyler Murray to elevate them. There's no more excuses.
Could we see 2 offensive linemen with these 2 picks? With the value on the board, we think about a lot of the defensive line talent being picked over. I don't love any of these corners, frankly. Maybe a running back could be in play. I think the value right now leans toward the offensive line. There's a vacancy at right guard. There's also potentially multiple vacancies at tackle. Josh Jones is your only tackle under contract. You fast forward 2 years. Beacham, we love. He's not under contract in 2023. Neither is DJ Humphries. Could the Cardinals double dip at offensive line here? Would that be a mistake?
They haven't had a whole lot of success drafting in this area for offensive linemen. I mean, Mason Cole, he got like an attendance record. He was there.
Bobby Massey, 4th rounder.
Okay, Bobby Massey was good,
but they're not great at it. To your point,
yeah. I mean, what was it? Evan Boehm in
disaster.
Yeah, was it Cole
Toner?
Yeah, Cole Toner.
They took the kid in the 4th round, your worst draft pick of the Arizona Cardinal era. First pick of the 4th round.
Dorian Johnson.
Dorian Johnson never played a snap, had some issues with his health. I don't know. I like too many guys here for them not to take at least one lineman with 87 or 101. But I do think we're all, 100. I do think we're all going to end up waiting.
100.
We're all going to wait till 100 and Kime, that sneaky bastard, I think he's going to trade down.
Yeah?
enjoy pick 87 because I don't think I'm going to go on record and say I don't think 100 gets made tonight. I think Keim wants to sit back and collect a fourth and maybe an additional pick.
So nothing kind of intrigues you on the defensive side of the football.
Well, I just saw who Baltimore's taking. Should I spoil it for everybody?
Yeah, please.
Jones, the kid from UConn.
Okay,
everybody's
so
going to slobber all over that because we saw them being mocked.
Baltimore continues to just
we love the
crush
Ravens
the
and all their
draft.
picks. That's going to happen, right? So you're kind of grasping at straws here for a lot of the defense. Can we just go all in with offense? That's not a bad thing, guys. We took 2 defensive linemen a couple years ago in the 4th round. They need to produce. Zach Allen was the first pick in the 3rd round. J.J. Watt was courted by this franchise to kick ass on the defensive line. They like Michael Dogby. The 2 inside backers need to ball out. Marcus Golden had 12.5 sacks last year. And let's get it Clowney. Everybody calm down with the defense. Again, you have a number 1 defense and your offense is 15th. You're not making the playoffs. You have a number 1 offense and your defense is 15th. You might be the number 1 seed in your conference. That's the NFL in 2022.
You don't think you can find a pass rusher that could beat out Victor Dumakaji?
I don't think Victor Dumakaji, with all due respect, number 1 is making the team, and number 2, I think they're going to sign a veteran pass rusher. They will be signing a veteran pass, no matter if they get a 3rd round edge rusher or not. They are signing a veteran pass rusher in the coming weeks. I firmly believe that. And I think Robert Alford now comes back to the Arizona Cardinals. He was with the team in March, had a visit, sniffing around. You run it back, and you added Jeff Gladney, and you add Byron Murphy in year 4. Contract year, should ball out. Friend of the program on the show last night. Year 2 for Marco Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Pep Hamilton, they liked what he did at the end of the year. They brought him back. Again, the defense, to me, we're making excuses for them because of the talent they don't have. I watched this defense be stacked at the end of the year, even without J.J. Watt, and they played like garbage, right? And they were starting journeyman inside linebackers over Zaven Collins, and Isaiah Simmons didn't start the playoff game. If I'm Steve Keim, I'm sitting back, I'm thinking, Vance, enough. I'm not wasting my prime draft capital to watch you sit guys on the defensive side of the ball. I just can't do it.
You have to be ready to play, bro.
They weren't, though.
If you're not ready to play, then you're not ready to play. You have to be ready to play.
You just said the same thing.
Well, I have to say it because you keep saying like Zaven Collins is not playing, Isaiah Simmons not playing. Why they not playing? Because you have to be ready to play. And if you're not,
I'm not ready to.
You just broke off.
I'm not ready to play with any more defenders being sat their rookie year and going and looking at the snap count and it being single digits. It makes me physically
20
ill.
to 35% as far as defensive
we all do it.
Played.
We go to PFF and we're like, how many snaps that Zaven Collins? 3, and they were all on special teams. No more, Vance. You're done, son. It's over.
I'm just glad I got to see the Ravens pick on TV. I mean, that's must-see TV every time Baltimore's on the pick.
Oh, my God. I love the Ravens.
ADC, Eric DeCosta.
Who's scoring points for them next year, by the way? Lamar going to throw to himself?
No, him and Andrews and running back. They
J.K. Dobbins should be healthy, right?
Yeah.
As far as their receivers, I mean, it's
Dirt Muskirt. They got Dirt Muskirt playing wideout. They got me on the slot. They're drafting me. They're asking me to come play.
They've got Kyler's cousin, right, out of Texas,
Devin Duvernay.
Right?
He's actually pretty good.
I don't. It's been 2 years. He hasn't really done anything.
He's a Pro Bowl returner.
He's
Can we get him?
He was part of the draft class that was like just given an A+ from the Ravens 2 years ago.
How'd that work out?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I hear
the Ravens love missing at receivers too. Name a receiver outside of Hollywood Brown that they've hit on. They've taken so many in the first round. Then they trade away their best one.
Is that true? Put that up in the chat. Burgundy Travel. Can we confirm Alfred saying I'll be back going Arnold Schwarzenegger on us?
Hell yeah.
He's coming back?
One of their best players on defense last year. Of course he will. This is where Keim, chef kiss, man. Keim time, baby. Once upon a time, Carlos Dansby, second one with the Cardinals, came in May. Guy balled out on a 1-year contract. John Abraham, Dwight Freeney, Kelvin Beachum. These guys were all signed after the draft.
Eric Winston,
right? Mm-hmm. Antonio Cromartie. Got Antoine Cason. There's so many to name. Let's just everybody take a deep breath, right? Let's just enjoy the draft. Let's enjoy yet another offensive pick.
Williams, right?
Yep. I'm into it. I'm not into watching defenders sit. I can't do it. Breaks my heart. Are the Rams picking soon? I feel like the Rams
have they picked
soon.
Once?
They haven't. I think they have a third though.
They have no picks for the next 3 years.
Do they have a
they won the
do they have
Super
a
Bowl.
draft house too in LA again?
I don't like looking at McVay's face because it's very punchable because of how much they win. So Rams pick at 104 according to Mr. Mono. All right, let's take a pulse of the chat. Everybody, offense or defense? What do you want? Offense or defense? You're wrong if you say defense, by the way. Offense or defense in the chat. We got 74 plus people watching on YouTube. Be sure to like, subscribe, leave us a 5-star review. We're having so much fun here on the PHNX Cardinals podcast, night 2 of the 2022 NFL Draft. I want to remind everybody right now of one of our new phenomenal partners in the house, OGs. The brand is back and better than ever. OGs is one of Arizona's first original scratch-made cannabis kitchens. It's dedicated to creating innovative and memorable cannabis-infused products that flavor life's journey. Pop an OGs. Hang out with us. You'd be better off for it. It'd be a great time if you're interested in trying OGs. And it's amazingly delicious flavors. They got a pina colada flavor you cannot mess with. It's the second best thing actually having a pina colada. I thought I was going to have one last night at the Ainsworth. Nobody brought me one.
You were drinking your Bud Light like
it was sad.
a pina
That's different. All right. I thought I was going to be after chugging my beer, completing my task. I thought somebody's going to. They have pina coladas.
You're still chugging that beer.
They have pina coladas in pineapples. It was unbelievable. What else is unbelievable? OGBrands.com to find an OG's nearest to you. Check them out as the Cleveland Browns make their pick 76. Doing everything themselves to distance Deshaun Watson from any marketing materials the Browns have as they bring a kid on stage. Everybody forget about Deshaun Watson. Here's what we're doing here. All right. Who's your quarterback? Don't worry about that. Here's a kid with a football. Play 60. Here we go.
Play 60.
The Arizona Cardinals now only pick, 11 picks away as we are hanging out here at PHNX Cardinals. PHNX headquarters, downtown Phoenix. Best trench guy available, 87, please. Clay Corm, I like what you said.
I like right. UAB, defensive end, and it goes to Cleveland.
Hey, the chat was kind of 50-50 a little bit, though.
That's fine. We'll talk. We'll convert them in the next 11 picks.
They were between defense, offensive line, a couple running back jokes in there. But, I mean, it was when you look at it, they want people in the trenches.
There's still running backs available.
Brian Robinson,
Brian Robinson,
Isaiah Spiller.
Isaiah Spiller. What was it? Pierre Strong, South Dakota State, had one of the fastest 40s in the combine.
Oh wow!
Kid from Cincinnati still available. There's still some playmakers there. You could still hang out too. Maybe get one at 100, or you could try to roll the dice, get one with a couple of your 6th-round picks or 7th-round picks. We have 5 picks tomorrow. As it stands right now.
Those are garbage picks.
They are.
I don't want those. I don't want to. I love you all. I don't want to be writing articles about 7th-round picks that are going to be working.
Refuses to.
That are going to be working in insurance in about 3 months, guys. That are not going to make it through the beginning portion of training camp. Let's package those picks. Hell yeah, and let's go up and get real players from real conferences. That's what I want to see. Name me the last Arizona Cardinal of note that they took in the 7th round. I've got one in mind. Give me one.
I've just got one. Michael Dogba.
Okay, that's one. I'm going a little bit further back. Larod Stevens Howling is the last one I can remember. He was a good player.
He was a kick returner primarily, right?
He was.
Yeah.
He got mixed and matched on offense.
Running back. Is that Rod Graves' tenure?
I think that
had to be. I don't know.
Yeah,
it wasn't when I was here.
Larod Stevens Howling.
At a Pitt, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pitt Panther. Larry loved him.
Good
he was
call.
tiny. He was like my height.
Fast though.
He was much faster than me.
A lot faster.
Tear every ligament in my legs if I tried to run in the parking lot right now of this office building.
Eno's still on the team, right? Eno Benjamin, he's still with us.
He is.
Yeah. I think
locked up. You like him?
They never signed Darrell Williams, who they brought in for just a meeting from the Kansas City Chiefs. And I thought that was going to be the successor to Chase Edmonds. So I gotta imagine they're looking at this draft to find somebody. I'm not saying it's 87. I'm not saying it's 100, but if you can find a guy that's going to be able to be a complement to James Conner with some speed, be able to catch the football.
I'll tell you, I like Dameon Pierce. I was at the combine, and he had some Marshawn Lynch
Kid from
vibes.
Cincinnati?
No, Florida.
Florida.
Angry, runs with purpose. He or Spiller or Robinson, I think would be a great pick, and I think you can get one of those guys at pick 100. In terms of value, I think offensive lineman, I would go best available offensive lineman at 87.
You could definitely break 6 seconds
Without a doubt.
for 40. If you didn't,
Yeah,
I'd be more disappointed than your chug last
So
night.
in my peak in high school, I think my best 40 was maybe like a 4.71.
In your peak.
In my peak.
He's not breaking 6.
Well, all
Frank
right.
Sanders'
He's
best.
not
What was your
breaking
best?
six.
I have
He's
small
not
legs.
breaking 6. I mean, in his
That's
peak,
hurtful.
he ran
That's
4.7.
hurtful.
In his peak, he was running
I'm
with Tom
thinking
my
Brady.
legs
I
had
think
to
he's
go real
he's
fast.
5'5" range.
No, that got nothing to do with it, man. You think Tariq
I'm a
Hill is
34-year-old man. Why am I getting picked
you're
apart
not
for running
chugging
a
a
40?
beer.
Listen,
you chug a
what
beer
kind of-
faster than you run a
What kind
40.
of garbage standards am I being held to here? You're like,
I think
run a 40.
I think Johnny's 40 would be comparable to his height.
What
Probably
do you
about
think-
5'6".
What about this prop?
I'll take
Five,
that.
Can we
six.
get this on DraftKings, this prop bet? Me chugging a pint glass and Johnny finishing a 40. What happens first?
Bo Brock
Oh,
last night.
You without a doubt.
You look
Shit,
like the
you
guy
without a
from.
doubt.
Remember the
You with a
man, remember
gallon.
the guy
The
rest in
Ziggy
peace?
Zaggy
You
guy?
guy
chugging
from
a
the Man
gallon. You
Show
chugging a gallon. And
that
he's,
would put the beer away. R.I.P. I think he's dead
he is.
now.
He's passed.
That was Bo Brock
About a
last
decade
night.
ago.
Yeah, he didn't just recently.
you
pass.
chugging a gallon without run. You chug it faster than run
Listen,
a 40.
I drink to have fun casually. I don't drink for sport.
Yeah.
I apologize for that. So I can be on my game. I didn't stay and drink for sport last night, so I could come and do the show for 4 hours. Best product we have. Best product in the Valley, that being PHNX Sports. Check out PHNX.com. As Shane rubs his face, he's exhausted. But my man, how many more picks we got? I love this. I wish
We're at 79 right now.
I
We're
wish
waiting
this
for
round
87.
never ended.
We're in for 87. Get him out.
Shane wants to be partying at Gila River. Said enough of this.
I'll tell you what, 85 people watching on YouTube want to party with us. We
Yep.
appreciate it,
I got a
baby.
drink.
Let's do it. Everybody go on your phone right now. Get your iPhone out. Go to your podcast. I want you to type in PHNX Cardinals.
Yes.
Bing, hit that subscribe button, notification bell, so you and everybody you know can partake in the best Cardinal content there is, bar none, objective, but favorable.
They did bring in Jalen Samuels right at the end of the season. They signed the former Pittsburgh Steeler running back.
The Cardinals did?
Yeah, they did. It was a good
In the
point by
seventh pick-
Miles in
seventh
the
round?
chat. Was it one of those future contracts?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I also liked when
Which I was kind of
Go ahead.
surprised because Samuels has been in the league for at least 3 or 4 seasons
He
at
has.
NC State.
I like when Benjamin trucked the hell out of Drake Kirkpatrick in San Francisco, and then it all went downhill from there. The Cardinals wet the bed at the end of the year, and the Niners somehow made it to the NFC title game because what the hell?
Yeah, they sent San Francisco to 3-5. You thought they were dead in the water?
Dead in the water,
And they're in the
without a
NFC
doubt,
Championship
right?
The
game.
Cardinals turned out to be very dead.
But
Very, very
once
dead.
Jimmy G started
They changed that once they beat. Once
George
they beat,
Kittle got healthy.
I'm saying, but once they beat the Rams and they just smashed the Rams, smashed my football. After that, they found their identity. They found their flow. That's when your boy Debo was. They found a way to get him the ball in the RPO. He ran a couple of wildcat situations, and they just smashed Miles football. Those dudes, man. The next thing you know, they became They got hot. I don't know what. I think that was a triggering moment because prior to that, they were struggling pretty bad.
I'll tell you who's not struggling. Kyler Murray, because he's about to get paid, and he's got the most robust, deep receiving core, I would argue, in pro football, gentlemen. Experience, depth, size, speed, athleticism. The Arizona Cardinals, I put this on Twitter. I don't think they have any excuse. Top 5 offense, I think, has to be the floor next year.
For sure.
You got to be a top 5 offense with this embarrassment of riches. And you know what? Your defense, let it do what it does best. Opportunistic, force the issue, make them one-dimensional. I get it. We got to shore up a run defense to get the ball back to Kyler Murray and company. I think that can happen in free agency later this summer. But I feel like at worst, this team is going to be in the top 5 of offensive points and yards.
They need to be. I said it about an hour ago. I think that it needs to be their calling card.
Yep.
It does with Cliff Kingsbury at the at the helm, and to justify his extension and to justify your franchise quarterback getting, what's going to be most likely the richest quarterback contract in the history of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Until
Joe
Money comes out or
yeah.
Herbert shows up for his bag.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just the flow of the land. But when we're talking about like performance and talent, like I agree, you have to set some numbers that are staggering enough to fit that pay.
And he's got the weapons around him. Last 2 seasons going into the regular season, we've seen Kyler Murray sixth favorite to win the MVP.
Yeah.
Right. And people see the skill set, and they think that he can kind of reach the level of a Mahomes or Lamar Jackson, and the numbers that it would take. When I asked the question, a couple minutes ago about what kind of season is he going to have, the numbers you guys projected, I mean, those are MVP caliber numbers.
Mm-hmm. He was destined to that. Man.
But he can't stay healthy at the end of the year.
Both of them was in that same.
Which begs the question, do they need to shore up their offensive line? I think there are concerns about Kyler Murray's durability in the end of the year. Now, I think part of that is maybe movement a little bit less out of the pocket, becoming more, not traditional pocket passer, but use your mobility as a luxury, not as a crutch, a la Russell Wilson. And I think he'll be better off at the end of the year. I don't think he'll be nicked up. I don't think this offense now is not going to be predicated on Kyler Murray's legs. You've got a Pro Bowl running back. You've got a Pro Bowl tight end. You've got a top 60 tight end prospect. You've got a bona fide Hall of Fame wide receiver. And then you've got one of the best number 2 wide receivers in the game now in Hollywood Brown. Like, this should be this should be a passing offense first. I do not want to see Kyler Murray with 10 carries. I just don't. Not if you want him to get through a 17-game season. Not at 5'9".
No. I do want to see a little bit of the return of the Kyler running the football. I thought we saw that
maybe design
too
runs,
big of a fall off,
running out of bounds.
But also you need to see him develop into the pocket passer. We saw that the offense became pretty pedestrian, obviously without DeAndre Hopkins. But when he was forced to stay in the pocket, with a guy like McBride, with Ertz, knowing where Hollywood Brown's going to be at all times, that's going to help with him in his decision making, knowing what to do with the football from the pocket. Obviously trying to see over that offense and defensive line. That's going to help.
I'm going to tell you right now, it looks like Nakobe Dean has a medical concern, which you would assume that's why he's falling this far. Potential shoulder issue. Inside linebacker, All-American out of Georgia, which is why he is still available amongst a lot of the best availables per numerous sites, including ESPN. Malik Willis at this point. Guys, the character off the charts. I thought the measurables definitely awarded a top 40 pick, and we're at the point now where will he get drafted real quickly on day 2? Nobody's going to answer? I'll say.
I have something.
Okay, go ahead, Shano.
Do you think that the Pro Bowl hype, or the Senior Bowl hype and the Combine hype, do you think that people are trying to stay away from that now? Because that was kind of one of the things with him. Everyone was really excited about his arm talent that he was showcasing. And, people have gotten burned in the past for taking quarterbacks that just perform really well. Because, nobody was talking about Malik Willis prior to the Senior Bowl, really. I mean, he was a prospect, but not as a top 10 guy. And all of a sudden, he's a top 10 guy.
Yeah.
Do you think that has anything to do with it?
Well, I mean, if you look at Mel and Todd, I mean, they're just continually spitting out that these guys are the top 2 guys on their board every year. There's always going to be a quarterback in the top 5, whatever, 1 or 2 of them that they're going to rave and say is going to be your next franchise quarterback. And they've been preaching franchise quarterback with the top record of probably less than 50%, I think less than 30% on actual quarterbacks they were drafted in the first round, but they were not actually great quarterbacks for that team. So I can see that, but I agree. I think there's just some things when you start looking at the overall draft. I look at the league now and I say there's so many young quarterbacks right now that are producing at a high level. And these guys, if you look at them, how they played in college, the ones that just left and that just got drafted, or the last 2 draft classes, they're not even close to those guys. And I don't see it. They would be in this group right here would be in the draft class of the Sam Darnold and the Josh Rosen. Ain't that right? That's Johnny's draft class. These guys got the same kind of action that, come on, Jay, these guys, statistically, these guys have the same kind of stats. So they're like really B quarterbacks. They're not great quarterbacks.
They're backups.
And right. And so
they're backups and journeyman and bridge quarterbacks.
They're gonna take now I'm gonna say about Malik Willis. I'll say Tom Brady, I don't know who his backup quarterback is, but I could see him potentially, if you're gonna talk about a strong arm and a guy that probably that can learn some things, I'm okay with him going to Tampa Bay from that standpoint. But I don't know who that backup quarterback is at this stage right now.
It's got to be beyond the eye test with Malik Willis. Because when I watched him play for Liberty, it seemed like he was an NFL caliber player.
I agree.
You look what the trend is as far as mobile quarterbacks, dual threat guys. It's just shocking to me to see him still on the board and to think that there's going to be a future where he's not going to be helping a team win a game at the quarterback position. It's just wild to me. I mean, I know the size isn't there. What is he? He's maybe 6 feet, 6'1".
He's 6'1", I feel like. But again, we talked about it pre-draft. Everybody said it could be Dak Prescott, maybe with a little bit better arm. And if that's your ceiling, you're probably somewhere in between that and, we talked about a Geno Smith, right? I just feel like in today's NFL, when Jalen Hurts goes in the second round, a very comparable player, and Jalen Hurts can use his mobility to win games in the NFL while learning to become a better thrower of the football. Give me somebody who can be an athlete and figure it out on the fly, especially in today's NFL when you can't touch the quarterback, over the guy like Kenny Pickett, who I just feel like you're just so limited with. Not a great athlete, not a great arm, small hands. To me, if I was a team that needed a quarterback and we continually passed on Malik Willis, I feel like we'd be making a huge mistake. Shane Diefenbach, fan of the Seattle Seahawks.
And at this point, it's like there's no fifth-year option here. I mean, what are you waiting for? If you think the guy can play, if you think he can.
I do just want to say, sorry, chat. They're roasting me. Apparently, he was top 10. He was QB1 preseason. So, chat.
It was an awful year. I mean, from the start of this, there was nobody that was. He was in the conversation.
Does he have a medical
for
concern that we don't know about? That has to be something that.
There's Nakobe Dean. Speaking of medical concern.
Speaking of medical. So, I got corrected by the chat as well, Shane. Everybody said Nakobe Dean opted out of having surgery. So there's talk that he may need surgery now, maybe potentially redshirting for Philadelphia. That's great value. My buddy Jess Root at CardsWire says, thankfully, Kime will not be tempted now that Nakobe Dean is gone. I think a lot of Cardinal fans, potential sigh of relief here. We've got a question. Are we starting to get close to our pick? What's the PHNX 5 for 87? Well, here's what I will tell you. I do think that running back and offensive linemen appear to be the way they want to lean. And I can tell you definitively, here are my 5. Isaiah Spiller. Okay, I like Darian Kennard on the defensive side. Tariq Woolen, a cornerback that they did work out. Cameron Thomas, defensive end, San Diego State. And then at defensive line, Zachary Carter, defensive tackle, Florida. I give you a little sprinkle of everything. Those are Johnny's big 5 for PHNX Cardinals ahead of pick 87. And who knows, we might double down and make that pick 100 as well, depending on who gets taken. Better question, according to 91 Claycomb, I agree with this. Who does Kyler want? Hell yeah. Who does Kyler Murray want? I would imagine Kyler Murray wouldn't mind an offensive lineman.
Yeah. And are we still waiting for Dylan Parham to go off the board at Memphis? Why not?
Your boy Miles put some names up on the board. Yeah. Pretty cool.
Cam Thomas, the pass rusher out of San Diego State. I had him as far as a couple edges that they could be interested in the second round. He's still on the board here in the third round.
DeMarvin Leal, Texas A&M. A lot of people had him going in the second round. Sanders, the edge rusher out of Cincinnati. The problem is that, again, the expectations, these guys are going to come in. They're going to be rotational guys. They're going to be special teamers year one. So I think that nobody's going to be Chandler Jones next year. You're going to rely on Marcus Golden, and hopefully they get a veteran to supplement. Now, if you want to do a tandem like Melvin Ingram and a rookie, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the end of the day, guys, the bona fide stud star edge rushers, they typically come in the first round. There can be outliers, but you can find Rodney Hudson, Gabe Jackson, Pro Bowl interior linemen were taken in the third round. That's just why I think the better value is in the third for a position like that, or running back. Once upon a time, Alvin Kamara, third-round picks.
Especially when you see the scouting leading up to the draft and some of the guys that a lot of analysts believe we're going to be going earlier than this are still on the board. It seems like the skill set is there, the background, the playing in a Power 5 conference. There's enough big, beefy boys that can come in there and compete if you're down Justin Pugh, if you're down Will Hernandez, if Josh Jones can't if you're not sure on Josh Jones any longer because of how he finished the season with all those penalties.
Also, and a good reminder in the chat, so Mr. Amano 187 says Daniel Hunter, and I don't know if they're going to be in the market for Daniel Hunter or not, but I think that's a good point that Steve Keim has shown us he is not afraid to make trades during the year or right before the season starts.
I don't think they can afford Daniel Hunter. I don't think there's any finagling of the cap that they can do to get him on his number.
The Cardinals are scheduled to have 2 third-round picks next year because of the comp pick they're going to get for Christian Kirk. They could be mid-season, and they could have a team that is 500. The offense is doing well. They need a pass rush. They could deal pick for a pass rush. Keim loves mid-season trade acquisitions. Just because the pass rush appears set today on April 29th does not mean that that's what the depth chart's going to look like September and October.
Yeah, I mean, the Rams were able to add Von Miller before the deadline. You were able to go out and get Zach Ertz. You have to continue to add talent. If you want to be in the conversation for the Super Bowl, you have to continue to get better and better. And this team, I mean, their focus is not sustaining another end of the season collapse. And we're starting to see that with how they're trying to add depth on this offensive side of the football. And I think they can continue that with their next 2 picks, as you're mentioning, with some of these guards that are left, these interior offensive linemen.
The Titans just jumped the Arizona Cardinals, according to the chat. The Titans are now at 86, the Cardinals 87. People are upset. Let's just wait and see what the pick is. Again, I don't think Steve Keim and company feel like they're pressured into taking any singular player here. Otherwise, they would have been trading up. Now, we just saw Marcus Jones, cornerback at Houston, I know a lot of people liked, go to New England at pick 85. Houston cornerback Marcus Jones.
A 5'8" corner, isn't he?
Yeah, he's undersized. Perfect for New England. They love their undersized corners. The Titans are up. Be interesting to see who the Titans take here, as it potentially maybe was a player the Cardinals were targeting, and as a result, do the Cardinals think about trading down? A lot of movement potentially happening here with pick 87 as we welcome everybody to the PHNX Cardinals podcast. I want to remind you, children 5 and older are eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. The vaccine is the best tool we have to reduce the chances of getting sick. The vaccine can reduce the risk of being hospitalized or even dying from the disease. Safe, free, and highly effective vaccines are available throughout Arizona. Visit azhealth.gov/find vaccine for a location nearest to you. As we look at the Tennessee Titans picking 86 overall for a team that's had a lot of turnover. No Julio Jones, obviously no A.J. Brown, right? Ryan Tannehill is just maybe a quarterback. I don't know why they want to jump the Arizona Cardinals, but I mean, hey, this would be great value, we think, for Malik Willis, but we'll see what ends up happening here. Don't tell me what the pick is. Don't do it.
Looking.
You don't want to know who the...
No, don't even give me clues, because you gave me a clue last time. Figured it out on the fly.
Okay, I just wanted to... I saw that. As you were the one that retweeted the Trey McBride tweet. Been waiting my whole life for this weekend. NFL draft.
Yeah, Trey.
Arizona Cardinals. You were just talking about Christian Kirk as we await the Cardinals to be on the clock. How great is it?
Don't look at me.
Why?
I don't know.
I'm not going to tell you, man. I'm not going to sneak...
I can read your facial expressions,
sneak
Bo.
attack the pick. But that Steve Keim was able to upgrade, minor as it may be, at the position for Christian Kirk and save the amount of money that he did. I mean, I think that's not being talked about as much as it should be.
Everybody's like, oh, A.J. Brown went to 18, and he was a first and a third, and you only got Hollywood Brown for pick 23. A.J. Brown is making $25 million per year for the next 4 years. Hollywood Brown, who was taken in that same draft, had a fifth-year option. He's much cheaper, and by the way, he mentioned today at his press conference, he's not worried about getting paid. Ooh, I like the reaction. Let's just wait here a minute.
No, it's not the Cards pick. It's the pick before them. It's not. I don't know why they had to jump the Cards for this pick.
Okay, so this hopefully is a quarterback.
Ooh,
so.
I do see the Cards.
Don't.
I like this too.
What? We've
talk
also.
about
I
it,
love.
for God's sake.
I love the chat. I love the chat. We've taken the chat off the screen momentarily. I've taken.
Do you make your kids wait to come go to the Christmas tree?
Yes,
I
he does.
watch the draft.
everyone
It's
has
an
to come
organic.
down.
Listen, it's an organic
Marshmallows,
experience.
I want to see
Cocoa.
the look on your face.
Wanna
When
see
I
it.
would have
Yes.
draft parties, I would make people put their phones in a
Yes, this
basket
is
so
him.
we couldn't
Yes.
ruin the pick. So
Definitely him.
I love everybody in the chat. Please go subscribe PHNX_Cardinals on
I
Twitter.
can't believe you guys
subscribe
took
to our
off the-
podcast.
I just retweeted.
Please don't
stay off Twitter, John.
Please don't. Oh God, Bo. Please don't be pissed off. I took the chat off, everybody, just until the Cardinals
Oh,
pick.
that's too funny.
Because I know you guys, you little sneaky bastards,
Hey, you've
are
been
going to put it in the chat.
you've been saying Jadeveon Clowney. So, question: Peters or Phillips? Which one is Peters or Phillips that we owe 10 points? Something that be come off the books in a bit. Which one?
Jordan Phillips.
Jordan Phillips. So if we was able to negotiate to cut him down to 3, and then add in Jadeveon with that rest of that
They
money.
got the money.
Okay.
They have not signed a player of note in free agency. They have not gave, outside of the Zach Ertz contract, substantial money to anybody. And that you could really argue, where's a lot of those guarantees going? They can extend Kyler Murray and save money. They can extend DJ Humphries, get that cap hit down. Don't look at me. They can. They can.
Oh my God.
They can do a lot of different things. They can sign whomever they want, and the good news is, we're going to get to a point where it's not going to affect comp picks for next year. And I also think if you're Jadeveon Clowney, like, don't you want to come to Arizona, live in Scottsdale, live in Paradise Valley, play for a pro-friendly coach like Cliff Kingsbury? Player-friendly coach, I should say.
All right, the Cardinals are about to officially get on the clock because the Titans are now going to take Malik Willis. His long wait is over.
Oh, handsome.
They make
A handsome
trade,
pick.
and Ryan Tannehill is now going to feel a little heat on that seat as he's got Malik Willis.
Malik and Treylon Burks in Tennessee. All right, Malik. Happy for you, my man. Jump the Cardinals because the Cardinals were sniffing around. No, they weren't. They weren't sniffing around anything. They got
They
Kyler
did
Murray.
meet with him.
Wow.
They did.
They did meet with Malik Willis, but at the combine, it wasn't it.
How fast? So did the Cardinals make their pick? They trade out.
They're going to make their pick.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the Cardinals are making their pick. They did not trade out. We do not know the pick because
It was somebody I mentioned earlier today.
okay. So I'm hopeful that it is not a defender. I want an offensive player. I want to keep the streak alive. But we'll see. It'll be interesting with pick 87 compared to pick 100, which I think is destined to be dealt. I do not think that pick gets made tonight, which will be funny.
It was a school that had a good season this year. It's not
Okay.
gonna scratch your Power 5 conference itch. I will tell you that, but it's not Division II either.
Well, I'm thinking, okay, if they had a good season and they weren't in a Power 5 conference, they played for a team that made the Final Four.
No.
In Cincinnati, they did not.
No.
This is a fun game.
The chat's probably going nuts.
They are. They're great.
That
The
we've
chat's
got it
great.
in
We
right
love
now.
the chat.
Oh,
They're good
man.
people in the chat.
Come on, Jay. Let's check it out,
They're
man.
family.
Get
no,
your mind right.
no.
Get your mind right, man. Let's check it
All
out.
right, we can spoil pick 100. We're not going to spoil pick 87. The Cardinals pick is in. Is it going to get announced? Do we have somebody announced?
I mean, the problem is Malik Willis just went off the board, so they're going to show.
Boom. The pick is in. The Arizona Cardinals. I can't see because there's a light in the studio. Help. We can't have dead air on this pod.
You feel good,
Shane,
man.
yeah, can we move
the,
that
the,
real
the
quick?
kid's crying, which is
You
pretty
don't,
cool.
I know what it is. You
I
really
love
need to
that.
see it.
No, I'm
Yes,
good
I
now.
want to
Okay.
see it organically on the
Good,
screen. Here we go. Mel's
Yeah.
team needs here for
You
the
good?
Arizona Cardinals. All offense.
Yeah, put it in my face. I'm
Mel-
seeing
Mel
the picks happen
literally
5
has-
minutes before.
And I wanted the kid from Memphis. It's not going to be him,
No,
though, is it?
I'm sorry to disappoint.
That kid must not be any good then. Nobody wants him. Poor buddy. Down in Memphis, Tennessee.
No.
Based on Bo's reaction, I feel like it's going to be a defensive player. Because if he's like, well, it's a school we talked about earlier.
No, I had mentioned him on my Twitter feed.
Yeah.
All right, offense or defense?
Defense.
No, I don't like that.
It's a need. It's a priority that I talked about. And if they do bring in Jadeveon Clowney, he would probably mentor this young man.
Oh, okay. So they finally took an edge rusher for everybody who was worried about them taking an edge rusher. Let's see who it is.
From Florida.
Mm-mm.
Let's hear it.
Wrong coast.
Small. It's Cam. It's the kid from San Diego State. We did talk about small school. That's my prediction. Let's see. Who we got here? Anybody you recognize, Frank? Anybody Cardinal
No.
people? Nope. Man, can we draw out this pick any longer?
I don't know.
I'm as much as I would love to. Okay, here we go.
There it is. That is
Cardinals. There it is. I did see Cameron Thomas mocked to the Cardinals at pick 55 earlier today. So I think that's good value. Second team All-American. Bo, tell us about him.
I mean, he's a guy that actually, when you look at the pre-draft rankings, and we talked about that tier, that third tier that kind of started with George Karlaftis from Purdue, I don't think Cam Thomas is that far off from a guy like Karlaftis. I mean, as far as tools, good size, as far as what you want. The athleticism, the speed, I don't think you're going to get that necessarily from Cam Thomas, but the physicality, certainly will get that from Cam Thomas.
He's going to be a hustle guy, man. He's wearing 99. He's going to be the exact version of what we thought. He just won't be as better than without time and tenure, but and learning technique.
He's got a serious game face in his profile.
That looks like
here.
the face my wife gives me every morning when I sleep, when I oversleep, and she has to get the kids ready for school. That's a scary face. Let me tell you. Doug Ferrier of Bleacher Report, love the Cameron Thomas pick for the Cardinals. Could be the next Trey Hendrickson. Of course, Trey Hendrickson balled out for the Cincinnati Bengals this year.
Difference maker for Cincinnati.
He was. I don't know. We got people saying a reach in the chat. I mean, like I saw this guy in every mock being a early day 2 pick. I think you're spot on. I like the idea of him working with J.J. Watt. I like the idea of him working with Jadeveon Clowney in a rotational role.
Zach Allen.
Yes, Zach Allen, as we've got former Arizona Cardinal Emmitt Smith announcing a pick here. Are we just now we got another wide receiver, Jalen Tolbert, on.
According to ESPN, he's the 66th ranked prospect, and they got him at 87. So that's where the value comes in there. Just under a second round grade. Get him in the third round. Not bad for the Cardinals. And that need. And you look at the guys that, you get Trey McBride at 55, and then you look at the guys that went between now and then, the Nick Bonitos and those guys. Cam Thomas is in the same conversation as far as the caliber of prospect that you're going to bring in. You were able to wait.
He also got after the quarterback at the college level, unlike George Karlaftis. I know it's all about projections, but you don't sack quarterbacks at the college level. How are you going to do it against the best in the world? 11.5 sacks last year in a good conference, not a Power 5 conference. He did, by the way, Shano, have a sack in week 2 against Arizona. At Arizona, Cam Thomas. Oh man, that
wasn't
great.
A win for the Aztecs.
We're making fun of U of A here.
Faalele at 100? Can you see that? That's what he said in the chat. That's interesting.
The tackle. Oh, I saw him mock.
Jeff Mitchell.
He's a Pro Football Focus darling. They had him as a second round grade. People are talking about going in the trenches, that they're happy. Listen.
He's 6'4". I'm happy.
Yeah.
I wanted a 6'4" guy. He's 6'4". Again, probably more of a hustle guy, effort, energy guy. Probably smart. Can do his job when asked. You saw him in both formations where he was standing in a 3-point stand and standing up, so you can move him around a little bit. I think Vance Joseph offense asset of the defensive line last year. We saw Chandler Jones and JJ on the same side of the ball. Then you saw Marcus on the other side. Then they flipped it to be Marcus and JJ, and then Chandler by himself, just depending on who they're going up against. So you need a guy that you can move around, and definitely he seems like one of those guys that can do it.
I like what Diego's saying, and this is basically the point I was making, is that everybody was mad that Drake Jackson, who ended up being drafted by the San Francisco 49ers at the end of the second round.
It's a great point.
It's the same type of player with Cam Thomas. A little shorter arms, I'm sure. Jess Root getting a lot of love on this podcast today from Cards Wire. His size, 6'4", 267. Chandler Jones, 6'5", 265. He's not going to be as far as the physicality, as far as the speed, you're not going to get the same as Chandler Jones. But I like what you're saying, Frank, the versatility, just how aggressive he is. It says he's got short arms, small, that's something that a lot of like next level analytics. They like the long arm guys.
Yeah.
But look, the guy produced another Mountain West guy, by the way. That's back-to-back Mountain West picks for the Arizona Cardinals.
Listen, as long as they're not skill players. You know how I feel about small school skill players with this franchise. To me, it's somebody that can come in and learn from a bunch of quality veterans in this front seven that can come in and play hopefully early. We're going to hold you to this, Vance Joseph, that this kid sees the field next fall.
Johnny, you drafted a small school skills player.
Who?
Trey McBride.
Oh, I don't count that. I'm talking wide receiver. I'm sorry. When Trey McBride's the number one prospect at the tight end position, you can go to Panera Bread University. I don't care where you
It's
go.
a great university.
Colorado State, whatever.
Get the Soup Sandy combo there.
Awesome.
Cam Thomas, though, he's described as a run defender, which I love. I mean,
Do we
considering
need that? I can't remember.
I can't remember if the Cardinals are poor against the run. Do you know, Frank?
No, not at all. No, we don't need much of that at all.
And we're already 10 picks away from the final pick of the day for the Arizona Cardinals.
will not
We're at
make
90. They're going to be there at 100. Johnny still got he just put his kids' college tuition on the line.
I got the
They're not making
401k
selection.
cashed out. You want to give me Venmo any pensions you want to double down on? Kime loves his picks. I cannot see them if they make this pick, they don't pick again, pending a trade up like last year until 201. And I do think there are if you could parlay 100 to multiple fourth round picks, that's what I would have to get. You'd have to get 2 4s. I think there's a lot of offensive line talent available. This is just a very strange draft where I think like we're gonna have guys make Pro Bowls on day 3 where we typically see just a depth of talent being cut off at a certain point. I don't think people really know what to make of this draft, and that's why having a lot of lottery tickets tomorrow is enticing to me.
Before we get too far ahead of that, I mean, Steve Keim has had some success finding players like Cam Thomas. Zach Allen I think you can say that's a successful pick. Once he got healthy and how he's developed, that's a spot that he's been able to kind of identify in the draft and actually scout successfully for the Arizona Cardinals. So you have to like that he's going to be able to come in as another third-round pick and make an impact for this Cardinals team. I disagree with you. I don't care about a bunch of fourth-round picks. I know you were able to get Marco Wilson, and he was able to make a name for himself last year. But if you can find one more guy with this roster that's already playoff caliber, if you can get one more guy, and if it is an offensive lineman, perfect. You get that depth. Do it. It doesn't make sense to go get 2 guys who could play 20%, 15% of the snaps next year.
I can't. I got to interrupt you. I just caught a glimpse of Wayne Newton's face on the TV.
That's not his face. It's not his real face.
It's not his real face. I don't even know if he can emote emotion at this point. Wayne Newton, Las Vegas legend, now selecting the Raiders pick. Good hell. His face looks like it's made out of wax candles right now here on the PHNX Cardinals podcast. He's having trouble reading the card if you're not watching it at home. There's Dylan Farnham, guard out of Memphis. That'll be interesting to watch now if we compare Drake Jackson's career to Trey McBride. Farnham is a name that we liked on this set, and the Cardinals opt to go with Cam Thomas just to kind of project down the line. The Raiders have actually had a lot of luck drafting guards in the 3rd round. We mentioned Gabe Jackson, of course, Rodney Hudson, interior offensive lineman, now with the Arizona Cardinals. But he is 6'2.5", and I would imagine that would maybe play a part in why he fell this far, especially the level of play at Memphis. Yeah. There's a couple guards from Georgia I wouldn't mind sniffing around at pick 100.
Just real quick,
okay.
Little update on what I'm doing later tonight. The Coyotes game just started.
Okay.
Less than 3 minutes in, they're down 3-0. So
that's a goal
could always be in a better, or could always be in a worse place, Johnny.
I think this is the place to be right now. PHNX Cardinals live on YouTube. We thank all of you. Do me a favor, go like, subscribe, leave us a 5-star review. Whip out your iPhone or your Android or whatever the hell you got, unless you got a flip phone. Subscribe to the PHNX Cardinals podcast. We're gonna have live coverage the rest of this evening up until pick 100, assuming they make it, and coverage tomorrow. Recap, articles, content, audio, video, whatever you need. It's PHNX Cardinals at gophnx.com.
It's also important, leave a review if you like what you hear today. Yeah. We're having some fun here. Just our live draft coverage continues. Leave a rating, 5-star. helps us kind of move up in the podcast library there, Apple Podcasts. It's just get a little bit more awareness out there.
Yeah.
And we'd appreciate it. We really would. It goes a long way. But so let's recap how we've gotten here. Steve Keim, there was the run on the wide receivers in the teens last night, and he makes the move for Marquise Hollywood Brown. He gets a bona fide wide receiver 2 opposite DeAndre Hopkins, a 1,000-yard receiver, the first 1,000-yard receiver for the Baltimore Ravens since 2017. Comes over from that run-heavy offense, reconnects with Kyler Murray. And then the team, they're waiting until 87. Looks like they're eyeing an offensive lineman again, and he gets picked right before Steve Keim and the Cardinals are on the clock. So they take the top tight end in the draft. They take Trey McBride out of Colorado State, 90 catches, 1,100 yards. And now he joins Marquise Brown, DeAndre Hopkins, Zach Ertz, Max Williams potentially when he gets back, James Conner in this offense. And then the Arizona Cardinals are back on the clock at 87th overall. And finally, that edge, that need that everybody's identified, they take Cam Thomas out of San Diego State, the best player on that defense. I'm sure he was all Mountain West last season as far as the defensive side of the football goes, and he can come in immediately and get snaps, getting after the quarterback, slowing down opposing rushing attacks. And I really like what Steve Keim's done. I mean, I know it's you kind of get carried away with it sometimes, Johnny, but it's a good draft so far for Keim.
And listen, if you're new to this show, new to this program, right? You're new to me and what we do here. I am not Mr. Rah-rah cheerleader for Steve Keim. We are critical when necessary. I can be objective. And if they had taken a corner at pick 23, I would have taken my laptop and smashed it on the floor of the Ainsworth. I would have been pissed off. But they didn't. They traded it for a proven veteran commodity that makes them better in 2022. Then they doubled down on offensive weaponry for their young quarterback to support him. I think, again, you're either a have or a have not in today's NFL where you can score points in bunches, or you're limited based on what you have around your franchise guy or you're not franchise guy. The margin for error for this Cardinal offense is huge because of the ability to score points in bunches and score quickly. I think Steve Keim recognizes that. Would I feel better about some additional protection? Would I feel better about adding maybe another defensive lineman? Sure, but I just feel like Steve Keim, for me, is pushing all the right buttons. You go back and look at my coverage of him, dating back to years prior. I did not like the Isaiah Simmons pick. I wanted Tristan Wirfs or CeeDee Lamb. That's not hindsight. And check the tweets. I got the receipts. Didn't love the Zaven Collins pick last year. I just, for whatever reason, I like what he's doing this year. He's changing it up a little bit.
I am okay with what we brought on. I mean, again, this draft was not something I expected, and what we've gotten. Conversation was we need a receiver. We got one. Now we need some help on defense. We got that also, and we've added another weapon in regards to the offense when it comes to our tight end position. That tells us that our offense is probably not just going to be an air raid like we thought it was, 3 and 4 wide receiver sets all the time. We might see it a little too tight. That'd be nice. JC was definitely a blessing to have last year. James Conner, that is, running back, and what he was able to do. So I thought that was pretty special.
Arizona State.
Let's go.
Let's go. Won a top 5 running back drafted over Isaiah Spiller. I didn't mean to cut you off, Frank.
Good,
Rashad White.
So,
here in Tempe. Shano, give us a breakdown.
Yeah, no one I watched more in the NCAA than this man, obviously doing post-game shows for him every night. Mel Kiper had him as number 4 running back at the start of the year, and somehow he fell out of the top 5. There's just too many cooks, I guess, in the NCAA. But this is a guy who gives you not only, a great vision as a ball carrier, but also a pass-catching back. He's one of the most patient runners I've ever seen, and this offense, the Buccaneers offense that he's going into, is going to be a hell of fun to watch, so I'm excited for that.
Gets to run with LeGarrette Blount. No, not LeGarrette Blount.
A long time ago.
Leonard Fournette.
It's like we've been doing this,
if he's there, Leonard
we've been doing
Fournette,
this
right?
for 4 hours.
Leonard Fournette.
Leonard Fournette. Similar kind of player. They're big, physical guys. Look at that run.
It's great to see a Sun Devil exit the program via the draft instead of the transfer portal.
Can we stop? Like, once
That is
again,
a fact, though. They got more transfer portals than we got picks. It's crazy.
God.
Like, they're out of there.
Yeah.
But I will tell you this though. I like who I think will be our next pick.
Who's that?
In my best opinion, I think Brian Robinson Jr., running back out of Alabama. He fits the exact image of of JC. He's physical, catch the ball at the backfield, but not only that, he can be a blocker. I mean, Benjamin is there, but he's not as he was physical on the run, but maybe not in the blocking department. If you're not going to get an offensive lineman or guard, it's better to have another running back that you can trust to block for your quarterback if the blitz pickup is coming up. And James Conner showed a lot of that last year offensively.
Are you guys concerned at all if they don't take a running back at pick 100 that it's James Conner and his show, which it should be. He made the Pro Bowl last year, but you can't give James Conner 300-plus touches. He doesn't stay healthy. He needs to supplement, I would say, 25% of his workload. They don't have Chase Edmonds. Right, they brought in, what back did they bring in for a workout? They didn't end up signing him.
Darrell Williams.
Darrell Williams of Kansas City. Maybe that's in play here. If they don't get one, I do feel like Benjamin's not talked enough about, probably because he's not an option. I think he's the third back in this group. So it does feel like right now this is a point where they don't draft a back, they're going to have to sign one, Bo.
Yeah, but Darrell Williams is still out there. I mean,
sure,
you can ride it out. And if the right guy's not there in the 6th round, or if you don't want to trade back into the 4th or the 5th round, you don't get your guy, you'll be all right. I mean, you saw the Rams running back room was completely decimated to start last season, and then they were able to.
The Cardinals ask a lot of their backs, though.
They do.
I feel like,
they do. And it's so important. I mean, the success of James Conner was all about him being on that pitch count early on, and having that kind of that duo, that tandem that they had in place with him and Chase Edmonds. And I don't think that's there yet. Like the running back room can't be the status quo between now and the start of the season.
The Niners just took another running back.
But this running back from LSU is nice.
You like him?
Like he's the Leonard Fournette of that timeline. Yeah, absolutely. Hard runner, nice with his feet, good hands, good catcher of the ball.
Debo loves it.
I mean, that's a good pick for them. I know that for a fact.
Debo says, take my carries down to a minimum.
If you can get it, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I just think that's kind of the conversation right now.
Cardinals like the receivers.
Really confident in their Trey Lance bringing another running back.
I like the value of the running back tomorrow morning that will be available. You think about, I've got a list here of guys who have not been selected yet. I just want to read off some of these names quickly if I can. So we've got Isaiah Spiller still available. We've got Brian Robinson Jr. out of Alabama still available. We've got Dameon Pierce out of Florida still available. There's value to be had.
Pierre Strong still there?
Yeah, Pierre Strong still available. And I think these are starting caliber running backs at some point in their NFL career. So again, don't force it. If you can't trade down, don't force it. Don't just take scraps, as Bo said. Have a purpose, and you better be picking early in the 4th round. But if you can get 2 potential starters tomorrow, that might be asking a lot. I still like a lot of the depth in this class.
The chat line, man, is full of guys knowledgeable of the running backs. You guys just gave a good little list of names that's out there. I think all those names though are really guys that you can plug and play. It might not, and that I'm talking about like from the standpoint if the starting running back that you have in your team goes down, then you should be able to get something out of these guys that they can move themselves into the next level. I wouldn't be mad with them getting B. Robinson Jr. I think he's coming from the SEC. You like SEC skilled guys.
I do.
He's proven himself to be, a good talent. And outside of them Alabama being wide receiver guys, they have definitely produced some great running backs out of that university in the last 5 or 6 years.
There's word now Matt Corral could be on his way to North Carolina to play for the Carolina Panthers, which would all but set ablaze the Baker Mayfield to Carolina trade speculation. It does look like Baker Mayfield will have more commercials this year than starting NFL jobs. Could he end up in Seattle? Shane, let's get you on the record. Resident Seahawk homer Shane Diefenbach. Would you be pro bringing in Baker Mayfield for
Drew Lock is the future?
Please don't. Can you not?
Drew Lock is the future. You know my love for Drew Lock prior to him even coming to Seattle. Drew Lock is the future.
You would rather have Drew Lock than Baker Mayfield?
I would. Money.
Wow.
Did you not watch Drew Lock?
They've been brainwashed by John Schneider. I do think if you're the Seattle, don't muddle things up with Baker. If you're going to be bad, be bad. Be bad with Drew Lock. Get a top pick next year. Spam in the chat, hot girls and boys.
Looking at
What?
some quotes coming from newest Arizona Cardinal Cameron Thomas, joining the media at the facility in Tempe, said he moved outside this past season after playing inside. He's modeled his game after probably the people the last decade who wanted to play that role, J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
So he's going to be playing with a hero of his on the Cardinals defense.
He had 99 for a reason, and he looks a lot like him. Long, not me again, short arms, but again, you can work your way around that with hustle and effort. If you lean right and you get your body in the right line, and definitely put yourself in the best position.
When
So
you've been talking for 4 hours, Shane, you get a couple mulligans. Calm the fuck down. How many more picks good hell to the Cardinals? I can't see.
Carolina's still somehow on the clock.
They're calling Baker right now, and they're saying, "Listen, Baker, you're not going to be a Panther. No one wants you. You're a big time fraud. You were the first overall pick. Now no one wants you. That's a huge fall from grace."
But I heard one of the guys saying, I thought this was apropos, and I think maybe you might have said it, JV, was that, honestly, Baker is one of those guys that feels like his contract is his contract, but they used him in the example of Jameis Winston in regards to, you came out as a starter, it was good, but it wasn't great. You were not great.
Right.
But you've gotten beat up.
Yeah.
Physically, mentally, and emotionally. So maybe a good year on a good bench where you can get yourself together, get kind of healthy, you don't have to put that pressure on yourself.
Send him to send him to L.A., sit behind Stafford.
Matt Corral's gone.
Yeah, there he goes. And Baker Mayfield, I can't imagine Baker would go to Carolina now with Matt Corral and Sam Darnold there. They must have been Cleveland overplaying their hand at this point with he and Jimmy Garoppolo. You just cut your losses, you get what you can. Somebody wants to take on his whole salary. It's less about compensation now, I think, and more about who can take on the most money. As the Arizona Cardinals are close to being on the clock. How many more picks do we need?
So Carolina was 94, so now it's 95. We're trying to get to 100. That's for the Arizona Cardinals.
I still think they're trading down. I will eat all the crow if they don't trade down, but I expect if they do trade down to be given a lot of praise on this show.
You're eating a lot of it today, then, brother. How do you want it? It's coming. I'm telling you right now, it's coming. They're not trading down that pick, man. Once you realize,
I would rather say Golden Corral something or other.
I'm not sold on him, though. He's in an offense that's pass happy. So the stats are gaudy, but if you watch him,
he had a pro coach though.
I mean, but that's what I'm saying. But he's pass happy.
Lane Kiffin is.
We coached in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm saying, but it's a pass happy offense trying to exploit his talents. Lane Kiffin, that is, as a coordinator, more so than the quarterback. And I watched him. I wasn't sold on a lot of his decision making skills. His body was a little frail. He took a lot of beating. He had to run. He had to be a pass. He tried to be a run pass quarterback as well. And I think if he finds himself just being a pocket passer quarterback, he might be better at that. But I wasn't really sold. I watched him several times. I'm not saying he's Sam Darnold, but I don't think they're getting better, a better quarterback than what they already had previously in camp.
Cincinnati's a team that's on the clock that is always looking to upgrade that offensive line.
Yeah.
I think they're kind of where the Chiefs were the previous offseason, where that's priority number one after what happened to Burrow. Sacked 70 times throughout, last season in the playoffs. It's insane for a guy that you're about to make very rich in the next.
But can you really find an O lineman in this part right now?
Yeah, sure you can.
Yeah, that you can plug and play.
Maybe not plug and play, but you can develop as an heir apparent to maybe a Will Hernandez or even Justin. You got to remember, guys, they don't have anybody under contract other than Rodney Hudson, who's over 30, and Josh Jones, who's not a starter. Now, again, I think we all assume DJ Humphries is going to be back.
Yeah.
The Colts have now moved to pick 95. You would argue they probably don't need offensive line help.
Yes, they do. They got whoever they got.
96.
They got Matt Ryan as a coach.
That's true. He is a statuesque player. We will see what the Arizona Cardinals do, but I'm going to tell you right now, if they take a corner, I'm not going to be happy about it. I don't want to see that. Nope.
Even at 100?
Hundy? No. I want a running back. I want something sexy, or I want a big heavy that's also sexy that can block for Kyler Murray. We will see what happens here with the Cincinnati Bengals as they select a player that's not been named. Zachary Carter, defensive tackle from Florida, somebody that I had earlier today about the 4th or 5th best defensive tackle available. That group, Winfrey of Oklahoma, I'm guessing, has been selected, and we just haven't seen it. Looks like the defensive line has been relatively picked over.
No.
Oh, no, he's saying
Yes,
Winfrey
yes,
has
yes,
not
sir.
been
Yeah.
selected. He will, right along with Logan Hall and Travis Jones, were the consensus top 3 defensive linemen. So I don't know if that's an option for the Cardinals. But I mean, they just took an edge rusher, so you could make an argument: corner, defensive tackle, guard, running back are the big 4 here. I think the value clearly is on offensive line, but this offensive line class is so all over the place based on what the experts projected. You go and look up Pro Football Focus, ESPN. What they've got them rated best available is not who's being drafted. So there's a disconnect here.
Mm-hmm.
All I know is I watched Georgia play, and they beat the shit out of people up front. Give me that in Arizona. I think that translates pretty well.
It does. I like the SEC if they can go get some guys. I mean, but that's not how this works over here, though. You know, man, you start thinking about the best player, and then it just seems like it's weird that it's not what's taking place, man.
Yeah, the Broncos
It's weird.
are trading to the Colts. The Colts are on the clock. We are getting closer and closer to Steve Keim potentially trading this pick.
Is this lady
Colts
just making all the picks now?
We're going with a defensive back. Good. Get them off the board. Ooh, I'd love a safety from Maryland. Getting the hell out of here. Not an option. The Cardinals don't need a safety. I certainly don't want any players from the University of Maryland and their football program.
He
with
was
all
the
due
5th
respect.
best available, so he was at least in the conversation here.
Fifth.
Three-time Big Ten All-Mention.
Still
Honorable
weird to see
mention.
Yeah.
Maryland is Big Ten.
Honorable mention.
Honorable. What did I say?
No,
All-Mention?
no, you said it, but it's still like I'm gonna. But I put emphasis on like he's an honorable mention, not
Right.
not like an All-American,
Right. Yeah.
second team All-American,
Yeah.
third team All. He's
He's
honorable
he's
mention.
hanging out. He's
honorable mention.
you know
they
he's gonna
they
be.
had the kid in from UTSA,
They
uh,
did.
the corner. He's still out there.
Don't tell me that's our pick.
Isaiah Spiller, Brian Robinson Jr.
I like what Mr. Mono 187's putting in there. Sailor or Kennard. Yes. Give me a defensive, an SEC guard, please, please, please. I will tell everybody right now. I will stake my reputation on it. If they take one, they will pan out. Don't laugh.
I'm not laughing.
Just
dude.
I
It's
said
sad.
they could spoil
You're going
this pick.
all in
I
without
know.
even getting your cards.
Oh my god, you're too funny, man. It's too
Stake
funny.
your
I love it.
I'm going to
reputation.
stake my shitty ass reputation on it.
What's left of
Everybody wants me to delete my Twitter account. Get the hell out of here,
Oh
you
my
fraud.
God.
I love when people go, I put something out there like, give us your source, you fraud. I'm going to give you my source right now. That the Arizona Cardinals, I believe, are going to trade back. We're going to see it live, and then everybody will have to wait until tomorrow for their next pick. I do believe that's what's going to happen. I just can't believe Steve Keim is going to sit out 100 picks in a draft. He cannot help himself.
H.
This is an interesting comment here. I don't.
Do it. Let's do it.
Steve, I can't get the sentence out.
Steve Keim farting in bathtubs, laughing his ass off, drafting small school guys. Is he talking about Mountain West?
Yeah.
That's small school. Yeah.
And you know what?
He knows he's getting away.
He took
Oh, that's
Zach
too
Allen went to
funny.
Boston College. That's a smaller school.
That's ACC.
It is, but the ACC's one step away from being 1AA. Let's be honest.
Oh, it's too funny.
Oh,
too-
man.
too funny.
I can't.
Yeah, if he trades 100 for a vet, I don't think any team
Trade 100.
is that
Trade-
motivated to get to 100.
Trade
right
100
now, in this
with-
draft.
Trade 100 with
Now that Golden Corral's gone, I agree.
AJ Green. Trade 100 with AJ Green.
You can't do that now.
AJ Green's not getting traded.
Yeah.
He's on a 1-year deal.
And the problem with that
Somebody
too,
pick the money up.
I think when you sign people, you've got to wait a certain time in the NFL season to deal them. But also with his 2 void years, you'd have to pay that now.
This is one of the more
We don't
gross
want that.
picks
Yeah.
that I've seen. Joel Erickson, a reporter for the Indy Star, the Colts traded pick 197, which I believe is a 4th or 5th round pick, and next year's 3rd to move up to get that safety from Maryland. So they must have really loved Nicky Cross. That's a lot of value to give up to go up and get a kid at the end of the 3rd round. Now we'll see if the Colts are competitive next year. You assume that pick's going to be the end of the 3rd round, given their investment in Matt Ryan and company. All right, here. We're getting closer to pick 100. We're getting closer to the conclusion of PHNX Draft Day Live. Hell yeah, I got all my reads in. We've been live for 4 hours. Somehow I've not lost my voice. You have not lost your patience with us. We appreciate that. In fact, you are the PHNX faithful. We love you. One last time, be sure to like, subscribe, leave us a 5-star review. Check out gophnx.com. Check out the PHNX merchandise locker to get one of these fresh hats. I love it. My wife tried to steal it. I said, nope, this is mine. You can get a free t-shirt from the PHNX merchandise locker if you become a member. Why wouldn't you want to do that? Just under $60 for the year. Celebrating this PHNX Cardinals Draft Day extravaganza. First time. We love the show out of support. We love the gear. We love all of you. And we love Pick 100, whomever it may be.
Lots of love. Lots of love. What's the biggest thing we're talking about at PHNX.com tomorrow as far as the articles go?
I would
Trey
say
McBride
it has to
the
be.
headline,
it has
right?
To be. Because Cam Thomas, I think a lot of people thought would go to Arizona at 55. Just maybe the value that Steve Keim is getting, because a lot of people today, what was the common denominator? Steve Keim, they didn't get enough value. They gave up too much value for Hollywood Brown. Well, I could say you got a second-round prospect in Cam Thomas in the third round, and then you got a first-round prospect in Trey McBride in the second round. So it's all in the eye of the beholder. I do believe that so far in this draft, 3 future starters. 1 future in terms of this fall with Hollywood Brown.
Yeah.
And then you talk about Trey McBride and Cam Thomas are going to be starters for the Cardinals in 2 years' time.
The Brian Robinson Jr. Dream is over. He's going to the Commanders at 99, a pick before the Arizona Cardinals.
That's interesting.
Oh, I'm sorry, 98. So
I would still rather have Isaiah Spiller or Damian Pierce. I worry about the wear and tear on those Bama backs. Not like you once did when they were so run dominant. But I can't remember if the Cardinals had brought him in for a visit or not. If I can pull it up here, I have a visit tracker as it relates to the Cardinals. So give me 1 second.
Washington just loves Bama. I mean, we talk about their
can't help
defensive
themselves.
line.
Does Schneider just make their picks then? That's what he does. He just defaults to them.
You know exactly.
It's not a bad philosophy.
No, it's not. Not at all. Not when you know you can get. You know what kind of players you're getting.
I agree with that.
Like there's no guesstimation in this conversation. You actually know what you're getting. You're not just trying to feed the frenzy of it. We go across, we just scheme across the whole board and we find this diamond in the rough. That's overrated when you can go get a player. I mean, if you know AJ's is selling the best steaks, why are you over at Walmart trying to figure out how to get a ribeye for $7.99? Makes
the Walmart
no sense.
ribeye. I know it well.
It's just
Not splurging for
sense.
us at the Venerable house. Get that Walmart ribeye. You think it's all fancy shit? No, it's not. All right. Interest tracker in terms of a running back in this draft process. They worked out and had a private visit with Jerome Ford of Cincinnati and Pierre Strong Jr. of South Dakota State. That's all I've got. They did not have anything of note with Trey McBride, nor did they have anything with Cam Thomas. So take all of these top 30 visits for what it's worth. They did meet with Jermaine Johnson and George Karlaftis and promptly said, no, thank you. We don't want you at pick 23.
The David Bell from Purdue is going to go to the Cleveland Browns at 99. So the Arizona Cardinals are going to be on the clock here shortly.
And they're going to take Brock Purdy. He's a quarterback. He went to Iowa State.
He visited, yeah.
Local guy.
Yeah, local kid.
Brock
Went to,
Purdy.
was it Perry?
Dirty Purdy.
Perry High School,
Yeah.
Oh my
Extra
goodness.
dirty Purdy.
Would you be mad though if they got a quarterback in this draft?
Tomorrow in the 6th or 7th round? No. They can do whatever.
Would you be mad? No, I wouldn't be mad.
All right, let's see where the trade is in here. Let's see where the trade back's coming from. You know,
the trade back's going to be they're going to get a 5th round pick for 2025, and they're going to select Chuba Purdy, Brock Purdy's brother,
Ooh.
who also went to Perry.
I like all of what you just said. All of that sounds interesting.
Hope they're around by then.
All right, we will see what the Arizona Cardinals do here. Here it comes.
Are we allowed to reveal it, or are we taking the chat away again?
Let's take the chat away.
Okay.
I love the chat. You're the best people.
Literally, Johnny,
imaginable.
did you not say we can spoil the 100th pick? We can't.
Yeah,
I know,
and
but we
I'm-
kind of spoiled 87. That was my fault.
Oh, you are a rat bastard. All right. And Shane would know a thing or two about rat bastards. All right, so you're taking the chat away, but you're still able to chat. I just can't
You
see
just
you.
chat amongst
So
yourselves.
you can call me just the worst beat reporter alive, and I'm not going to see. It's not going to hurt my feelings. The Cleveland Browns are taking the kid from Purdue, you said?
Yes.
When are we trading back? Get the graphics ready. The Cardinals are on the clock.
Trade is in.
The trade is in. I bet it's in.
David
They're going to
Bell's
make
gone.
the pick,
Wide
folks.
receivers gone.
They're making the pick. Bo's not going to spoil it.
Pick is in. We're on the clock.
Johnny's got to eat the crow.
I do. I'm sorry. Listen, sometimes in this business we make mistakes. We're wrong more times than not, and we just, I thought he would trade down. He made all of his picks today. He did not move around. After trading away his first-round pick, if you would have told me Steve Keim would have stood pat and made all his picks today, I would have said you're crazy. David Bell, that's some nice numbers right there. 1,300 yards, 100 receivers. Damn. That's a push-off right there, though.
They don't count that. Hey, he's a political club award finalist. Who was that at one time? Hello.
Former teammate of Rondell Moore.
Oh, wow.
He probably didn't play with him that much.
Rondell didn't play a whole lot.
He
in
did
college.
not.
We haven't seen Rondell play a full season since about 2018.
Let me tell you something. Rondell Moore's statistics are stupid.
Yeah.
Same, just 14 touchdowns, but a little bit 1,500 yards. A little bit shy of 1,500 yards with 14 touchdowns is his senior year. And Hollywood Brown had just a little bit shy of 1,300 yards with about 13 touchdowns.
The pick is in.
So it's we got some talent on that end. We just got to make sure we do something with it.
Nobody's spoiling the pick on Twitter. I can't find the pick just yet.
No, all right, well, then don't look. Then let's all have it be organic.
All right. Yeah.
Brock.
Okay. All right.
All right. Well, so she's coming out to say it right now. Here we go, gentlemen. With the 100th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, select. They went double dipped on defensive ends. They took yet another defensive end.
What did I say after McBride? They're going to flood the position with numbers, and they go out and they get two guys.
He was a first-team All-AC.
2021.
We went with no Power 5 players today.
6'5", rangy, Chandler Jones-esque.
Well,
look at that. Look at that body. Doesn't that look like Chandler Jones?
This is a pass rusher, and you've got Marcus Golden now on a 1-year contract.
Look at put his hand
so you
in
take
the dirt.
2 third-round edge rushers. Hey, listen, if one of these two guys hits, you're in business. You do not need both these guys to become superstar players. If one of these two guys becomes a starter that can get to double-digit sacks, he had 13 sacks in his career at Cincinnati. He was on a national championship contender this year, made it to the Final Four, one of their best defensive players, helped facilitate a lot of those pass breakups and interceptions for Sauce Gardner. This is a player that I firmly was a top 100 prospect. The Cardinals said, screw it, we're going to double dip on defensive ends. No running back, no DB, no guard. They like their offensive line. And I think at the end of the day, gentlemen, Steve Keim does not value guards high in the draft. He's valuing pass rushers, and he valued a tight end. So I'm anxious to hear the chat's opinion of the pick.
We got bigger today.
We did.
We got bigger at tight end, 6'4", added some height, speed, talent, agile, and our tight end McBride. Look, we went and got Thomas. He's 6'4", 6'5", give or take. And his model of what it takes to be a defensive end is J.J. Watt. We just picked up a 6'5" guy again, and Sanders, not my brother, cousin, or family member related, but let me tell you something. I'm trying to hit him for a couple of dollars. But again,
4'6" at the combine,
and he looks like Chandler Jones. He's long, rangy, he's agile. Got a lot of versatility right there. So if we're talking about building for the future, I'm not mad at that. I hope these guys come in and they can be healthy. But today, in my opinion, was a good day for the Cardinals.
228. Little thin for that. I mean, you just got a guy that's a little bit heavier than that.
Von Miller's probably.
But I completely agree with what Johnny said. I mean, what you said, Frank, as far as this is going to be a rotation now.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have an elite player any longer. You couldn't afford it as far as the cap goes. You were just priced out of Chandler Jones, and this was what you were going to have to do.
Via Pro Football Focus Draft, not to interrupt you, Bo, he is, how do you pronounce his first name? Myjai Sanders is the only edge rusher with an 80-plus pass grade in each of the past 3 seasons. So quite the stat if you want to take it in from Pro Football Focus. Go ahead.
I mean, there's not much left to say. I mean, they attacked the cornerback position last draft like this. They traded in the 4th round, took Marco. They picked stuck and pick with Tay Gowan, so they got 2 corners there. They got a safety for the defensive secondary, and then in the 2019 draft, they got 2 4th rounders. They went with the defensive tackle position, Lecky Fotu and Rashard Lawrence. That's how Steve Keim works. He's just going to try to throw darts, and if one of these guys works out, it's going to work out for the Arizona Cardinals. If it doesn't, it's a pair of 3rd round picks. It's guys that he's traditionally kind of shipped off the last couple of years. We got Rodney Hudson for a 3rd rounder last year.
And when this pick's synonymous now with Hollywood Brown and pick 23. This is the extra pick. This is the pick that you're playing with house money. Once upon a time, the Cardinals were not scheduled to have the 100th pick. And this was a big advocate of why Steve Keim wanted to make the deal. He wasn't going to make the deal for Hollywood Brown unless he got a top 100 pick back. And so Mr. Sanders is going to be synonymous now with this trade, for better or worse. Hopefully it works out better than once upon a time trading Josh Rosen for a 2nd-round pick that inevitably became Andy Isabella. Sorry to bring that up.
But let's look at that. Let's look at that front 7 now. You've got J.J. Watt, and it's going to be imperative that he stays healthy for not the entire season, but as far as when the big games, when they come the Cardinals' way, especially in the postseason, you got to have number 99 ready to go.
Yeah.
You've got the junkyard dog. You've got Marcus Golden, double-digit sacks. He was able to get the ball on the turf, 4 or 5 times in 2021?
Yep.
You've got 2 players that can get after the quarterback. And now, if you look at this rotation, you signed Dennis Gardeck to a 3-year, $12 million deal. He's going to play more than special teams. He's going to be a guy that's going to get back in that rotation. You've got Devon Kennard. If he's going to make this roster, you've got the 2 guys you just brought in, and Cameron Thomas from San Diego State, and now Sanders coming from Cincinnati. I mean, they've got players, they've got bodies, they've got guys that if you can kind of narrow the focus, say, hey, Cameron Thomas or Sanders, get after the quarterback. That's your sole purpose on the field on Sundays. That's going to be good for the Cardinals.
Final thoughts as we conclude our coverage tonight of day 2 of the 2022 NFL Draft. I think the Arizona Cardinals absolutely have gotten better over this 2-day period. I don't see a lot of developmental players. I see guys that are going to contribute this fall, whether it be on special teams, rotational defensive end, and now a franchise tight end in Trey McBride. The value was superseding need. I think they let the board come to them. I think they got 2 defensive ends in the 3rd round that could have easily gone higher. And I think, again, give kudos to Steve Keim, who's under a lot of pressure, inactivity of free agency, comes out in this draft, and I think has done a really nice job, not only filling needs, but as Bo mentioned, supplementing talent for the Cardinals of tomorrow, supplementing talent for guys that are going to be a part of this team, hopefully fixtures of this team in 2023 and beyond.
I see in the chat, we don't need corner or linemen. Think about the offensive line. There's a ton of continuity with that group. You've got DJ Humphries as your left tackle, and hopefully he's going to kind of knock off how he finished 2021. He was out with COVID. He's under contract for 1 more year. You've got Calvin Beachum to bookend that. You've got Rodney Hudson, who's your main guy in the center of that offensive line. And then you've got your 2 guards, Justin Pugh, and then probably Will Hernandez, Josh Jones kind of being your utility after that. It's not a horrible group. Like I said, it's kind of middle of the road. Kyler Murray and Colt McCoy were sacked just around 30 times. That's not horrible. It's not great. They didn't finish strong, but you're hoping with a new season that they'll be ready to go. It's not a necessity that they address the offensive line at this point in the offseason or in the draft. And in the cornerback room, you went out and you got a guy who was a first-round pick in 2020.
Absolutely.
In other circumstances, bad circumstances, whatever you want to call it, Jeff Gladney fell into your lap. You signed him to a deal. He's now an under 25-year-old corner that joins Marco Wilson and Byron Murphy. That also isn't where you're running out and you're getting the next best available corner on the board. You can kind of wait that one out. You can bring in Robert Alford, and then it becomes a little bit better of a group tomorrow than it is today.
I will say this here, today is a great day for the Cardinals just I think in regards to watching what they brought into the locker room. I think that's great. There's some youth, but it's also a scary day for a lot of these guys too. I mean, you watch them, they're crying, they're bawling, they feel like their life is about to change, but it is going to change because in about a day or two, they're going to have to fly here, get ready for rookie camp and improve why they're supposed to be here and why they got drafted. And I think that's going to be a wake-up call. So hopefully all these guys pan out. Hopefully through the scouting process and all the guys that are sitting in the scouting room it looks like they did their job this year. It really does. And a couple of things might have fell into their hands, but they took some of the best guys. I'm actually right now sitting back out there, about to throw up in my hand about pick 55. I feel pretty goddamn good about what we got on the team right now. And I think Steve and the team did a pretty good job.
We gloss over it. They've got 5 picks tomorrow, 3, I believe, in the 6th, 2 in the 7th. You can find running backs later in this draft. We'll see if there are any worth taking at that point. We'll have continued coverage at gophnx.com for the final time. Be sure to like, subscribe, leave us a 5-star review. I'm Johnny Venerable for Brack, Frank Sanders. Thank you so much for hanging with us in this 4-hour venture. We will be back next week, PHNX Cardinals on Monday. We'll see you soon.